Chapter 1 of The Glory of Clementina Wing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. Chapter 1. Unless you knew that by taking a few turnings in any direction and walking for 5 minutes you would inevitably come into one of the great clashing, shrieking thoroughfares of London, you might think that Romney Place, Chelsea, was situated in some world-forgotten cathedral city. Why it is called a place, history does not record. It is simply a street, or double terrace, the quietest, sedatest, most unraffled, most old-maidish street you can imagine. Its primness is painful. It is rigorously closed to organ-grinders and German bands, and itinerant vendors of coal would have as much hope of selling their wares inside the British Museum as of attracting custom in Romney Place by their raucous appeal. Little dogs on leads and lazy Persian cats are its genii loci. It consists of a double row of little early Victorian houses, each having a basement protected by area railings, an entrance floor reached by a prim little flight of steps, and an upper floor. 3 little houses close one end of the street. A sleepy little modern church masks the other. Each house has a tiny back garden, which, on the south side, owing to the gradual slope of the ground riverwards, is on a level with the basement floor, and thus on a lower level than the street. Some of the houses on this south side are constructed with a studio on the garden level running the whole height of the house. A sloping skylight in the roof admits the precious north light, and a French window leads on to the garden. A gallery runs round the studio, on a level and in communication with the entrance floor, and from this to the ground is a spiral staircase. From such a gallery did Tommy Burgrave, one November afternoon, look down into the studio of Clementina Wing. She was not alone, as he had expected, for in front of an easel carrying a nearly finished portrait stood the original, a pretty, dainty girl accompanied by a well-dressed, well-fed, bullet-headed, bull-necked, commonplace young man. Clementina, on hearing footsteps, looked up. "I'm sorry," he began. "They didn't tell me." "Don't run away. We're quite through with the sitting. Come down. This is Mr. Burgrave, a neighbour of mine," she explained. "Tries to paint, too. Miss Etta Concannon, Captain Hilliard." She performed perfunctory introductions. The group lingered round the portrait for a few moments, and then the girl and the young man went away. Clementina scrutinized the picture, sighed, pushed the easel to a corner of the studio, and drew up another one into the light. Tommy sat on the model throne and lit a cigarette. "Who's the man?" "This?" asked Clementina, pointing to the new portrait, that of a stout and comfortable-looking gentleman. "No, the man with Miss Etta something. I like the name Etta." "He's engaged to her. I told you his name, Captain Hilliard. He called for her." "I don't like him," replied Clementina, whose language was abrupt. "He looks rather a brute, and she's as pretty as paint. Must be awfully hard lines on a girl when she gets hold of a bad lot." "You're right," she said, gathering up a palette and brushes. Then she turned on him. "What are you wasting precious daylight for? Why aren't you at work?" "I feel rather limp this afternoon and want stimulating, so I thought I'd come in. Can I stay?" "Oh, Lord, yes, you can stay," said Clementina, dabbing a vicious bit of paint on the canvas and stepping back to observe the effect. "Though you limp young men who need stimulating make me tired. As tired," she added, with another stroke, "as the horrible fat man's trousers." "I don't see why you need have painted his trousers. Why not have made him half-length?" "Because he's the kind of cheesemonger that wants value for his money. If I cut him off at the waist he would think he was cheated. He pays to have his hideous trousers painted, and so I paint them." "But you're an artist, Clementina." "I got over the disease long ago," she replied grimly, still dabbing at the creases of the abominable and unmentionable garments. "A woman of my age and appearance hasn't any illusions left. If she has, she's a fool. I paint portraits for money, so that one of these days I may be able to retire from trade and be a lady. Bah! Art! Look at that!" "Hi, stop!" laughed Tommy, as soon as the result of the fresh brushstroke was revealed. "Don't make the infernal things more hideous than they are already." "That's where I get character," she said sarcastically. People like it. They say, how rugged, how strong, how expressive. Look at the fat, self-satisfied old pig. And they pay me in guineas, where the rest of you high artistic people get shillings. If I had the courage of my convictions and painted him with a snout, they'd pay me in lakhs or rupees. Art? Don't talk of it. I'm sick of it. All right, said Tommy, calmly puffing away at his cigarette. I won't. Art is long, and the talk about it is longer, thank God. So it'll keep. He was a fresh-faced, fair-haired boy of 22, and the chartered libertine of Clementina's exclusive studio. His uncle, Ephraim Quickstus, had married a distant relation of Clementina, so in a vague way she was a family connection. To this fact he owed acquaintance with her. Indeed, he had known her dimly from boyhood, but his intimacy he owed to a certain charm and candour of youth which found him favour in her not very tolerant eyes. He sat on the model throne, clasping his knee, and, wonderingly, admiringly, watched her paint. For all her cynical deprecation of her art, she was a portrait painter of high rank, possessing the portrait painter's magical gift of getting at essentials, of splashing the very soul, miserable or noble, of the subject upon the canvas. She had a rough, brilliant method, direct and uncompromising as her speech. To see her at work was at once Tommy Burgrave's delight and his despair. Had she been a young and pretty woman, his masculine vanity might have smarted. But Clementina, with her ugliness, gruffness, and untidiness, scarcely ranked as a woman in his disingenuous mind. You couldn't possibly fall in love with her. No one could ever have fallen in love with her. And she, of course, had never had the remotest idea of falling in love with anybody. To his boyish fancy, Clementina in love was a grotesque conception. Besides, she might be any age. He decided that she must be about 50. But when you made allowances for her gruffness and eccentricities, you found that she was a good sort, and there was no doubt about it, she could paint. Of course, Clementina might have made herself look much younger and more prepossessing, and thereby have pleased the fancy of Tommy Burgrave. As a matter of fact, she was only 35. Many a woman with more years and even less foundation of beauty than Clementina flaunts about the world, breaking men's hearts, obfuscating their common sense, and exerting all the bewildering influences of a seductive sex. She only has to do her hair, attend to her skin, and attire herself in more or less becoming raiment. Very little care suffices. Men are ludicrously easy to please in the way of female attractiveness, but they draw the line somewhere. It must be confessed that they drew it at Clementina Wing. Her coarse black hair straggled perpetually in uncared-for strands between fortuitous hairpins. Her complexion was dark and oily. Her nose had never been powdered since its early infancy, and her face, even when she walked abroad, was often disfigured, as it was now, by a smudge of paint. She had heedlessly suffered the invasion of lines and wrinkles. A deep vertical furrow had settled hard between her black, overhanging brows. She had intensified and perpetuated the crow's feet between her eyes by a trick, when concentrating her painter's vision on a sitter, of screwing her face into a monkey's myriad wrinkles. She dressed habitually in any old blouse, any old skirt, any old hat picked up at random in bedroom or studio, and picked up originally, with equal lack of selection, in any miscellaneous emporium of feminine attire. When her figure, which as women acquaintances would whisper to each other, but never, not daring to Clementina, had after all its possibilities, was hidden by a straight, shapeless, colour-smeared painting smock, and all of Clementina as God made her that was visible, save her capable hands, was the swarthy face with its harsh contours, its high cheekbones, its unlovely premature furrows, surmounted by the bedraggled hair that would have disgraced a wigwam. Tommy Burgrave may be pardoned for regarding her less as a woman than a painter of genius, who somehow did not happen to be a man. Presently she laid down palette and brushes and pushed the easel to one side. "I can't do any more at it without a model. Besides, it's getting dark. Ring for tea." She threw off her painting smock, revealing herself in an old brown skirt and a soiled white blouse gaping at the back, and sank with a sigh of relief into a chair. It was good to sit down, she said. She'd been standing all day. She would be glad to have some tea, to take the taste of the trousers out of her mouth. "If you dislike them so much, why did you rush at them as soon as those people had gone?" to get the girl's face out of my mind. Look here, mon petit, she said, turning on him suddenly. If you ask questions, I'll turn you into the street. I'm tired. Give me something to smoke. He disinterred a yellow, crumpled packet of French tobacco and cigarette papers from among a litter on the table, and lit the cigarette for her when she had rolled it. I suppose you're the only woman in London who rolls her own cigarettes. Well? Asked Clementina. He laughed. That's all. It was an idiotic remark, said Clementina. The maid brought in tea, and it was Tommy who played host. She softened a little as he waited on her. I was meant to be a lady, Tommy, and do nothing. This paintbrush walloping, after all, what is it? What's the good of painting these fools' portraits? Each of them is work of genius, said Tommy. Rotten rubbish, said Clementina. Let me clear your mind of a lot of foolish nonsense you hear at your high art tea parties, where women drivel and talk of their mission to the world. A woman has only one mission, to marry and get babies. Keep that fact in front of you when you're taking up with any of them. Genius? I can't be a genius for the simple reason that I'm a woman. Did you ever hear of a man, Mother? No, it's a contradiction in terms, so there can't be a woman genius. But surely, Tommy objected, more out of politeness perhaps than conviction, for every male creature loves to be conscious of his sex's superiority. Surely there was Rosa Bonheur, and in your line, Madame Vigée-Lebrun. Very pretty, said Clementina, but stick them beside Paul Potter and Gainsborough, and what do they look like? Could a woman have painted Paul Potter's bull? What's your definition of genius? Asked Tommy, evading the direct question. He had visited The Hague and stood in rapt wonder before what is perhaps the most essentially masculine bit of painting in the world. Certainly no woman could have painted it. Genius, said Clementina, screwing up her face and looking at the tip of her discoloured thumb, is the quality the creative spirit assumes as soon as it can liberate itself from the bond of the flesh. Good, said Tommy. Did you make up that all at once? It knocks Carlyle's definition silly, but I don't see why it doesn't apply equally to men and women. Woman, said Clementina, has always her sex hanging round the neck of her spirit. Tommy stared. This was a new conception of woman which he was too young and candid to understand. For him, women, or rather that class of the sex that counted for him as women, the mothers and sisters and wives of his friends, the women from whom midst one of these days he would select a wife himself, were very spiritual creatures indeed. That twilight region of their being in which their sex had a home was holy ground before entering which a man must take the shoes from off his feet. He took it for granted that every unmarried woman believed in the stalk or gooseberry bush theory of the population of the world. A girl allowed you to kiss her because she was kind and good and altruistic, realizing that it gave you considerable pleasure. But as for the girl craving the kiss for the satisfaction of her own needs, that was undreamed of in his ingenuous philosophy. And here was Clementina laying it down as a fundamental axiom that woman has her sex always hanging round the neck of her spirit. He was both mystified and shocked. "I'm afraid you don't know what you're talking about, Clementina," he said at last, with some severity. Indeed, how on earth could Clementina know? "Perhaps I don't, Tommy," she said with ironical meekness, realizing the gulf between them and the reverence which, as the Latin grammar tells us, is especially due to tender youth. She looked into the fire, a half-smile playing round her grim, unsmiling lips, and there was silence for a few moments. Then she asked brusquely, "How's that uncle of yours?" "All right," said Tommy. "I'm dining with him this evening." "I hear he has taken to calling himself Dr. Quickstus lately." "He's entitled to do so. He's a Ph.D. of Heidelberg." "I wish you didn't have your knife into him so much, Clementina. He's the best and dearest chap in the world. Of course he's getting rather elderly and precise. He'll be 40 next birthday, you know." "Lord save us," said Clementina. "But one has to make allowances for that. Anyway," he added with a flash of championship, "he's the most courtly gentleman I've ever met." "He's civil enough," said Clementina, "but if I were his wife, I'm sure I would throw him out of a window." Tommy stared again for a moment, and then laughed, more at the idea of the quaint old thing that was Clementina being married than at the picture of his uncle's grotesque ejectment. "I don't think that's ever likely to happen," he remarked. "Nor do I," said Clementina. Soon after that Tommy departed as unceremoniously as he had entered. Not that Tommy Burgrave was by nature unceremonious, being a boy of excellent breeding, but no one stood on ceremony with Clementina. The elaborate politeness of the Petit Trianon was out of place in the studio of a lady who would tell you to go to the devil as soon as look at you. When the door at the end of the gallery closed behind him, she gave a sigh of relief and rolled another cigarette. There are times when the most obstinate woman's nerves are set on edge, and she craves either solitude or a sympathetic presence. Now she was very fond of Tommy, but what, save painting and cricket and the young animal's joy of life, could Tommy understand? She regretted having spoken of sex and spirit to his uncomprehending ears. Generally she held herself, and even her unruly tongue, under control, but this afternoon she had lost grip. The sitting had strangely affected her, for she had divined, as she had not done on previous occasions, the wistful terror that lurked in the depths of the young girl's soul, a divination that had been confirmed by the quick look of fear with which she greeted the bullet-headed young man when he had arrived to escort her home. And Tommy, with his keen young vision, had summed him up in a few words. She turned on the great lamp suspended in the middle of the studio, and drew the easel containing the girl's portrait into the light. She gazed at it for a while intently, and then, throwing herself into the chair by the fire, remained there motionless, with parted lips, in the attitude of a woman overwhelmed by memories. They went back 15 years when she was this girl's age. She had not this girl's bearing and flower-like grace, but she had her youth and everything in it that stood for the promise of life. She had memories of her mirrored self, quite a dainty slip of a girl in spite of her homely face, her hair wound around a not unshapely head in glossy coils, and her figure set off by delicately fitting clothes. And there was a light in her eyes because a man loved her, and she had given all the riches of herself to the man. They were engaged to be married. Yet, for all her tremulous happiness, terror lurked in the depths of her soul. Many a night she awoke, gripped by the nameless fear, unreasonable, absurd, for the man in her eyes was as handsome and debonair as any prince out of a fairy tale. Her mother and father, who were then both alive, came under the spell of the man's fascinations. He was of good family, fair private income, and was making a position for himself in the higher walks of journalism. A man, too, of unsullied reputation. A gallant lover, he loved her as in her dreams she had dreamed of being loved. The future held no flaw. Suddenly something so grotesque happened as to awaken all her laughter and indignation. Roland Thorne was arrested on a charge of theft. A lady, a stranger, the only other occupant of a railway carriage in which he happened to be travelling from Plymouth to London, missed some valuable diamonds from a jewel case beside her on the seat. At Bath she had left the carriage for a minute to buy a novel at the bookstall, leaving the case in the compartment. She brought evidence to prove that the diamonds were there when she left Plymouth, and were not there when she arrived at her destination in London. The only person, according to the prosecution, who could have stolen them was Roland Thorne during her temporary absence at Bath. Thorne treated the matter as a ludicrous annoyance. So did Clementina, as soon as her love and anger gave place to her sense of humour. And so did the magistrate, who dismissed the charge, saying that it ought never to have been brought. With closed eyes, the woman in front of the fire recalled their first long, passionate kiss after he had brought the news of his acquittal, and she shivered. She remembered how he had drawn back his handsome head and looked into her eyes. "You never for 1 second thought me guilty?" Something in his gaze checked the cry of scorn at her lips. The nameless terror clutched her heart. She drew herself slowly, gradually, out of his embrace, keeping her widened eyes fixed on him. He stood motionless as she recoiled. The horrible truth dawned on her. He was guilty. She sat on the nearest chair, white-lipped and shaken. "You? You?" Whether the man had meant to make the confession, probably he himself did not know. Overwrought nerves may have given way. But there he stood at that moment, self-confessed. In a kind of dream paralysis she heard him make his apologia. He said something of sins of his youth, of blackmail, of large sums of money to be paid, so as to avert ruin. How he had idly touched the jewel case without thought of theft, how it had opened easily, how the temptation to slip the case of diamonds into his pocket had been irresistible. His voice seemed a toneless echo, far away. He said many things that she did not hear. Afterwards she had a confused memory that he pleaded for mercy at her hands. He had only yielded in a moment of desperate madness. He would make secret restitution of the diamonds. He threw himself on the ground at her feet and kissed her skirt. But she sat petrified, speechless, stricken to her soul. Then, without a word or a sign from her, he went out. The woman by the fire recalled the anguish of the hour of returning life. It returned with the pain of blood returning to frost-bitten flesh. She loved him with every quivering fibre. No crime or weakness in the world could alter that. Her place was by his side, to champion him through evil, to ward off temptation, to comfort him in his time of need. Her generous nature cried aloud for him, craved to take him into her arms and lay his head against her bosom. She scorned herself for having turned to him a heart of stone, for letting him go broken and desperate into the world. A touch would have changed his hell to heaven, and she had not given it. She rose and stood for a while, this girl of 20, transfigured, vibrating with a great purpose. The woman of 35 remembered. Ah, God, the thrill of it! The flames of the sunrise spread through her veins. In a few minutes she was driving through the busy streets to the man's chambers. In a few minutes more she reached them. She mounted the stairs. She had no need to ring, as the outer door stood open. She entered, called. "Roland, are you here?" There was no reply. She crossed the hall and went into the sitting-room. There, on the floor, lay Roland Thorne, with a revolver bullet through his head. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. Such were the memories that overwhelmed Clementina Wing as she sat grim and lonely by the fire. In the tragedy the girl Clementina perished, and from her ashes arose the phoenix of dingy plumage who had developed into the Clementina of today. As soon as she could envisage life again, she plunged into the strenuous art world of Paris, living solitary, morose, and heedless of external things. The joyousness of the light-hearted crowd into which she was thrown jarred upon her. It was like bacchanalian revelry at a funeral. She made no friends. Good-natured importunates she drove away with rough usage. The pairs of young men and maidens who flaunted their foolish happiness in places of public resort she regarded with misanthropic eye. She hated them, at 21, because they were fools, because they deluded themselves into the belief that the world was rose and blue and gold, whereas she, of her own bitter knowledge, knew it to be drab. And from a drab world what was there more vain than the attempt to extract colour? Beauty left her unmoved, because it had no basis in actuality. The dainty rags in which she had been accustomed to garb herself she threw aside with contempt. Sackcloth was the only wear. It must be remembered that Clementina at this period was young, and that it is only given to youth to plumb the depths of existence. She was young, strong-fibred, desperately conscious of herself. She had left her home rejecting sympathy. To no one could she exhibit the torture of her soul. To no one could she confess the remorse and shame that consumed her. She was a failure in essentials. She had failed the man in his hour of need. She had let him go forth to his death. She, Clementina Wing, was a failure. She, Clementina Wing, was the world. Therefore was the world a failure. She saw life drab. Her vision was infallible. Therefore life was drab. Syllogisms with the eternal fallacy of youth in their minor premises. Work saved her reason. She went at it feverishly, indefatigably, unremittingly, as only a woman can, and only a woman who has lost a sense of values. Her talent was great. In those days she did not scout the suggestion of genius, and by her indomitable pains she acquired the marvellous technique which had brought her fame. The years slipped away. Suddenly she awakened. A picture exhibited in the salon obtained for her a gold medal, which pleased her mightily. She was not as dead as she had fancied, having still the power to feel the thrill of triumph. Money much more than would satisfy her modest wants jingled in her pockets with a jocund sound. Folks whom she kept snarlingly at bay whispered honeyed flattery in her ears. Philosophy, which, of a bitter nature, she had cultivated during her period of darkness, enabled her to estimate the flattery at its true value, but no philosophy in the world could do away with the sweetness of it. So it came to pass that on her pleasant road to success, Clementina realized that there was such a thing as light and shade in life, as well as in pictures. But though she came out of the underworld a different woman from the one who had sojourned there, she was still a far more different woman from the girl who had flung herself into it headlong. She emerged cynical, rough, dictatorial, eccentric in speech, habits, and attire. As she had emancipated herself from the gloom of remorse and self-torture, so did she emancipate herself from convention. Youth had flown early, and with it the freshness that had given charm to her young face. Lines had come, bones had set, the mouth had hardened. She had lost the trick of personal adornment. Years of loose and casual corseting had ruined her figure. Even were she to preen and primp herself, what man would look at her with favour? As for women, she let them go hang. She was always impatient of their weaknesses, frailties, and vanities of her own sex, especially when they were marked by an outward show of strength. The helpless she had been known to take to her bosom as she would have taken a wounded bird. But her sex as a whole attracted her but little. Women could go hang because she did not want them. Men could go hang likewise because they did not want her. Thus, dismissing from her horizon all the human race, she found compensation in the freedom so acquired. If she chose to run bareheaded and slipshod into the King's Road and come back with a lump of beef wrapped in a blood-stained bit of newspaper, as her acquaintance Mrs. Venables had caught her doing, "My dear, you never saw such an appalling sight in your life," she said when reporting the incident, "and she had the impudence to make me shake hands with her, and the hand, my dear, in which she'd been holding the beef." If she chose to do this, what mattered to any one of God's creatures, save perhaps Mrs. Venables' glove-maker, to whom it was an advantage? Her servant had a bad, cold time. The morning light was precious, and the putting on of hat and boots a retarding vanity. If she chose to bring in a shivering ragamuffin from the streets and warm him before the fire and stuff him with the tomato sandwiches and plum cake set out for a visitor's tea, who could say her nay? The visitor, in revolt against the sight and smell of the ragamuffin, could get up and depart. It was a matter of no concern to Clementina. Eventually folks recognized Clementina's eccentricity, classed it in the established order of things, ceased to regard it, just as dwellers by a cataract lose the sound of the thunder, and as a human wife ceases to be conscious of the wart on her husband's nose. To this enviable height of freedom had Clementina risen. She sat by the fire, overwhelmed by memories. They had been conjured up by the girl with a terror at the back of her eyes, but their mass was no longer crushing. They came over her like a weightless grey cloud that had arisen from some remote past with which she had no concern. She had grown to look upon the tragedy impersonally, as though it were a melodramatic tale written by a young and inexperienced writer, in which the characters were overdrawn and untrue to life. The reading of the tale left her with the impression that Roland Thorn was an unprincipled weakling, Clementina Wing an hysterical little fool. Presently she rose, rubbed her face hard with both hands, a proceeding which had the effect of spreading the paint smudge into a bright gamboge over her cheeks, pushed the easel aside, and taking down Tristram Shandy from her shelves, read the story of the King of Bohemia and his 7 castles, by way of a change of fiction, till her maid summoned her to her solitary dinner. Early the next morning, as soon as she had entered the studio and had begun to set her palette, preparatory to the day's work, Tommy Burgrave appeared on the gallery with a "Hello, Clementina," and ran down the spiral staircase. Clementina paused with a paint tube in her hand. "Look, my young friend, you don't live here, you know," she said coolly. "I'll clear out in half a second," he replied, smiling. "I'm bringing you news. You ought to be very grateful to me. I've got you a commission." "Who's the fool?" asked Clementina. "It isn't a fool," said Tommy, buttoning the belt of his Norfolk jacket, as if to brace himself to the encounter. "It's my uncle." "Lord save us," said Clementina. "I thought I would give you a surprise," said Tommy. Clementina shrugged her shoulders and went on squeezing paint out of tubes. "He must have softening of the brain." "Why?" "First, for wanting to have his portrait painted at all, and secondly, for thinking of coming to me. Go back and tell him I'm not a caricaturist." Tommy planted a painting stool in the middle of the floor and sat upon it with legs apart. "Let us talk business, Clementina. In the first place, he has nothing to do with it. He doesn't want his portrait painted, bless you. It's the other prehistoric fossils he foregathers with. I met chunks of them at dinner last night. They belong to the Anthropological Society, you know. They fool around with antediluvian stones and bones and bits of iron. And my uncle's president. They want to have his portrait to hang up in the cave where they meet. They were talking about it at my end of the table. They didn't know what painter to go to, so they consulted me. My uncle had introduced me as an artist, you know, and they looked on me as a sort of young prophet. I asked them how much they were prepared to give. They said about £500. They evidently have a lot of money to throw about. One of them, all over gold chains and rings, seemed to perspire money, looked like a bucket-shop keeper. I think it's he who is presenting the society with the portrait. Anyway, that's about your figure. So I said there was only one person to paint my uncle, and that was Clementina Wing. It struck them as a brilliant idea, and the end of it was that they told my uncle and requested me to sound you on the matter. I've sounded." She looked at his confident, boyish face, and uttered a grim sound, halfway between a laugh and a sniff, which was her nearest approach to exhibition of mirth, and might have betokened amusement or pity or contempt, or any two of these taken together, or the three combined. Then she turned away, and screwing up her eyes, looked out for a few moments into the sodden back garden. "Did you ever hear of a barber refusing to shave a man because he didn't like the shape of his whiskers?" "Only one," said Tommy, "and he cut the man's throat from ear to ear with a razor." He laughed loud at his own jest, and going up to the window where Clementina stood with her back to him, laid a hand on her shoulder. "That means you'll do it." "Guineas, not pounds," said Clementina, facing him. 500 guineas. I couldn't endure Ephraim Quicksters for less." "Leave it to me. I'll fix it up. So long." He ran up the spiral staircase in high good humour. On the gallery he paused and leaned over to the balustrade. "I say, Clementina, if the ugly young man calls to-day for that pretty Miss Etta, and you want any murdering done, send for me." She looked up at him, smiling down upon her, gay and handsome, so rich in his springtide, and she obeyed a sudden impulse. "Come down, Tommy." When he had descended, she unhooked from the wall over the fireplace a Della Robbia plaque, a child's white head against a background of yellow and blue, a cherished possession, and thrust it into Tommy's arms. He stared at her, but clutched the precious thing tight for fear of dropping it. "Take it. You can give it as a wedding present to your wife when you have one. I want you to have it." He stammered, overwhelmed by her magnificent and unprecedented generosity. He could not accept the plaque. It was too priceless a gift. "That's why I give it to you, you silly young idiot," she cried impatiently. "Do you think I'd give you a pair of embroidered braces or a hymn book? Take it and go." What Tommy did then, 999 young men out of 1,000 would not have done. He held out his hand. "Rubbish," said Clementina, but she held out hers. He gripped it, swung her to him, and gave her a good, full-sounding, honest kiss. Then, holding the thing of beauty against his heart, he leaped up the stairs and disappeared, with an exultant "Good-bye" through the door. A dark flush rose on the kissed spot on Clementina's cheek. Softness crept into her hard eyes. She looked at the vacant place on the wall where the cherished thing of beauty had hung. By some queer optical illusion it appeared even brighter than before. Tommy, being a young man of energy and enthusiasm, with modern notions as to the reckoning of time, rushed the anthropologists, who were accustomed to reckon time by epochs instead of minutes, off their leisurely feet. His uncle had said words of protest at this indecent haste. "My dear Tommy, if you were more of a reflective human being and less of a whirlwind, it would frequently add to your peace and comfort." But Tommy triumphed. Within a very short period everything was settled. The formal letters had been exchanged, and Ephraim Quickstus found himself paying a visit, in a new character, to Clementina Wing. She received him in her prim little drawing-room, as prim and old-maidish as Romney Place itself, a striking contrast to the chaotically equipped studio, which, as Tommy declared, resembled nothing so much as a showroom after a bargain sale. The furniture was the stiffest of Sheraton. The innocent colour engravings of Tompkins, Cipriani, and Bartolozzi hung round the walls, and in a corner stood a spinning-wheel with a bunch of flax on the distaff. The room afforded Clementina perpetual grim amusement. Except when she received puzzled visitors, she rarely sat in it from one year's end to the other. "I haven't seen you since the deluge, Ephraim," she said, as he bent over her hand in an old-fashioned, un-English way. "How's prehistoric man getting on?" "As well," said he gravely, "as can be expected." Ephraim Quickstus, Ph.D., was a tall, gaunt man of 40, with a sallow complexion, raven-black hair thinning at the temples and on the crown of his head, and great, mild, china-blue eyes. A reluctant moustache gave his face a certain lack of finish. Clementina's quick eye noted it at once. She screwed up her face and watched him. "I could make a much more presentable thing of you if you were clean-shaven," she said brusquely. "I couldn't shave off my moustache." "Why not?" He started in alarm. "I think the Society would prefer to have their president in the guise in which he presided over them." "Huh!" said Clementina. She looked at him again, and with a touch of irony, "Perhaps it's just as well. Sit down." "Thank you," said Quickstus, seating himself on one of the stiff Sheraton chairs. And then, courteously, "You have travelled far since we last met, Clementina. You are famous. I wonder what it feels like to be a celebrity." She shrugged her shoulders. "In my case it feels like leading apes in hell. By the way, when did I last see you?" "It was at poor Angela's funeral 5 years ago." "So it was," said Clementina. There was a short silence. Angela was his dead wife and her distant relation. "What has become of Will Hammersley?" she asked suddenly. "He has given up writing to me." "Still in Shanghai, I think. He went out, you know, to take over the China branch of his firm. Just before Angela's death, wasn't it? It's a couple of years or more since I have heard from him." "That's strange. He was an intimate friend of yours," said Clementina. "The only intimate friend I've ever had in my life. We were at school and at Cambridge together. Somehow, although I have many acquaintances, and so to speak friends, yet I have never formed the intimacies that most men have. I suppose," he added with a sweet smile, "it's because I'm rather a dry stick." "You're 10 years older than your age," said Clementina frankly. "You want shaking up. It's a pity Will Hammersley isn't here. He used to do you a lot of good." "I'm glad you think so much of Hammersley," said Quickstus. "I don't think much of most people, do I?" she said. "But Hammersley was a friend indeed. He was to me, at any rate." "Are you still fond of Sterne?" he asked. "I think you are the only woman who ever was." She nodded. "Why do you ask?" "I was thinking," he said in his quiet, courtly way, "that we have many bonds of sympathy after all. Angela, Hammersley, Sterne, and my scapegrace nephew, Tommy." "Tommy is a good boy," said Clementina, "and he'll learn to paint some day." "I must thank you for your great kindness to him." "Oh, bosh," said Clementina. "It's a great thing for a young fellow, wild and impulsive like Tommy, to have a good friend in a woman older than himself." "If you think, my good man," snapped Clementina, reverting to her ordinary manner, "that I look after his morals, you are very much mistaken. What has it got to do with me if he kisses models and takes them out to dinner in Soho?" The lingering Eve in her resented the suggestion of a maternal attitude towards the boy. After all, she was not 55. She was younger, 5 years younger, than the stick of an uncle who was talking to her as if he had stepped out of the pages of a Sunday school prize. "He never tells me of the models," replies Quintus, "and I'm very glad he tells you. Shows there is no harm in it." "Let us talk sense," said Clementina, "and not waste time. You've come to me to have your portrait painted. I've been looking at you. I think a half-length sitting down would be the best, unless you want to stand up in evening dress behind a table with presidential gold chains and badges of office and hammers and water bottles." "Heaven forbid!" cried Quintus, who was as modest a man as ever stepped. "What you suggest will quite do." "I suppose you will wear that frock coat and turn-down collar? Don't you ever wear a narrow black tie?" "My dear Clementina," he cried, horrified, "I may not be the latest thing in dandyism, but I've no desire to look like a Scotch deacon in his Sunday clothes." "Vanity again," said Clementina. "I could have got something much better out of you in a narrow black tie. Still, I dare say I'll manage, though what your bone-digging friends want with a portrait of you at all for, I'm blessed if I can understand." With which gracious remark she dismissed him, after having arranged a date for the first sitting. "A poor creature," muttered Clementina, when the door closed behind him. The poor creature, however, walked smartly homewards through the murky November evening, perfectly contented with God and man, even with Clementina herself. In this well-ordered world, even the tongue of an eccentric woman must serve some divine purpose. He mused whimsically on the purpose. Well, at any rate, she belonged to a dear and regretted past, which, without throwing an absolute glamour around Clementina, still shed upon her its softening rays. His thoughts were peculiarly retrospective this evening. It was a Tuesday, and his Tuesday nights for some years had been devoted to a secret and sacred gathering of pale ghosts. His Tuesday nights were mysteries to all his friends. When pressed for the reason of this perennial weekly engagement, he would say vaguely, "It's a club to which I belong." But what was the nature of the club, what the grim and ghastly penalty if he skipped a meeting? Those were questions which he left, with a certain innocent mirth, to the conjecture of the curious. The evening was fine, with a touch of shrewdness in the air. He found himself in the exhilarated frame of mind which is consonant with brisk walking. He looked at his watch. He could easily reach Russell Square by 7 o'clock. He timed his walk exactly. It was 5 minutes to 7 when he let himself in by his latch-key. The parlour-maid, emerging from the dining-room, met him in the hall and helped him off with his coat. "The gentlemen have come, sir." "Dear, dear," said Quintus, self-reproachfully. "They're before their time. It isn't 7 yet, sir," said the parlour-maid, flinging the blame upon the gentleman. In speaking of them she had just the slightest little supercilious tilt of the nose. Quintus waited until she had retired. Then, drawing something from his own pocket, he put something into the pocket of each of 3 greatcoats that hung in the hall. After that he ran upstairs into the drawing-room. 3 men rose to receive him. "How do you do, Huckabee? So glad to see you, Vandermeer. My dear Billiter." He apologized for being late. They murmured excuses for being early. Quixtus asked leave to wash his hands, went out, and returned rubbing them as though in anticipation of enjoyment. 2 of the men standing in front of the fire made way for him. He thrust them back courteously. "No, no, I'm warm. Been walking for miles. I've not seen an evening paper. What's the news?" Quixtus never saw an evening paper on Tuesdays. The question was a time-honoured opening to the kindly game he played with his guests. Now there is a reason for most things, even for a parlour-maid's tilt of the nose. The personal appearance of the guests would have tilted the nose of any self-respecting parlour-maid in Russell Square. They were a strange trio. All were shabby and out at elbows. All wore the insecure, apologetic collar, which is one of the most curious badges of the down at heel. All bore on their faces the signs of privation and suffering. Huckabee, lantern-jawed, black-bearded, and watery-eyed. Vandermeer, small, decrepit, pinched of feature, with crisp, sparse red hair and the bright eyes of a hungry wolf. Billiter, the flabby remains of a heavily built, florid man, with a black moustache turning grey. They were ghosts of the past, who once a week came back to the plentiful earth, lived for a few brief hours in the land that had been their heritage, talked of the things they had once loved, and went forth, so Quixtus hoped, cheered and comforted for their next week's wandering on the banks of Acheron. Once a week they sat at a friend's table and ate generous food, drank generous wine, and accepted help from a friend's generous hand. Help they all needed, and like desperate men would snatch at it from any hand held out to them. Huckabee had been a successful coach at Cambridge. Vandermeer, who had forsaken early in life a banking office for the Temple of Literary Fame, had starved for years on freelance journalism. Biddeter, of Rugby and Oxford, had run through a fortune. All waste products of the world's factory. Among the many things they had in common was an unquenchable thirst, which they dissimulated in Russell Square, but they made up for it by patronizing their host. When a beneficiary is humble, he is either deserving or has touched the lowest depths of degradation. Quickstus presided happily at the meal. With strangers he was shy and diffident, but here he was at his ease, among old friends none the less valued because they had fallen by the wayside. Into the reason of their fall it did not concern him to inquire. All that mattered was their obvious affection and the obvious brightness that fortune had enabled him to shed on their lives. "I wonder," said he, with one of his sudden smiles, "I wonder if you fellows know how I prize these evenings of ours." "Neonatic symposia," said Huckabee. "I've been thinking of a series of articles on them after the manner of the Noctes Ambrosianae," said Vandermeer. "They would quite bear it," Huckabee agreed. "I think we get better talk here than anywhere else I know. I am a sometime Fellow of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge." He rolled out the alliterative phrase with great sonority. "And I know the talk in the combination room, but it's pedantic, not ripe and mellow like ours." "I'm not a brainy chap like you others," said Biddeter, wiping his dragoon's moustache, "but I like to have my mind improved now and then." "Do you know the Noctes, Huckabee?" asked Quickstus. "Of course you do. What do you think of them?" "I suppose you like them," replied Huckabee, "because you are an essentially scientific and not a literary man. But I think them dull." "I didn't call them dull," Quickstus argued, "but to my mind they're pretentious. I don't like their sham heartiness, their slap on the back and how are you, old fellow tone, their impossible Pantagruelian banquets." The hungry wolf's face of Vandermeer lit up. "That's what I like about them. The capons, the pies, the coccoliki, the haggises." "I remember a supper party at Oxford," said Billington, "where there was haggis, and one chap, who was awfully tight, insisted that a haggis ought to be turned like an omelette or tossed like a pancake. He tossed it. My God, you never saw such a thing in your life." So they all talked according to the several necessities of their natures, and at last Quickstus informed his guests that he was to sit for his portrait to Miss Clementina Wing. "I believe she is really quite capable," said Huckabee judicially, stroking his straggling beard. "I know her," cried Vandermeer. "A most charming woman." Quickstus raised his eyebrows. "I'm glad to hear you say so," said he. "She is a sort of distant connection of mine by marriage." "I interviewed her," said Vandermeer. "Good Lord!" The exclamation on the part of Quickstus was inaudible. "I was doing a series of articles, very important articles," said Vandermeer, with an assertive glance round the table, "on women workers of to-day, and of course Miss Clementina Wing came into it. I called and put the matter before her." He paused dramatically. "And then?" asked Quickstus, amused. "We went out to lunch in a restaurant, and she gave me all the material necessary for my article. A most charming woman, who I think will do you justice, Quickstus." When his friends had gone, each, by the way, diving furtive and searching hands into their greatcoat pockets as soon as they had been helped into these garments by the butler, and here, by the way, also, be it stated that no matter how sultry the breath of summer or how frigid that of fortune, they never failed to bring overcoats to hang, for all the world like children's stockings for Santa Claus on the familiar pegs. When his friends were gone, Quickstus, who had an elementary sense of humour, failed entirely to see an expansive and notoriety-seeking Clementina lunching tete-à-tete at the Carlton or the Savoy with Theodore Vandermeer. In point of fact, he fell asleep smiling at the picture. The next day, while he was at breakfast, he breakfasted rather late, Tommy Burgrave was announced. Tommy, who had already eaten with the appetite of youth, immediately after his cold bath, declined to join his uncle in a meal, but for the sake of sociability trifled with porridge, kidneys, cold ham, hot rolls, and marmalade, while Quicksters feasted on a soft-boiled egg and a piece of dried toast. When his Barmecide meal was over, Tommy came to the business of the day. For some inexplicable, unconjecturable reason, his monthly allowance had gone, disappeared, vanished into the Ewigkeit. What in the world was he to do? Now it must be explained that Tommy Burgrave was an orphan, the son of Ephraim Quickstus's only sister, and his whole personal estate a sum of money invested in a mortgage which brought him in £50 a year. On £50 a year, a young man cannot lead the plenteous life as far as food and raiment are concerned, rent a studio, even though it be a converted first-floor back as Tommy's was, and a bedroom in Romney Place, travel, even on a bicycle as Tommy did, about England, and entertain ladies to dinner at restaurants, even though the ladies may be only models and the restaurants in Soho. He must have other financial support. The other financial support came to him in the guise of a generous allowance from his uncle. But as the generosity of his instincts, and who in the world would be a cynic, animated blight, curmudgeon enough to check the generous instincts of youth? As I say, the generosity of his instincts outran the generosity of his allowance. Toward the end of every month, Tommy found himself in a most naturally inexplicable position. At the end of the month, therefore, Tommy came to Russell Square and trifled with porridge, kidneys, cold ham, hot rolls, and marmalade, while his uncle feasted on a soft-boiled egg and a piece of dried toast, and at the end of his Barmecide feast came to business. On the satisfactory conclusion thereof, and it had never been known to be otherwise, Tommy lit a cigar. He liked his uncle's cigars. "Well," said he, "what do you think of Clementina?" "I think," said Quickstus, with a faint luminosity lighting his china-blue eyes, "I think that Clementina, being an artist, is a problem. But if she weren't an artist, and in a different class of life, she would be a model old family servant in a great house, in which the family, by no chance whatever, resided." Tommy laughed. "It seemed tremendously funny to bring you two together." Quickstus smiled indulgently. "So it was a practical joke on your part?" "Oh, no," cried Tommy, flaring up. "You mustn't think that. There's only one painter living who has her power, and I'm one of the people who know it, and I wanted her to paint you. Besides, she is a thoroughly good sort, through and through." "My dear boy, I was only jesting," said Quickstus, touched by his earnestness. "I know that not only are you a devotee, and very rightly so, of Clementina, but that she is a very great painter." "All the same," said Tommy, with a twinkle in his eyes, "I'm afraid that you're in for an awful time." "I'm afraid so too," said Quickstus whimsically, "but I'll get through it somehow." He did get through it, but it was only somehow. This quiet, courtly, dreamy gentleman irritated Clementina as he had irritated her years ago. He was a learned man, that went without saying, but he was a fool all the same, and Clementina had not trained herself to suffer fools gladly. The portrait became her despair. The man had no character. There was nothing beneath the surface of those china-blue eyes. She was afraid, she said, of getting on the canvas the portrait of a congenital idiot. His attitude towards life, the dilettante attitude which she as a worker despised, made her impatient. By profession he was a solicitor, head of the old-fashioned firm of Quickstus and Son, but on his open avowal he neglected the business, leaving it all in the hands of his partner. "He'll do you, sure as a gun," said Clementina. Quickstus smiled. "My father trusted him implicitly, and so do I." "A man or a woman's a fool to trust anybody," said Clementina. "I've trusted everybody around me all my life, and no one has done me any harm, and therefore I'm a happy man." "Rubbish," said Clementina. "Any fraud gets the better of you. What about your German friend Tommy was telling me of?" This was a sore point. A most innocent, spectacled, bearded, but obviously poverty-stricken German had called on him a few weeks before with a collection of flint instruments for sale, which he alleged to have come from the valley of the Weser, near Hameln. They were of shapes and peculiarities which he had not met with before, and after a cursory and admiring examination, he had given the starving Teuton twice as much as he had asked for the collection, and sent him on his way rejoicing. With a brother paleontologist summoned in haste, he had proceeded to a minute scrutiny of his treasures. They were impudent forgeries. I told Tommy in confidence he ought not to have repeated the story, he said with dignity. Which shows, said Clementina, pausing so as to make her point and an important brush-stroke, which shows that you can't even trust Tommy. On another occasion he referred to Vandermeer's famous interview. You know a friend of mine, Vandermeer, said he. Clementina shook her head. Never heard the name. He explained. Vandermeer was a journalist. He had interviewed her and lunched with her at a restaurant. Clementina could not remember. At last her knitted brow cleared. Good Lord, do you mean a half-starved, foxy-faced man with his toes to his boots? The portrait is unflattering, said he, but I'm afraid there is a kind of resemblance. He looked so hungry and was so hungry, he told me, that I took him to the ham and beef shop round the corner and stuffed his head with copy while he stuffed himself with ham and beef. To say that he lunched with me at a restaurant is infernal impudence. Poor fellow, said Quickstus. He has to live rather fatly in imagination so as to make up for the meagreness of his living in reality. It's only human nature. Bah, said Clementina. I believe you'd find human nature in the devil. Quickstus smiled one of his sweet smiles. I find it in you, Clementina, he said. Thus it may be perceived that the sittings were not marked by the usual amenities of the studio. The natures of the two were antagonistic. He shrank from her downrightness. She disdained his ineffectuality. Each bore with the other for the sake of past associations, but each drew a breath of relief when freed from the presence of the other. Although he was a man of wide culture beyond the bounds of his own particular subject, and could talk well in a half-humorous, half-pedantic manner, her influence often kept him as dumb as a mummy. This irritated Clementina still further. She wanted him to talk, to show some animation, so that she could seize upon something to put upon the dismaying canvas. She talked nonsense in order to stimulate him. To live in the past as you do without any regard for the present is as worthless as to go to bed in a darkened room and stay there for the rest of your life. It's the existence of a mole, not of a man. He indicated with a wave of the hand a Sienese predella on the wall. You go to the past. For its lessons, said Clementina, because the old masters can teach me things. How on earth do you think I should be able to paint you if it hadn't been for Velasquez? To say nothing of the aesthetic side. But you only go to the past to satisfy an idle curiosity. Perhaps I do, he assented mildly. A knowledge of the process by which a prehistoric lady fashioned her petticoat out of skins by means of a flint needle and reindeer sinews would be of no value to Worth or Paquin, but it soothes me personally to contemplate the intimacies of the toilette of the prehistoric lady. I call that abnormal, said Clementina, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. And that was the end of that conversation. Meanwhile, in spite of her half-comic despair, the portrait progressed. She had seized, at any rate, the man's air of intellectuality, of aloofness from the practical affairs of life. Unconsciously, she had invested the face with the spirituality which had eluded her conscious analysis. The artist had worked with the inner vision, as the artist always does when he produces a great work. For the great work of an artist is not that before which he stands, and sighing says, "This is fair, but how far away from my dreams?" That is the popular fallacy. The great work is that which, when he regards it on completion, causes him to say in humble admiration and modest stupefaction, "How on earth did the dull clod that is I manage to do it?" For he does not know how he accomplished it. When a man is conscious of every step he takes in the execution of a work of art, he is obeying the letter and not the spirit. He is a juggler with formulas, and formulas, being mere analytical results, have no place in that glorious synthesis which is creation, either of a world, or a flower, or a poem. Clementina, to her astonishment, regarded the portrait of Ephraim Quickstus, and, like the first creator regarding his work, saw that it was good. "I should never have believed it," she said. "What?" asked Quickstus. "That I should have got all this out of you," said Clementina. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. We have heard much of a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job. We know that he was perfect and upright, feared God, and eschewed evil. And we are told how, on a disastrous afternoon, messenger after messenger came to him to announce one calamity after the other, culminating in the annihilation of his entire family, and how the final scorbutic affliction came shortly afterwards, the anticlimax, it must be confessed, of his woes, which drove the patient man to open his mouth and curse his day. Between Job and Dr. Quickstus, I doubt whether the like avalanche of disasters, Pelion on Other, and Kinjinjunga on Pelion of misfortunes, ever came thundering down on the head of an upright and evil-eschewing human creature. The tale of these successive misfortunes can only be briefly narrated, for to examine in detail the train of circumstances which led up to them, and the intricate nexus of human motive in which they were complicated, would be foreign to the purpose of this chronicle. Except passively, or negatively perhaps, Quickstus had no hand in their happening. As in the case of Job, the thunderbolts fell from a cloudless sky. His moral character was blameless, his position as assured, his life as happy as the patriarch's. He had done no man harm all his days, and he had no cause to fear evil from any quarter. A tithe or more of his goods he gave in generous charity, and not only did he not proclaim the fact aloud like the Pharisee, but never mentioned the matter to himself, for the simple reason that, keeping no accounts of his expenditure, he had not the remotest notion of the amount of his eleemosynary expenses. You would have far to go to meet a man more free from petty-mindedness or vanity than Ephraim Quickstus. He was mild, urbane, and for all his scholarly reading, Paleolithic knowledge, and wide travel, singularly modest. If you contradicted him, instead of asserting himself, as most men do, with increased vigour, he forthwith put back to find, if possible, the flaw in his own argument. When complimented on his undoubted attainments, he always sought to depreciate them. The achievement of others, even in his own special department of learning, moved his generous admiration. Yet he had one extraordinary vanity, which made him fall short of the perfection of his prototype in the land of Uz, the doctoral title which he possessed by virtue of his Ph.D. degree from the University of Heidelberg. Through signing his articles in learned publications, Ephraim Quickstus, Ph.D., his brethren among the learned, who rent him respectfully to pieces in other learned publications, invariably alluded to him as Dr. Quickstus. Through being thus styled by his brethren, both in print and conversation, he began to give his name as Dr. Quickstus to the stentorian functionary at the doors of banquets and receptions of the learned, and derived infinite gratification from hearing it loudly proclaimed to all assembled. From that to announcing himself as Dr. Quickstus to the parlour-maid or butler in the homes of the worldly was but a step. Now it may be questioned whether on the rolls kept by the Incorporated Law Society there is a solicitor who would style himself Doctor. It would be as foreign to the ordinary solicitor's notions of professional propriety as to interview his clients in a surplice. The title does not suggest a solicitor, any more than Quickstus himself did in person. He was a stranger, an anomaly, a changeling in the corporation. He ought never to have been a solicitor. He was a very bad solicitor, and that was what the judge said, among other things of a devastating nature, when he was giving evidence at a certain memorable trial, which took place not long after he had re-entered the stormy horizon of Clementina Wing, and his portrait had been hung above the presidential chair of the Anthropological Society. It is but justice to say that Quickstus was a solicitor not by choice, but by inheritance and filial affection. His father had an old-fashioned, lucrative family practice, into which, as it was his father's earnest desire, his kindly nature allowed him to drift. When his father died suddenly, almost as soon as his articles were completed and he was admitted into partnership, he stared in dismay at the prospect before him. He could no more draw up a conveyance of land, or administer a bankrupt estate, or prepare a brief for a barrister, than he could have steered an Atlantic liner into New York harbour. And he had not the faintest desire to know how to draw up a conveyance or administer an estate. Beyond acquiring from textbooks the bare information requisite for the passing of his examinations, he had never attempted to probe deeper into the machinery of the law. His mind attributed far greater importance to the sharp flint instruments wherewith primitive men settled their quarrels by whanging each other over the head, than to miserable instruments on parchment which adjusted the sordid wrangles of the present generation. By entering the profession he had merely gratified a paternal whim. There had been a Quickstus and Son in Lincoln's Inn for 100 years, and it was the dearest wish of the old man's heart that Quickstus and Son should remain there in saecula saeculorum. While his father was alive, Ephraim had scarcely thought of this desirable continuity, but his father dead, it behoved him to see piously to its establishment. The irksome part of the matter was that he had no financial reason for proceeding with an abominated profession. As hunger drives the wolves abroad, according to François Villon, so might hunger have driven him from his Paleolithic forest. But there was no chance of his being hungry. Not only did his father and his mother each leave him a comfortable fortune, but he was the declared heir of an uncle, his father's elder brother, who possessed large estates in Devonshire, and had impressed Ephraim from his boyhood up as one in advanced and palsied old age. Yet Quickstus and Son had to be carried on. How? He consulted the confidential clerk, Marrable, who had been in the office since boyhood. Marrable at once suggested a solution of the difficulty which almost caused Ephraim to throw himself into his arms for joy. It was wonderful. It was immense. Quickstus welcomed it as Henry VIII welcomed Cromwell's suggestion for getting rid of Queen Catherine. The solution was nothing less than that Ephraim should take him into partnership on generous terms. The deed of partnership was drawn up and signed, and Quickstus entered upon a series of happy and prosperous years. He attended the office occasionally, signed letters and interviewed old family clients, whom he entertained with instructive though irrelevant gossip until they went away comforted. When they insisted on business advice instead of comfort, he rang the bell, and Marrable appeared like a gin out of a bottle. Nothing could be simpler, nothing could work more satisfactorily. Not only did clients find their affairs thoroughly looked after, but they were flattered at having bestowed upon them the concentrated legal acumen and experience of the firm. You may say that, as a solicitor, Quickstus was a humbug, that he ought never to have accepted the position. But show me a man who has never done that which he ought not to have done, and you'll show me either an irresponsible idiot or an angel masquerading in mortal vesture. I have my doubts whether Job himself before his trials was quite as perfect as he is made out to be. Quickstus was neither idiot nor angel. At the most he was a scholarly, ineffectual gentleman of comfortable means, forced by filial tenderness into a distasteful and bewildering pursuit. He had neither the hard-heartedness to kill the one, nor the strength of will to devote himself to the mastery of the other. He compromised, you may say, with the devil. Well, the devil is notoriously insidious, and Quickstus was entirely unconscious of subscribing to a bargain. At any rate, the devil had a hand in his undoing, and appointed a zealous agent of iniquity in the person of Mr. Samuel Marrable. When Quickstus went to Lincoln's Inn Fields one morning and found, instead of his partner, a letter from him stating that he had gone abroad and would remain there without an address for an indefinite time, Quickstus was surprised. When he had summoned the managing clerk, and together they had opened Marrable's safe, both he and the clerk were bewildered, and after he had spent an hour or two with a chartered accountant for whom he had hurriedly telephoned, he grew sick from horror and amazement. Later in the day he heard through the police that a warrant was out for Samuel Marrable's arrest. In the course of time he learned that Samuel Marrable had done everything that a solicitor should not do. He had misappropriated trust funds, he had made away with bearer bonds, he had falsified accounts, he had forged transfers, he had speculated in wildcat concerns, he had become the dupe of a gang of company proprietors known through the city as Gehenna Unlimited. He had robbed the widow, he had robbed the orphan, he had robbed the firm, he had robbed with impunity for many years. But when in desperation he had tried to rob Gehenna Unlimited, they were too much for him. So Samuel Marrable had fled the country. Thus fell the first thunderbolt. Quickstus saw the fair repute of Quickstus and Son shattered in an instant, his own name tarnished, himself, and this was the most cruel part of the matter, betrayed and fooled by the man in whom he had placed his boundless trust. Marrable, whom he had known since he was a child of 5, with whom he had gone to pantomimes, exhibitions, and such-like junketings when he was a boy, who had first guided his reluctant feet through the mazes of the law, who had stood with him by his father's deathbed, who was bound to him by all the intimacies of a lifetime, on whose devotion he had counted as unquestioningly as a child on his mother's love. Marrable to be a rogue and a rascal, not a man at his wits' end yielding to a sudden temptation, but a deliberate, systematic villain. It was all but unthinkable. Yet here were irrefragable proofs as the law took its course. And all through the nightmare time that followed until the trial, for the poor fugitive was soon hunted down and haled back to London, when his days were spent in helpless examination of confusing figures and bewildering transactions, the insoluble human problem was uppermost in his mind. How could the man have done these things? Marrable had sobbed over his father's grave, and had put his arm affectionately round his shoulders and led him away to the mourning coach. Marrable had stood with him by another open grave, that of his dead wife, and had comforted him with affectionate sympathy. To the very end not a sinister look had appeared in his honest, capable eyes. On the very day of his flight he had lunched with Quickstus in the Savoy grill-room. He had laughed and jested and told Quickstus a funny story or two. When they parted, "Can I see you at the office this afternoon? No? Well, good-bye, Ephraim. God bless you." He had smiled and waved a cheery hand. How could a man shower upon another his tears, his sympathy, his laughter, his implored loyalty, his blessings, and all the time be a treacherous scoundrel working his ruin? All his knowledge of prehistoric man would not answer the question. "I wonder whether there are many people in the world like Marrable," he questioned. And from that moment he began to look at all clear-eyed honest folk and speculate in a dreary way whether they were like Marrable. The family honour being imperilled, duty summoned him to an interview with Matthew Quickstus, his father's elder brother, the head of the family, and owner of a large estate at Croxton in Devonshire, and other vast possessions. He paid him a week-end visit. The old man, nearly 90, received him with every mark of courtesy. He went out of his way to pay deference to him as a man of high position in the learned world. Instead of the Mr. Ephraim, which had been his designation in the house ever since the Master Ephraim had been dropped in the dim past, it was pointedly as Dr. Quickstus that butler and coachman and the rest of the household heard him referred to. Quickstus, who had always regarded his uncle as a fiery ancient, hot with family pride and quick to quarrel on the point of honour, was greatly relieved by his unexpected suavity of demeanour. He listened to his nephew's account of the great betrayal with a kindly smile, and wasted upon him bottles of the precious 54 port, which the butler, with appropriate ritual, only brought up for the inner brotherhood of Dionysus. On all previous occasions, Ephraim, at whose deplorably uncultivated palate the old man had shrugged pitying shoulders, had been treated to an unconsidered vintage put upon the table after dinner rather as a convention than, in the host's opinion, as a liquid fit for human throttle. He was sympathetic over the disaster, and alluded to Marrable in picturesquely old-world terms of depreciation. "It'll cost you a pretty penny, one way or the other," said he. "I shall have to make good the losses. I dare say I can make arrangements extending over a period of years." "Fly kites, eh? Well, I shan't live forever, but I'm not dead yet, by George, sir, no." And his poor old hand shook pitifully as he raised his glass to his lips. "My grandfather, your great-grandfather, lived to be 104. "It will be a matter of pride and delight to all who know you," said Quickstus, smiling and bowing, glass in hand, across the table, "if you champion the modern world and surpass him in longevity." "The property will come in very handy, though, won't it?" asked the old man. "I confess," said Quickstus, "that if I pay the liabilities out of my own resources, I may be somewhat embarrassed." "And what will you do with yourself when you shut up the shop?" "I shall devote myself more closely to my favourite pursuits." The old man nodded and finished his glass of port. "A damned gentlemanly occupation," said he, "without any confounded modern commercialism about it." Quickstus was pleased. Hitherto his uncle had not regarded his anthropological studies with too sympathetic an eye. He had lived all his life a country gentleman, looking shrewdly after his estates, building cottages, draining fields, riding to hounds, and shooting all things that were to be shot in their season. In science and scholarship he took no interest. It was therefore all the more gratifying to Quixtus to hear his studious scheme of life so heartily commended. The end of the visit was marked by the same amenity as the beginning, and Quixtus returned to town somewhat strengthened for the ordeal that lay before him. Up to the time of the trial he had met with nothing but the kindly sympathy of friends and the courteous addressing of those with whom he came into business relations. His first battering against the sharp and merciless edges of the world took place in open court. He stood in the witness box, a lone, piteous spectacle, a Saint Sebastian among witnesses, unsaved by miraculous interposition, like the lucky Sebastian, from personal discomfort. That he was an upright, sensitive gentleman mattered nothing to judge and counsel, just as the fact of Sebastian's being a goodly and gallant youth did not affect his would-be executioners. At every barb shot at him by judge and counsel he quivered visibly. They were within their rights. In their opinion he deserved to quiver. At the back of their legal minds they were all kindly gentlemen, and out of court had human minds like yours and mine. But in their legal minds, judge, counsel for the prosecution, counsel for the defence, all considered Quixtus a fortunate man in being in the witness box at all. He ought to have been in the dock. There had never been such fantastically culpable negligence. He did not know this. He had not inquired into that. Such a transaction he had just been aware of, but never understood. He had not examined the documents in question. Everything brought him by Marrable for signature he signed as a matter of course, without looking at it. "If Mr. Marrable had brought you a cheque for £20,000, drawn in his favour on your own private bankers, would you have signed it?" asked counsel. "Certainly," said Quixtus. "Why?" "I should not have looked at it." "But supposing the writing on the cheque has, as it were, leaped to your eyes?" "I should have taken it for granted that it had to do with the legitimate business of the firm." "If that is the case," remarked the judge, "I don't think that men like you ought to be allowed to go about loose." Whereat there arose laughter in court, and sudden hellish hatred of judges in the heart of Quixtus. "Can you give the court any reason why you drifted into such criminal carelessness?" asked counsel. "It never entered my head to doubt my partner's integrity." "Do you carry this childlike faith in human nature into all departments of life?" "Up to now I have had no reason to distrust my fellow creatures." "I congratulate you as a solicitor on having had a unique experience," said the judge acidly. Counsel continued, "I put it to you, suppose 2 or 3 plausible strangers told you a glittering tale, and one asked you to entrust him with £100 to show your confidence in him. Would you do it?" "I am not in the habit of consorting with vulgar strangers," retorted Quixtus with twitching lip. "Which means that you are too learned and lofty a person to deal with the common clay of this low world?" "I cannot deal with you," said Quixtus. Counsel grew red and angry, as there was laughter in which the judge joined. "The witness," said the latter, "is not quite such a fool as he would give us to imagine, Mr. Smithers." Thus the only blow that Quixtus could give was turned against him. Also, counsel, smarting under the hit, mishandled him severely, so that at the end of his examination he stepped down from the witness box less a man than a sentient bruise. He remained in court till the very end, deathly pale, pain in his eyes, and his mouth drawn into the lines of that of a child about to cry. The trial proceeded. There was no doubt of the guilt of the miserable wretch in the dock. The judge summed up, and it was then that he said the devastating things about Quixtus that inflamed his newly born hatred of judges to such an extent that it thenceforth blackened his candid and benevolent soul. The jury gave their verdict without retiring, and Marrable, at the age of 60, was condemned to 7 years' penal servitude. Quixtus left the court dazed and broken. He was met in the corridor by Tommy, who gripped him by the arm, led him down into the street, and put him into a cab. He had not been in court, being a boy of delicate feelings. "You must buck up, you know," he said to the silent, grey-faced man beside him. It will all come right. What you want now is a jolly stiff brandy and soda. Quickster smiled faintly. I think I do, said he. A few minutes later, Tommy superintended the taking of his prescription in the dining-room in Russell Square, and eyed Quicksters triumphantly as he set down the empty glass. There, that'll set you straight. There's nothing like it. Quicksters held out his hand. You're a good boy, Tommy. Thanks for taking care of me. I'll be all right now. Don't you think I might be of some use if I stayed? It's a bit lonesome here. I have a big box of stuff from the valley of the Dordogne which I haven't opened yet, said Quicksters. I was saving it up for this evening, so I shan't be lonesome. Well, be sure to have a good dinner and a bottle of fizz, said Tommy. After which sage counsel he went reluctantly away. Just as Clementina was sitting down to dinner, Tommy rushed in with a crumpled evening newspaper in his hand, incoherent with rage. Had she seen the full report? What did she think of it? How dared they say such things of a high-minded, honourable gentleman? Counsel on both sides were a disgrace to the bar, the judge a blot on the bench. They ought not to be allowed to cumber the earth. They ought to be shot on sight. Out west they would never have left the court alive. Had he lived in a simpler age, or in a more primitive society, the young paladin would have gone forth and slaughtered them in the bosom of their families. Fortunately, all he could do by way of wreaking his vengeance was to tear the newspaper in half, throw it on the floor, and stamp on it. "Feel better?" asked Clementina, who had listened to his heroics rather sourly. "If so, sit down and have some food." But Tommy declined nourishment. He was too sore to eat. His young spirit revolted against the injustice of the world. It clamoured for sympathy. "Say you think it's damnable." "Anything to do with the law is always damnable," said Clementina. "You shouldn't put yourself within its clutches. Please pass me the potatoes." Tommy handed her the dish. "I believe you're as hard as nails, Clementina." "All right, believe it," she replied grimly, and she would not say more, for in what she thought was her heart she agreed with the judge. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. Quicksters was still bowing his head over the dishonoured grave of Quicksters and Son when the second thunderbolt fell. The public disgrace drove a temperamentally hermit-like nature into more rigid seclusion. He resigned his presidency of the Anthropological Society. The council met and unanimously refused to accept his resignation. They wrote in such terms that he could not do otherwise than yield. But he gave up his attendance at their meetings. To a man, his friends among the learned professed their sympathy. It hurt rather than healed. Those who wrote received courteous and formal replies. Those who knocked at his door were refused admittance. Even Clementina, repenting of her harshness and pitying the lonely and helpless man, pinned on a shameless thing that had once resembled a hat, and went up by omnibus to Russell Square, only to find the door closed against her. The woman thus scorned became the fury, which, according to the poet, is unknown in Hades. She expressed her opinion of Quicksters pretty freely, but Quicksters shrank from her as he shrank from everyone, as he even shrank from his own servants. These he dismissed, with the exception of Mrs. Pennycook, his housekeeper, who since the death of his wife had held a high position of trust in his household, and a vague female of humble and heterogeneous appearance, who lived out and had the air of apologizing for inability to squeeze through the wall when he passed by. In view of he knew not what changes in his immediate financial circumstances, economy, he said, was desirable. He also shut up the greater part of the big house, finding a dim sort of pleasure in such retrenchment. He lived in his museum at the back, ate his meals in the little dark room at the head of the kitchen stairs, and changed his luxurious bedroom for a murky, cheerless little chamber adjoining the museum. When a man takes misery for a bride, he may be forgiven for exaggeration in his early transports. Only on Tuesday night did he throw open dining-room and drawing-room, where he received Huckabee, Vandermeer, and Billiter as in the past. To them his smile and his old self were given. Indeed, he found a newer sympathy with them. He, even as they, had been the victim of outrageous fortune. He too had suffered from the treachery of man and the insolence of office. The three found an extra guerdon in their greatcoat pockets. There were times, however, when the museum grew wearisome through familiarity, when he found no novelty in the quaternary skull from Silesia, or the engraved reindeers on the Neolithic axe heads, or the necklet of the Lady of the Bronze Age, when he craved things nearer to his own time which would give him some message of modernity. On such occasions he would either walk abroad, or, if the weather were foul, take a childish pleasure in exploring the sealed chambers of the house. For, shut up a room, exclude from it the light of day, cover the furniture with dust-sheets till you get the semblance of a morgue of strange beasts, forget it for a while, and on re-entering it you will have all the elements of mystery which gradually and agreeably give place to little pleasant shocks of discovery of the familiar. The neglected pictures that have hung on the walls, the huddled knick-knacks on a table, the heap of books on the floor, all have messages of gentle reproach. A newspaper of years ago, wrapped round a cushion, once opened by eager hands and containing in its headlines world-shaking news, now so stale and forgotten, is a pathetic object. In drawers are garments out of date, preserved heaven knows why, keepsakes worked by fair hands, unused but negligently treasured, faded curtains which will never be rehung, 1,000 old stimulating things, down to ends of sealing-wax and carefully rolled bits of twine. And some drawers are empty, and from them rises the odour of lavender, poignant with memories of the things that are no more. It was a large, old-fashioned house which had been his father's before him, in which he had been born, and it was full of memories. In the recess of a dark cupboard in one of the attics he found a glass jar, which had escaped the vigilance or commanded the respect of generations of housemaids, covered with a parchment on which was written in his mother's hand, "Damson Jam." His mother had died a quarter of a century ago. An old hair trunk in the corner of the box-room, such a hair trunk as the boldest man during Quickster's lifetime would have shrunk from having attached to him on his travels, contained correspondence of his grandfather's, and old daguerreotypes and photographs of stiff, staring, faded people, long since gone to a, let us hope, more becomingly attired world. There was a miniature on ivory, villainously painted, of a chubby red-cheeked child, and on the back was written, "My son Matthew, aged 2 years and 6 months." Could the shrivelled, myriad-wrinkled, palsied old man whom Ephraim had visited but a short while since ever have remotely resembled this? The hair-trunk also contained a pistol with a label, "Carried by my father at Waterloo." That was the old gentleman who had lived to 104. Why had this relic of family honour remained hidden all his life? The more he searched into odd corners, the more did his discoveries stimulate his interest. Of his own life he found records in unexpected places, a bundle of school reports. He opened it at random, and his eye fell upon the headmaster's report at the foot of a sheet. Studious but unpractical, it seems impossible to arouse in him a sense of ambition or even of the responsibilities of life. He smiled somewhat wistfully and put the bundle in his pocket with a view to the further acquisition of self-knowledge. A set of Cambridge College bills tied with red tape, a broken microscope, a case of geometrical drawing instruments, a manuscript book of early poems, mimetic echoes of Keats, Tennyson, Shelley, Swinburne, who were all clamouring together in his brain, his college blazer, much moth-eaten, his Heidelberg student's cap, ditto. Ah, que sont loin ces jours si regrettés. Of his wife, too, there was almost forgotten relics. An oak chest opened unexpectedly disclosed a pair of little pink satin slippers standing wistfully on the top of the tissue paper that protected the dresses beneath. The key was in the lock. He closed the lid reverently, locked the chest, and put the key in his pocket. They had had together 5 years of placid happiness. She was a sweet, white-winged soul, Angela. Her little boudoir on the second floor had not been used since her death, and was much as she had left it. Only the dust-sheets and the gloom invested it in a more ghostly atmosphere than other less sacred chambers. Her work-basket stood by the window. He opened it, and found it still contained a reel of thread and a needle-case stuck full of rusty needles. On the wall hung an enlarged portrait of himself at the age of 30. He was not quite so lantern-jawed then, and his hair was thicker on the top. A watercolour sketch of Angela hung over the oak bureau, on which she used to write her dinner notes and puzzle her pretty head over household accounts. He drew up the blind so as to see the picture more clearly. Yes, it was like her, dark-haired, fragile, with liquid brown eyes. There was just that dimple in her chin. He remembered it so well, but strangely it had played no part in his customary mental picture of her. In the rediscovery of the dimple he found a vague and melancholy pleasure. Idly he drew down the slanting lids of the bureau and pulled out the long narrow drawers that supported it underneath. The interior was empty. He recollected now that he had cleared it of its contents when setting Angela's affairs after her death. He thrust up the slanting lid, pushed back the long right-hand drawer, pushed the left-hand one. It stuck. He tried to ease it in, but it was jammed. He pulled it out with a jerk and found that the cause of the jam was a letter flat against the end of the drawer with the corner turned over the edge. He took out the letter, closed the drawers, and smiled sadly, glad to have discovered a new relic of Angela in the bureau, probably a gossiping note from a friend, perhaps one from himself. He went to the light of the window. "My adored heart's dearest and most beloved angel," so the letter began. He scanned the words, bewildered. Certainly in his wildest dreams he had never imagined such a form of address. Besides, the handwriting was not his. He turned the sheet rapidly and glanced at the end. "God, how I love you. Will." Will? Will Hammersley? It was Will Hammersley's handwriting. What did it mean? He paused for a few moments, breathing hard, looking with blind eyes through the window over the square. At last he read the letter. Then he thrust it, a crumpled ball, into his pocket, and reeled out of the room like a drunken man, down the stairs of the lonely house, and flung himself into a chair in his museum, where he sat for hours, staring before him, paralysed with an awful dismay. At 5 o'clock his housekeeper entered with the tea things. He did not want tea. At 7 she came again to the large dark room, lit only by the red glow of the fire. "The gentlemen are here, sir." It was a Tuesday evening. He had forgotten. He stumbled to his feet. "All right," he said. Then he shivered, feeling a deadly sickness of soul. No, he could not meet his fellow creatures tonight. "Give them my compliments and apologies. Say I am unwell and unable to dine with them this evening. See that they have all they want, as usual." "Very good, sir. But yourself? I'm sorry you were ill, sir. What can I bring you?" "Nothing," said Quickstus harshly. "Nothing, and please don't trouble me any more." Mrs. Pennycook regarded him in some astonishment, not having heard him speak in such a tone before. Probably no one else had since he had learned to speak. "If you're not better in the morning, sir, I might fetch the doctor." He turned in his chair. "Go, I tell you. Go. Leave me alone." Later he rose and switched on the light, and, mechanically descending to the hall like a sleepwalker, deposited his usual largesse in the pockets of the 3 seedy, familiar overcoats. Then he went up to his museum again. The effort, however, had cleared his mind. He reflected. He had not been very well of late. There were such things as hallucinations to which men broken down by mental strain were subject. Let him read the letter through once more. He took the crumpled paper from his pocket, smoothed it out, and read. No, there was no delusion. The whole story was there, the treachery, the faithlessness, the guilty passion that gloried in its repeated consummation. His wife Angela, his friend Will Hammersley, the only woman and the only man he had ever loved. A sudden memory smote him. He had entrusted her to Hammersley's keeping times out of number. "My God," said he, beating his forehead with a clenched fist. "My God!" And so fell the second thunderbolt. Towards midnight there came a heavy knocking at his door. Startled by the unusual sound, he cried, "What's that? Who's there?" The door opened, and Eustace Huckerby lurched solemnly into the room. His ruffled hair stood up on end like a cockatoo's crest, and his watery eyes glistened. He pulled his straggling beard. Sorry, old man, to hear you're seedy. Going to know how getting on?" Quickstus rose, a new sternness on his face, and confronted the intruder. "Huckabee, you're drunk." Huckabee laughed and waved a protesting hand, thereby nearly losing his balance. "Oh," said he, "ridiculous. I'm not drunk. Other fellows are, drunk as owls. That's why I couldn't come to see you. They're not quite the sort of men being accustomed to associate with. I'm a university man, like you, Quickstus, sometime fellow Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. I first gave motto for club, didn't I? Procul, o procul este profani. It's Latin. Other two lobsters don't know a word of Latin. It was lobsters. Lobsters, that's what I call 'em." He lurched heavily into a chair. "Awful thirsty. You got a drink, old fellow?" "No," said Quickstus, "I haven't, and if I had I wouldn't give it to you." The reprobate pondered darkly over the announcement. Then he hiccuped, and his face brightened. "Oh, here, dear old friend." Quickstus interrupted him. "Do you mean to tell me those other men are drunk too?" "That's all. You go down, see 'em." He threw back his head and broke out into sudden shrill laughter. Then, checking himself, he said with an awful gravity, "I beg your pardon, Quickstus. They'll call that disgrace, humanity." "You three have dined in this house once a week for years, and no one has left it the worse for liquor. And now, the first time I leave you to yourselves, I was really not able to join you tonight. You take advantage of my absence and—" Huckabee staggered to his feet and tried to lay his hand on Quickstus's shoulder. Having recovered himself, he put it on top of a case of prehistoric implements. "This is what I want to explain to you. They're lobsters, dear old friend, just lobsters, all claw and belly and no heart. I'm a university man like you, Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. They're not friends of yours, they're lobsters, running lobsters. I'm not drunk, you know. I'm all right. I'm telling you." Quickstus took him by the arm. "I think you'd better go away, Huckabee." "No, send other fellows away. I'm a friend," said he, pointing a shaky forefinger. "I want to tell you, I'm a university man, and so are you. I don't care how much you made out of it. You're all right, Quickstus. I'm your friend. Other lobsters said at dinner that if justice were done, you'd be in quad." Quickstus took the gaunt sot by the shoulders and shook him. "What the devil do you mean?" Don't accept good dinner," said Huckabee, wriggling away. "You won't believe I'm your friend. Van and Billers say you were in with Paramore, what's his name, all the time. It's just your rosy luck that you weren't doing time too. Now, I don't care if you did stand in with Parachute. It isn't my business. But I'll stand by you. I, Eustace Huckabee, Master of Arts, sometime fellow Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. There's my hand." He extended it, but Quickstus regarded it not. "The three of you have not contented yourselves with getting drunk, but you've been slandering me behind my back, foully slandering me." He went to the door and flung it open. "I think it's time, Huckabee, that we join the others." Huckabee shambled down the stairs, murmuring of lobsters and parables, and turning every now and then to assure his host that adverse circumstances made no difference to his imperishable affection. And so they reached the dining-room. Huckabee had spoken truly. Biddleton was sprawling back in his chair, his coat and waistcoat covered with cigar ash. His bald head was crowned by the truncated cone of a candle-shade, a jest of Huckabee's, which gave him an appearance that would have been comic to a casual observer, but to Quickstus was peculiarly obscene. His dazed eyes were fixed stupidly on Vandermeer, who, the picture of woe, was weeping bitterly because he had no one to love him. At the sight of Quickstus, Biddleton made an effort to rise, but fell back heavily onto his seat, the candle-shade falling likewise. He muttered hoarsely and incoherently that it was the confounded gout again in his ankles. Then he expressed a desire to slumber. Vandermeer raised a maudlin face. "Do you want to love me?" he whined, and tried to pour from an empty decanter. It slipped from his hand and broke a glass. "Not even a drop of consolation left?" he said. "Disgraceful, isn't it?" said Huckabee with a hiccup. Quickstus eyed them with disgust. Humanity was revolting. He turned to Huckabee and said with a shudder, For God's sake, take them away. Huckabee summed them up with an unsteady but practised eye. Come look, ruddy lobsters, must have cabs. Quicksters went to the street door and whistled up a couple of four-wheelers from the rank, and eventually, by the aid of Huckabee and the cabmen, whom he had to bribe heavily to drive the wretches home, they were deposited in some sort of sitting posture, each in a separate vehicle. As soon as the sound of the departing wheels died away, Quicksters held out Huckabee's overcoat. "You're sober enough to walk," said he, helping him on with it. "Good night." Huckabee turned on the doorstep. "I want you to remember, don't care a damn what a friend has done. If you want help, come to me. Sometime fellow call—" Quicksters closed the street door in his face and heard no more. These were his friends. These the men who had lived on his bounty, who for years, for what they could get, had controlled their knavery, their hypocrisy. These were the men for whom he had striven, these sots, these dogs, these vulgar-hearted, slandering knaves. His very soul was sick. He paused at the dining-room door, and for a moment looked at the scene of the debauch. Wine and coffee were spilled, glasses broken. A lighted stump of cigar had burned a great brown hole in the tablecloth. He grimly imagined the tipsy scene. If he had been with them, there would have been smug faces, deprecating hands upheld at the second round of the port, talk on art, literature, religion, and what not, and, at parting, whispered blessings and fervent handshakes. And all the time there would have been slanderous venom in their hearts, and the raging beast of drink within them cursing him for his repressing presence. "The canting rogues," he murmured as he went back to his museum. "The canting rogues." He thrust his hands in a gesture of anger and disgust deep into his jacket pockets. His knuckles came against the crumpled letter. He turned faint and clung to the newel post on the landing for support. The smaller treachery coming close before his eyes had for the time eclipsed the greater. "My God," he said, "is all the world against me?" Unfortunately, there was a thunderbolt or two yet to fall. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. To my nephew Ephraim, for his soul's good, I bequeath my cellar of wine, which I adjure him to drink with care, thought, diligence, and appreciation, being convinced that a sound judgment of wine is, or is on the way to becoming, what my nephew is not, a judge of men and affairs. Quickster stared at the ironical words written in Matthew Quickster's sharp, precise handwriting, and turned, with a grave face, to the lawyer who had pointed them out. "Is that the only reference to me in the will, Mr. Henslow?" he asked. "Unfortunately, yes, Dr. Quickster. You can see for yourself." He handed Quickster the document. Matthew Quickster had bequeathed large sums of money to charities, smaller sums to old servants, the wine to Ephraim, and the residue of his estate to a Quickster unknown to Ephraim, save by hearsay, who had settled 30 years before in New York. Even Tommy Burgrave, with whom he had been on good terms, was not mentioned. But he had quarrelled years before with his niece, Tommy's mother, for making an impecunious marriage, and, to do him justice, had never promised the boy anything. The will was dated a few weeks back, and had been witnessed by the butler and the coachman. "I should like you to understand, Dr. Quickster," said Henslow, "that until we found that envelope I had no idea that your uncle had made a fresh will. I came here with the old one in my hand, which I drew up and which has been in my office safe for 15 years. Under that, I need not tell you, you were, with the exception of a few trifling legacies, the sole legatee. I am deeply grieved." "Let me see that date again," said Quickster. He pressed his hands to his eyes and thought. It was the day before his arrival on his last visit. The telegram announcing Matthew Quickster's sudden death had brought a gleam of light into a soul which for a week had been black with misery. It awakened him to a sense of outer things. A sincere affection for the old man had been a lifelong habit. It was a shock to realize that he was no longer alive. Besides, having always unconsciously taken a child's view of death, he felt genuinely sorry, for his uncle's sake, that he should have died. Impulses of pity, tenderness, regret stirred in his deadened heart. He forthwith set out for Devonshire, and when he arrived at Croxton, stood over the pinched, waxen face till the tears came into his eyes. He had summoned Tommy Burgrave, the only other member of the family in England, but Tommy had not been able to attend. He had caught cold while painting in the open air, and was in bed with a slight attack of congestion of the lungs. Quickstus was alone in the great house. With the aid of Henslow he made the funeral arrangements. The old man was laid to rest in the quiet churchyard of Croxton. Half the county came to pay their tribute to his memory, and shook Quickstus by the hand. Then he came back to the house, and in the presence of one or two of the old servants, the will was read. It had been dated the day before his arrival on his last visit. The thing had been written and signed and witnessed and sealed, and was lying in that locked drawer in the library all the time that the old man was welcoming him, flattering him, showing him deference. All the suavity and deference had been mockery. The old man had made him a notorious geck and gull. His pale blue eyes hardened, and he turned an expressionless face to the lawyer. "I am afraid it would not be possible," said Henslow, "to have the will set aside on the ground of, say, senility on the part of the testator." "My uncle had every faculty at its keenest when he wrote it," said Quickstus, "including that of merciless cruelty." "It was a heartless jest," the lawyer agreed. "If you will do me a service, Mr. Henslow, you might be kind enough to instruct one of my servants to pack up my bag and forward it to my London address. I am going now to the railway station." The lawyer looked at his watch and put out a detaining hand. "There's not a decent train for 2 or 3 hours." "I would rather," said Quickstus, "ride a tortoise home than stay in this house another moment." He walked out of the room and out of the house, and, after waiting at the station whence he dispatched a telegram to his housekeeper, who was not expecting him back for 2 or 3 days, took the first train, a slow one, to London. In his corner of the railway carriage the much-afflicted man sat motionless, brooding. Everything had happened that could shake to its foundations a man's faith in humanity and swallow it up in abysmal darkness. Suddenly, as though by a prearranged design, as you know was the case with his forerunner in the land of Uz, cataclysm after cataclysm had revealed to him the essential baseness, treachery, cruelty of mankind. For in his eyes these were proved to be essential qualities. Had they not been revealed to him, not by fitful gleams, but in one steady, lurid glare, in the nature of those who had been nearest to him in the world? Angela, Will Hammersley, Marrable, Huckabee, Vandermeer, Biditer, Matthew Quickstus. If the same hell streak ran through the souls of these, surely it must run through the souls of all the sons and daughters of Adam. Now here came the great puzzle. Why should he, Ephraim Quickstus, as far as he could tell, vary from the unkindly race of man? Why, hitherto, had baseness, treachery, and cruelty been as foreign to his nature as an overpowering inclination towards arson or homicide? Why had he been unequipped with these qualities, which appeared to serve mortals as weapons wherewith to fight the common battle of life? The why he could not tell. That he had them not was obvious. That he had gone to the wall through lack of them was obvious too. Instead of the dagger of baseness, the sword of cruelty, the shield of treachery, all finely tempered implements of war, he had been fighting with the wooden lath of virtue and the brawn buckler of trust. Armed as he should have been, he would have outmanoeuvred Marrable at his own game, kept his wife in chaste and wholesome terror of his jealousy, sent Huckabee and company long since to the limbo where they belonged, deluded his uncle into the belief that he was a devil of a fellow, and now be standing with flapping wings and crowing voice triumphant on this dunghill of a world. But he had been hopelessly outmatched. Whoever had taken upon himself the responsibility of equipping him for the battle of life had been guilty of incredible negligence. But on whom could he call to remedy this defect? Men called on the unknown God to make them good, but it would be idiotic as well as blasphemous to call on him to make one bad. How, then, were the essential qualities of baseness, treachery, and cruelty to be captured and brought into his armoury? Perhaps the devil might help. but we are so matter-of-fact and scientific in these days that even the simple soul of Quixtus could not quite believe in his existence. If he had lived in the Middle Ages, so in scholarly gloom ran his fancy, he could have drawn circles and pentagrams and things on the floor, and uttered the incantations, and all the hierarchy of hell would have been at his command. Satanus, Lucifer, Mephistopheles, Asmodeus, Samael, Asael, Beelzebub, Azazel, Macathiel. Quixtus rather leaned towards Macathiel. The name suggested a merciless, bulbous, high-cheek-boned devil in a kilt. Impatiently he shook his thoughts free from the fantastic channel into which they had wandered, and brought them back into the ever-thickening slough of his soul. The train lumbered on, stopping at pretty wayside stations, where fresh-faced folk with awkward gait and soft, deep voices clattered cheerily past Quixtus's windows on their way to or from the third-class carriages, or at the noisier, bustling stations of large towns. Now and then a well-dressed traveller invaded his solitude for a short distance, but Quixtus sat in his remote corner, seeing, hearing nothing, brooding on the baseness, treachery, and cruelty of mankind. He had come to the end of love, the end of trust, the end of friendship. When the shapes of those who were still loyal to him flitted across his darkened fancy, he cursed them in his heart. They were as corrupt as the rest. That they had not been found out in their villainy only proved a thicker mask of hypocrisy. He had finished with them all. If he had been a more choleric man, gifted with the power of picturesque vehemence of language, he might have outrivalled Timon of Athens in the denunciation of his fellows. It must be a relief to anyone in such a frame of mind to stand up and, with violent gestures, express his views in terms of sciatica, itches, blains, leprosy, venomed worms, and ulcerous sores, and to call upon the blessed breeding sun to draw from the earth rotten humidity, and below his sister's orb to infect the air. He knows exactly what he feels, gives it full artistic expression, and finds himself all the better for it. But Quixtus, inarticulate, had no such comfort. Indeed, he could hardly have expressed the welter of horror, hate, and misery that was his moral being in any form of speech whatever. As the train rumbled on, the phrase, "Evil be thou my good," wove itself into the rhythm of the machinery. He let it sing dully and stupidly in his ears, and his mind worked subconsciously back to Macathiel. As yet he had imagined no future attitude towards life. His soul was in a state of negation. The insistent invocation of evil was but a catchword, irritating his brain and having no real significance. At the most he envisaged the future as a period of inactive misanthropy and suspicion. He had as yet no stirrings to action. On the other hand, he did not, like Job, after the first series of afflictions, rend his clothes, shave his head, and bear his reverses with pious resignation. The train arrived an hour late, as slow trains are apt to do, and it was nearly 11:30 when he reached his house in Russell Square. He opened the door with his latch-key. The hall was dark, contrary to custom. He switched on the light, and turning saw that the letter-box had not been cleared. Mechanically he took out the letters, and beneath the hall lamp glanced at the outside of the envelopes. Among them was the telegram he had sent from Devonshire. Even a man wallowing in the deepest abysses of spiritual misery needs food, and when he finds that a telegram ordering supper, for his return was unexpected, had not been opened, he may be pardoned purely material disappointment and irritation. Mrs. Pennycook, the housekeeper, must have profited by his absence to take a holiday. But what business had she to take a holiday and leave the house uncared for at that time of night? For if she had returned, she would have lit the hall light and cleared the letter-box. He resigned himself peevishly to the prospect of a biscuit and a whisky and soda in the little back room where he ate his meals. He strode down the passage to the head of the kitchen stairs and opened the study door. A glare of light met his eyes, and a moment afterwards something else. This was Mrs. Pennycook in an arm-chair, sleeping a bedraggled sleep with 2 empty quart bottles of champagne and an empty bottle of whisky by her side. He shook her hard by the shoulders, but beyond stertorous and jerky breaths the blissful lady showed no signs of animation. It was then that a constricting thread snapped in Quixtus's brain. It was then, as if by a trick of magic, that all the vaguely billowing horrors, disillusions, disgusts, resentments and hatreds coordinated themselves into a scheme of fierce vividness. Just as the Boyles made Job, who had borne the annihilation of his family with equanimity, open his mouth and curse his day, so did a drunken servant, who neglected to give him his supper, awaken Ephraim Quickstus to the glorious thrill of a remorseless, relentless malignity. He threw up his hands and laughed aloud, peals of unearthly laughter that woke the echoes of the empty house, that woke the canary in its cage by the window, causing it to utter a few protesting cheeps, that arrested the policeman on his beat outside, that did everything human laughter in the way of noise can do, even stimulating the blissful lady to open half a glazed eye for the fraction of a second. After his paroxysm had subsided, he looked at the woman for a moment, and then with an air of peculiar malevolence took a sheet of notepaper from a small writing-table beneath the canary's cage, and wrote on it, "Let me never see your face again. E.Q." This, by the aid of a hairpin that had fallen into her lap, he pinned to her apron. Then, with another laugh, he left her beneath the glare of the light and went out into the street. He was thrilled, like a drunken man, with a new sense of life. Years had fallen from his shoulders. He had solved the riddle of the world. Baseness, treachery, cruelty. He felt them pulsating in his heart with a maddening joy of existence. Evil was his good. He was no longer even a base, treacherous, cruel man. He was a devil incarnate. The long, exultant years in front of him would be spent in deeds of shame and crime and unprecedented wickedness. If there was a throne to be waded to through slaughter would he wade to it. He would shut the gates of mercy on mankind. He held out both hands in front of him with stiffened, outspread fingers. If only there was a human throat between them, how they would close around it, how he would gloat over the dying agony. Caligula was the man for him. He regretted his untimely death. What a collie could have made of the fiend who wished that the whole human race had one neck, so that it could be severed at one blow? He reached this stage in his exultant reflections when he found himself outside a restaurant which he had never entered, at the Oxford Street end of the Tottenham Court Road. He remembered that he was hungry, that a new-born spirit of wickedness must be fed. He went in, unconscious of the company or the surroundings, and ordered supper. The waiter said that it was nearly closing time. Quickstus called for a plate of cold beef and a whisky and soda. He devoured the meat ravenously, forgetful of the bread by his side, and drank the drink at a gulp. Having lit a cigar, he threw half a sovereign on the table and walked out. He walked along the streets, heedless of direction, down Shaftesbury Avenue, across Piccadilly Circus blazing with light, through Leicester Square, along the still hurrying Strand to Fleet Street, noiseless and empty, his brain on fire, weaving exquisite fabrics of devilry. Suddenly he halted on a glorious thought. Why should he not begin there and then? The whole of London with its crime and sin and rottenness lay before him. He retraced his steps back to the Babylon of the West. What could he do? Where could he find adequate wickedness? When he reached Charing Cross again, it was dark and deserted. A square mile of London has every night about an hour of tearing, surging, hectic life. Then, all of a sudden, the thousands of folk are swept away to the four corners of the mighty city, and all is still. A woman, as Quickstus passed, quickened her pace and murmured words. Here was a partner in wickedness to his hand. But the flesh of the delicately fibred man revolted simultaneously with the thought. No, that did not come within his scheme of wickedness. He slipped a coin into the woman's palm, because she looked so forlorn, and went his way. She was useless for his purpose. What he sought was some occasion for pitilessness, for doing evil to his fellow creatures. A fine rain began to fall, but he heeded it not, burning with the sense of adventure. A reminiscence of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde crossed his mind. Hyde, like Caligula, was also the man for him. Didn't he once throw a child down in a lonely street and stamp on it? He walked and walked through the now silent places, and the more he walked, the less opening for wickedness did he see. The potentialities of Babylon appeared to him overrated. After a wide and aimless detour, he found himself again at Charing Cross. He struck down Whitehall. But in Whitehall and Parliament Street, the stately palaces on either side, vast museums of an empire's decorum, forbade the suggestion of wickedness. The belated omnibuses and cabs that passed along were invested with a momentary hush of respectability. He turned up the Thames Embankment and saw the mass of the great buildings, with here and there patches of lighted windows showing above the tree-tops of the gardens, the benches below filled with huddled, sodden shapes of human misery, the broad, silent thoroughfares, the parapet, the dimly flowing river below, a black mirror marked by streaks of light, reflections from lamps on parapets and bridges, the low-lying walls on the opposite side swallowed up in blackness. And no attractive wickedness was apparent, nor was there any on the great bridge, disturbed only by the slow wagons, mountains high, bringing food for the insatiable multitude of London, and lumbering on in endless trail with an impressive faithfulness. Nor even at the coffee stall at the corner of the Waterloo Bridge Road, its damp little swarm of frequenters clustering to it like bees, their faces illuminated by the segment of light cast by the reflector at the back of the stall, all harmlessly drinking cocoa or wistfully watching others drink it. For a moment he thought of joining the swarm, as some of the faces looked alluringly vile, but the inbred instinct of fastidiousness made him pass it by. He plunged into the unsavoury streets beyond. They were still and ghostly. All things diabolical could no doubt be found behind those silent windows. But at 2 o'clock in the morning sin is generally asleep, and sleeping sin and sleeping virtue are as alike as two pins. Meanwhile the fine rain fell unceasingly, and the earnest seeker after wickedness began to feel wet and chilly. This is a degenerate age. A couple of centuries ago Quickset could have manned a ship with cutthroats, hoisted the skull on crossbones, and become the terror of the seas. Or at a more recent date, if he had been a Corsican, he could have taken his gun and gone into the Marquis and declared war on the island. If he lived in the 14th century, he could have become a condottiere after the fashion of the gentle Duke Garnieri, who, wearing on his breast a silver badge with the inscription, "The enemy of God, of pity and of mercy," gained for himself enviable unpopularity in northern Italy. As a Malay, he could have taken a queerly curving, business-like knife and run amok, to his great personal satisfaction. In prehistoric times he could have sat for a couple of delicious months in a cave, polishing and sharpening a beautiful axe-head, and having fitted it to its haft, have gone forth and, probably scouting behind trees so as to get his victims in the rear, have had a gorgeous a time as was given to prehistoric man to imagine. But nowadays who can do these delightful, vindictive, and misanthropical things with any feeling of security? If Quickset, obeying a logically developed impulse, had slaughtered a young man in evening dress in Piccadilly, he most indubitably would have been hung, to say nothing of being subjected to all the sordid procedure of a trial for murder. Nor is this all. Owing to some flaw in our system of education, Quickset had not been trained to deeds of violence. No one had even set before him the theoretical philosophy of the subject. You may argue, I am aware, that we use other weapons now than the cutlass of the pirate or the stone axe of the quaternary age. We have the subtler vengeance of voice and pen, which can give a more exquisite finish to the devastation of human lives. But I would remind you that Quickset, through the neglect of his legal studies and practice, was ignorant of the ordinary laws of chicane, and of the elementary principles of financial dishonesty that guided the nefariousness of folk like Gehenna Unlimited. It must be admitted, therefore, that Quickset entered on his career of depravity greatly handicapped. The grey light of a hopeless May dawn was just beginning to outline the towers and spires of Westminster against the sky, when Quickset found himself by the Westminster Hospital. He was damp and chill, somewhat depressed. The thrill of adventure had passed away, leaving disappointment and a little disillusion in its place. He was also physically fatigued, and his shoulders and feet ached. One ghostly hansom cab stood on the rank, the horse drooping its dejected head into a lean nose-bag, the driver asleep inside. Quickset resolved to arouse the man from his slumbers, and, abandoning the pursuit of evil for the night, drive home to Russell Square. But as he was crossing the road towards the vehicle, A miserable object, starting up from the earth, ran by his side and addressed him in a voice so hoarse that it scarcely rose above a whisper.
"For God's sake, governor, spare a poor man a copper or two. I've not tasted food for 24 hours.
Quickster stopped, his instinctive fingers diving into his pence pocket. Suddenly an idea struck him.
"You must have led a very evil life," said he, "to come to this state of destitution." "What you getting at?"
growled the applicant, one eye fixed suspiciously on Quickster's face, the other on the fumbling hand.
"I'm not going to preach to you, far from it," said Quickster, "but I should like to know. You must have seen a great deal of wickedness in your time." "If you ask me," opined the man, "there's nothing but wickedness in this blankety-blank world."
He did not say blankety-blank, but used other and more lurid epithets, which, though they were not exactly the ones that Quickster himself would have chosen, at least showed him that his companion and himself were agreed on their fundamental conception of the universe.
"If you will tell me where I can find some," he said, "I will give you half a crown."
A glimmer of astonished interest lit up the man's dull eyes.
"What do you want to know for?" "That's my business," said Quickster. The cabman, suddenly awakened, saw the possibility of a fare. He clambered out of the vehicle. "A cab, sir?"
he called across the road.
"Yes," said Quickster.
"Half a crown?" said the battered man.
"Certainly," said Quickster. "I'll tell you, governor, I've been a bookie's tout, see? Not a slap-up bookie in the ring, but an outside one which did a bit of welshing when he could, see? And what I say is that I see more wickedness there than anywhere else. If you want to see blankety-blank wickedness, you go on the turf."
He cleared his throat, but his whisper had grown almost inaudible.
"I've lost my voice," he said.
Quickster looked at the drenched, starved, voiceless, unshorn horror of a man standing outcast and dying of want and wickedness in the grey dawn, under the shadow of the central symbols of the pomp and majesty of England.
"You look very ill," said he.
"Something," breathed the man. Quickster shivered. The cabman, who had hastily dispossessed the dejected horse of the nosebag, had climbed into his dickey and was swinging the cab round.
"I thank you very much for your information," said Quickster. "Here's half a sovereign."
Voicelessness and wonder provoked an inarticulate wheeze like the spitting of a cat. The man was still gaping at the unaccustomed coin in his hand when the cab drove off. But Quickster had not been many minutes on his way when a thought smote him like a sledge-hammer. He brought his fist down furiously on the leathern seat.
"What a fool! What a monumental fool I've been!" he cried.
He had just realized that the devil had offered him as pretty a little chance of sheer wickedness as could be met with on a May morning, which he had not taken. Instead of giving the man 10 shillings, he ought to have laughed in his face, taunted him with his emaciation, and driven off without paying the half-crown he had promised. To have let the very first opportunity slip through his fingers! He would have to wear a badge like that of the gentle Duke Garnieri to keep his wits from wandering. When he reached home, he looked for a moment into the little room at the head of the kitchen stairs. The blissful one still slept, a happy smile on her face and the paper pinned to her apron. There was surely some chance of wickedness here. Quickster, furens, scratched an inventive head. Suppose he carried her outside and set her on the doorstep? He regarded her critically. She was buxom, about 12 stone. He was a spare and unathletic man. A great yawn interrupted his speculations, and turning off the light, he stumbled off sleepily and wearily to bed. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. The blissful one carried out her master's written injunction. He did not see her face again. She packed up her trunks the next morning and silently stole away with a racking headache and a set of gold teaspoons which she took in lieu of a month's wages. The vague female awakened Quickster and prepared his breakfast. When he asked her whether she could cook lunch, she grew pale, but said that she would try. She went to the nearest butcher,
bought a fibrous organic substance which he asserted to be prime rump steak, and coming back did something desperate with it in a frying pan. After the first disastrous mouthful, Quickstus rose from the table. "I give it to you for yourself, my good woman," said he, priding himself on his murderous intent. "I'll get lunch elsewhere." He back to his club for the first time for many days, and this marked his reappearance in the great world. He was halfway through his meal when a man, passing down the room from pay-desk to door, caught sight of him and approached with extended hand. "My dear Quickstus, how good it is to see you again!" He was a bald, pink-faced little man, wearing great round gold spectacles that seemed to be fitted on to his smiles. Kindliness and the gladness of life emanated from him, as perfume does from a jar of attar of roses. His name was Wonnacott, and he was a member of the Council of the Anthropological Society. Quickstus, who had known him for years, scanned his glad, cherubic face and set him down as a false-hearted scoundrel. With his mental reservation, he greeted him cordially enough. "We want you badly," said Wonnacott. "Things aren't all they should be at the Society." "The monkey's tail peeping out between their coat-tails?" Quickstus asked eagerly. No, it's only Griffiths." Griffiths was the vice-president. "He knows his subject as well as anybody, but he's a perfect fool in the chair. We want you back." "Very good of you to say so," replied Quickstus, "but I'm thinking of resigning from the Society altogether, giving up the study of anthropology, and presenting my collection to a criminal lunatic asylum." Wonnacott, laughing, drew a chair from the vacant table next to Quickstus's and sat down. "Why? What?" "We know how primitive man in most of the epochs slew his enemies, cooked his food, and adorned or disfigured his person, but of the subtle workings of his malignant mind we are hopelessly ignorant." "I don't suppose his mind was more essentially malignant than yours or mine," said Wonnacott. "Quite so," Quickstus agreed, "but we can study the malignancy, the brutality and bestiality of the minds of us living people. We are books open for each other to read. Historic man, too, we can study, from documents. Nero, Alexander VI, Titus, Oates, Sweeney Todd the barber." "But my dear man," smiled Wonnacott, "you're getting into the province of criminology." "It's the only science worth studying," said Quickstus. Then, after a pause, during which the waiter put the Stilton in front of him and handed him the basket of biscuits, "Do you ever go to race meetings?" "Sometimes, yes," laughed the other, startled at the unexpectedness of the question. "I have my little weaknesses, like other people." "There must be a great deal of wickedness to be found on racecourses." "Possibly," replied Wonnacott apologetically, "but I've never seen any myself." Quickstus musingly buttered a piece of biscuit. "That's a pity, a great pity. I was thinking of going on the turf. I was told that nowhere else could such depravity be found." One or two of Wonnacott's smiles dropped, as it were, from his face, and he looked keenly at Quickstus. He saw a hard glitter in the once mild china-blue eyes, and an unnatural hardness in the setting of the once kindly lips. There was a curious new eagerness on a face that had always been distinguished by a gentle repose. The hands, too, that manipulated the knife and biscuits shook feverishly. "I'm afraid you're not very well, my dear fellow," said he. "Not well?" Quickstus laughed somewhat harshly. "Why, I feel 10 times younger than I did this time yesterday. I've never been so well in my life. Why, I could—" He stopped short and regarded Wonnacott suspiciously. "No, I won't tell you what I could do." He drank the remainder of his glass of white wine and threw his napkin on the table. "Let us go and smoke," said he. In the smoking-room, Wonnacott, still observing him narrowly, asked him why he was so interested in the depravity of the turf. Quickstus met his eyes with the same suspicious glance. "I told you I was going to take up the study of criminology. It's a useful and fascinating science. But as the subject does not seem to interest you," he added, with a quick return to his courteous manner, "let us drop it. You mustn't suppose I've lost all interest in the Society. What especially have you to complain of about Griffiths?" Wonnacott explained, and for the comfortable half-hour of coffee and cigarettes after lunch they discussed the ineffectuality of Griffiths, and, as all good men will, exchanged views on the little foibles of their colleagues on the Council of the Anthropological Society. Quickstus discoursed so humanly that Wonnacott, on his way officewards, having lit a cigar at the spirit lamp in the club vestibule, looked at the burning end meditatively and said to himself, "I must have been mistaken after all." But Quickstus remained for some time in the club, deep in thought, scanning a newspaper with unseeing eyes. He had been injudicious in his conversation with Wonnacott. He had almost betrayed his secret. It behoved him to walk warily. In these days the successful serpent has to assume not only the voice, but the outer semblance and innocent manners of the dove. If he went crawling and hissing about the world, proclaiming his venomousness aloud like a rattlesnake, humanity would either avoid him altogether, or hit him over the head out of self-protection. He must ingratiate himself once more with mankind, and only strike when opportunity offered. For that reason he would simulate a continued interest in prehistoric man. On the other hand, the newly born idea of the study of criminology hovered agreeably and comfortingly over his mind, so much so that he presently left the club, and, walking to a foreign library, ordered the works of Cesare Lombroso, Ottolenghi, Verri, Topinard, Corre, and as many other authorities on criminology as he could think of, and then, having ransacked the second-hand bookshops in Charing Cross Road, drove home exultant with an excellent set of the Newgate Calendar. Thus he entered upon a new phase of life. He began to mingle again with his fellows, hateful and treacherous dogs though they were. He was no longer morose and solitary. At the next meeting of the Anthropological Society he occupied the presidential chair amid a chorus of hypocritical welcome. He accepted invitations to dinner. Also, finding intense discomfort in the ministrations of the vague female, and realizing that after making good all Marrable's defalcations he was still the possessor of a large fortune, he procured the services of a cook, and reinstated his former manservant, luckily disengaged, in office, and again inhabited the commodious apartments which he had abandoned. In fact, he not only resumed his former mode of life, but exceeded it on the social side, walking more abroad into the busy ways of men. In all of which he showed wisdom, for it is manifestly impossible for a man to pursue a successful career of villainy if he locks himself up in the impregnable recesses of a gloomy house and meets no mortal on whom to practise. One afternoon, after deep and dark excogitation, he proceeded to Romney Place and called upon Tommy Burgrave, whom he had not seen since the day of the trial. Tommy, just recovering from the attack of congestion of the lungs which had prevented him from attending his great-uncle's funeral, was sitting in his dressing-gown before the bedroom fire, while Clementina, unkempt as usual, was superintending his consumption of a fried sole. Tommy greeted him boyishly. He couldn't rise, as his lap was full of trays and fat things. His uncle would find a chair somewhere in the corner. It was jolly of him to come. "You might have come sooner," snapped Clementina. "The boy has been half dead. If it hadn't been for me, he would have been quite dead." "You nursed him through his illness?" "What else do you suppose I meant?" "He could have had a trained nurse," said Quickstus. "There are such things." "Trained nurses?" cried Clementina in disdain. "I've no patience with them. If they're ugly, they're brutes, because they know that a good-looking boy like Tommy won't look at them. If they're pretty, they're fools, because they're always hoping that he will." "I say, Clementina," Tommy protested, "nurses are the dearest people in the world. A fellow crocked up is just a case for them, and they never think of anything but putting him through. It isn't fair of you to talk like that." "Isn't it?" said Clementina, conscious of a greater gap than usual in the back of her blouse, and struggling with one hand to reconcile button and hole. "What on earth do you know about it? Just tell me, are you a woman or am I?" Tommy laid down his fork with a sigh. "You're an angel, Clementina, and this sole was delicious, and I wish there were more of it." She took the tray from his knees and put it on a side-table. Tommy turned to Quickstus, who sat sphinx-like on a straight-backed chair, and expressed his regret at not having been able to attend his great-uncle's funeral. "You missed an interesting ceremony," said Quickstus. Tommy laughed. "I suppose the old man didn't leave me anything?" He'd heard nothing privately about the will, and, as probate had not yet been taken out, the usual summary had not been published in the newspapers. "I'm afraid not," said Quickstus. "Did you expect anything?" "Oh, Lord, no," laughed Tommy honestly. "Then more fool you, and more horrid old man he," said Clementina. There was a pause. Quickstus, not feeling called upon to defend his defunct and mocking kinsman, said nothing. Clementina drew the crumpled yellow packet of Maryland tobacco and papers from a pocket in her skirt — she insisted on having pockets in her skirts — and rolled a cigarette. When she had licked it, she turned to Quickstus. "I suppose you know that I came like a fool to your house and was refused admittance?" "Well-trained servants," said Quickstus, "have a knack of indiscriminate obedience." "You might have said something more civil," she said, taken aback. "If you will dictate to me a formula of politeness, I will repeat it with very great pleasure," he retorted. "Put a little honey on my tongue, and it will wag as mellifluously as that of any hypocrite who wins for himself the adulation of mankind." "Mercy's sake, man!" exclaimed Clementina, in her astonishment allowing the smoke to mingle with her words. "Where on earth did you learn to talk like that?" Their eyes met, and Clementina suddenly screwed up her face and looked at him. She saw in those pale blue eyes something, she could not tell what, but something which had not been in the eyes of the gentle, sweet-souled man she had painted. Her grimace, although familiar through the sittings, somewhat disconcerted him. She made the grim sound that with her represented laughter. "I was only wondering whether I got you right after all." "Of course you got him right," cried Tommy the ingenuous. "It's one of the rippingest pieces of work you've ever done." "The Anthropological Society find it quite satisfactory," said Quickstus stiffly. "Flattered, I'm sure," said Clementina. Tommy, dimly aware now of antagonism, diplomatically introduced a fresh topic of conversation. "You haven't told him, Clementina," said he, "of the letter you got the other day from Shanghai." "Shanghai?" echoed Quickstus. "Yes, from Will Hammersley," said Clementina, her voice softening. "He's in very bad health, and hopes to come home within a year. I thought you too might have heard from him." Quickstus shook his head. For a moment he could not trust himself to speak. The sudden mention of that detested name stunned him like a blow. At last he said, "I never realized you were such friends." "He used to come to me in my troubles." Quickstus passed his hand between neck and collar, as if to free his throat from clutching fingers. His voice, when he spoke, sounded hoarse and far away in his ears. "You were in his confidence, I suppose?" "I think so," said Clementina simply. To the sorely afflicted man's unbalanced and suspicious mind, this was a confession of complicity in the wrong he had suffered. He controlled himself with a great effort, and turned his face away so that she should not see the hate and anger in his eyes. She too had worked against him. She too had mocked him as the poor blind fool. She too, he swore within himself, should suffer in the general devastation he would work upon mankind. As in a dream he heard her summarize the letter which she had received. Hammersley had of late been a victim to the low Eastern fever. Once he had nearly died, but had recovered. It had taken hold, however, of his system, and nothing but home would cure him. In Shanghai he had made fortune enough to retire. Once in England again, he would never leave it as long as he lived. He writes 1 or 2 pages of description of what May must be in England, the fresh sweet green of the country lanes, the cool lawns, the old grey churches peeping through the trees, the restful undulating country, the smell of the hawthorn and blackthorn at dawn and eve. Those are his words. The poor man's so sick for home that he's turned into a twopenny-halfpenny poet. "I think it's damn pathetic," said Tommy. "Don't you, Uncle Ephraim?" "I beg your pardon?" said Quickstus with a start. "Don't you think it's pathetic for a chap stranded sick in a godforsaken place in China to write that highfalutin stuff about England? Clementina read it to me. It's the sort of thing a girl of 15 might have written as a school essay. All the obvious things, you know. And it meant such a devil of a lot to him, everything on earth. It fairly made me choke. I call it damn pathetic." Quickstus said in a dry voice, "Yes, it's pathetic. It's comic. It's tragic. It's melodramatic. It's nostalgic. It's climatic. Yes," he added absently, "it's climatic." "I wonder you don't say it's dyspeptic and psychic and fantastic," said Clementina, snatching an old hat from the bed. "Do you know you've talked nothing but rubbish ever since you entered this room?" "Language, my dear Clementina," he quoted, "was given to us to conceal our thoughts." "Bah!" said Clementina. She held out her hand abruptly. "Good-bye. I'll run in later, Tommy, and see how you're getting on." Quictus opened the door for her to pass out, and returned to his straight-backed chair. Tommy handed him a box of cigarettes. "Won't you smoke? I tried one cigarette today for the first time, but the beastly thing tasted horrid, just as if I was smoking oatmeal." Quictus declined the cigarette. He remained silent, looking gloomily at the young, eager face, which masked heaven knows what faithlessness and guile. Being in league with Clementina, whom he knew now was his enemy, Tommy was his enemy too. And yet, for the life of him, he could not carry out the malignant object of his visit. For some time Tommy directed the conversation. He upbraided the treacherous English climate which had enticed him out of doors, and then stretched him on a bed of sickness. It was rough luck, just as he was beginning to find himself as a landscape painter. It was a beautiful little bit of river, all pale golden lights and silver greys. Now that May was beginning, and all the trees in early leaf, he could not get that spring effect again, could not in fact finish the picture. By the way, his uncle had not heard the news. The little picture that had got, by a mistake according to Clementina, into a corner of the new gallery had just been sold. 25 guineas. Wasn't it ripping? A man called Smythe, whom he had never heard of, had bought it. "You see, it wasn't as if someone I knew had bought it so as to give a chap some encouragement," he remarked naively. "It was a stranger who had the whole show to pick from, and just jumped at my landscape." Quictus, who had filled up by monosyllables the various pauses in Tommy's discourse, at last rose to take his leave. He tried now and then to say what he had come to say, but his tongue had grown thick and the roof of his mouth dry, and his words literally stuck in his throat. "It's awfully good of you, Uncle Ephraim," said Tommy, "to have come to see me. As soon as I get about again, I'll try to do something jolly for you. There's a bit of a wall in your drawing-room that's just dying for a picture. And I say—" He twisted his boy's face whimsically and looked at him with a twinkle in his dark blue eyes. "I don't know how in the world it has happened, but if you could let me draw my allowance now instead of the first of the month—" This was the monthly euphemism. Against his will, Quictus made the customary reply. "I'll send you a cheque as usual." "You are a good sort," said Tommy, "and one of these days I'll get there, and you won't be ashamed of me." But Quictus went away deeply ashamed of himself, disgusted with his weakness. He started out with the fixed and diabolical intention of telling the lad that he was about to disinherit him. He had schemed this exquisite cruelty in the coolness of solitude. In its craft and subtlety it appeared peculiarly perfect. He had come fully prepared to perform the deed of wickedness. Not only had Clementina's gentle presence not caused him to waver in his design, but his discovery of her complicity in his great betrayal had inflamed his desire for vengeance. Yet, when the time came for the wreaking thereof, his valour was of the oozing nature lamented by Bob Acres. He was shocked at his pusillanimity. In the middle of Sloane Square he stopped and cursed himself, and was nearly run over by a taxicab. As it was empty, he hailed it, and continued his maledictions in the security of its interior. Manifestly there was something wrong in his psychological economy, which no reading of Lombroso or the Newgate Calendar could remedy. Or was he merely suffering from a lack of experience in evil-doing? Did he not need a guide in the whole art and practice of wickedness? He walked up and down his museum in anxious thought. At last a smile lit up his gaunt features. He sat down and wrote notes of invitation to Huckabee, Vandermeer, and Billiter to dinner on the following Tuesday. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Quictus received them in the museum, a long room mainly furnished with specimen cases whose glass tops formed a double inclined plane, diagrams of geological formations, and bookcases full of paleontological literature. A cold, inhuman, inhospitable place. The three looked more dilapidated than ever. Huckabee's straggling whiskers had grown deeper into his cheek. Vandermeer's face had become foxier, Billiter's more pallid and puffy. No overcoats hung on the accustomed pegs, for the cessation of the eleemosynary deposits had led, among other misfortunes, to the pawning of these once indispensable articles of attire. The three wore, therefore, the dismally apologetic appearance of the man who had no wedding garment. The only one of them who put on a simulated heartiness of address was Billiter. He thrust out a shaky hand. "My dear Quicksters, how delightful!" But the sight of his host's unwelcoming face chilled his enthusiasm. Quicksters bowed slightly and motioned them with his grave courtesy to comfortless seats. He commanded the situation. So might a scholar prince of the school of Machiavelli have received his chief poisoner, strangler, and confidential abductor. They went down to dinner. It was not an hilarious meal. The conversation which used to flow now fell in spattering drops amid a dead silence. "It's a fine day," said Quicksters. "Very," said Huckabee. "Finer than yesterday," said Vandermeer. "Promises well for tomorrow," said Billiter. "It always breaks its promise," said Quicksters. Said Huckabee. They made up for the lacking feast of reason by material veracity. A microscopic uplifting of Spriggs the butler's eyebrows betokened wonder at their gargantuan helpings. Vandermeer, sitting at the foot of the table opposite to Quicksters, bent his foxy face downwards till the circumference of the plate became the horizon of his universe. Billiter ate with stolid cynicism, Huckabee with a faint air of bravado. Once he said, "I'm afraid, Quicksters, we got a bit merry the last time." "It's to the memory of that," replied Quicksters, "that I owe the pleasure of your company tonight." "I'm beastly sorry," began Billiter. "Pray don't mention it," Quicksters interrupted blandly. "I hope the quails are to your liking." "Fine," said Vandermeer, without raising his eyes from his plate. Once more reigned the spell of silence which oppressed even the three outcast men, but Quicksters, hardened by his fixed idea, felt curiously at his ease. He sat in his chair with the same sense of security and confidence as he had done before delivering his presidential address at the meeting of the Anthropological Society, while the secretary went through the preliminary formal business. The preliminary business here was the meal. As soon, however, as the port had been sent round and Spriggs had retired, Quicksters addressed his guests. "Gentlemen," said he, and met in turn the three pairs of questioning eyes. "You may wonder, perhaps, why I have invited you to dinner tonight, and why, you being thus invited, the meal has not been warmed by its accustomed glow of geniality. It is my duty and my pleasure now to tell you. Hitherto at these dinners we have, let us say, worn the comic mask. Beneath its rosy and smiling exterior we have dissimulated our own individual sentiments. We have been actors without realizing it in an oft-repeated comedy. Only on the occasion of our last meeting did we put aside the mask and show to each other what we were." "I have already apologized," murmured Billiter. "My dear fellow," said Quicksters, raising his long thin hand, "that's the last thing I want you to do. In this world of fraud and deceit no man ought to regret having bared his soul honestly to the world. Now, gentlemen, I have not asked you here to insult you at my own table. I have gathered you around me because I need your counsel and your services, for which I hope adequately to remunerate you." A quiver of animation passed over the three faces. Remunerate was a magic word, the master word of an incantation. It meant money, and money meant food and drink, especially alcoholic drink. "I know I am speaking for my two friends," said Huckabee, "when I say that our hearts are always at your service." "The heart," replied Quicksters, "is a physiological organ and a sentimental delusion. There are no hearts in that sense. You know as well as I do, my dear fellow, that there are no such things as love, affection, honour, loyalty in the world. Self-interest and self-indulgence are the guiding principles of conduct. Governed by a morbid and futile tradition, we refuse to regard the world in the malevolent light of day, but see it artificially through the hypocritical coloured glasses of benevolence." Huckabee and Vandermeer, who retained the rudiments of an intellect, looked at their once simple-minded and tender-hearted host in blank bewilderment. They hardly knew whether to wince under a highly educated gentleman's cutting irony, or to accept these remarkable propositions as honest statements of opinion. But the ironical note was not perceptible. Quickster spoke in the same gentle tones of assurance as he would have used when entering on a dissertation upon the dolichocephalic skulls in his collection which had been found in a long barrow in Yorkshire. He was the master of a subject, laying down incontrovertible facts. So Huckabee and Vandermeer, marvelling greatly, stared at him out of speculative eyes. Billiter, before whom the incautious decanter of port had halted, lost the drift of his host's philosophic utterances. "The time has now come," continued Quicksters, relighting, unsophisticated soul, the cigar which he had allowed to go out. "The time has now come for us four to be honest with one another. Up to a recent date I was a slave to this optical delusion of tradition, but things have happened to clear my eyes, and to make me frankly confess myself no better than yourselves, an entirely unscrupulous man." "Pray remember that I am a sometime fellow," began Huckabee. "I'm a gentleman of good family," began Billiter, who had understood the last sentence. "Yes, yes," replied Quicksters, interrupting them. "I know. That's why your assistance will be valuable. I need the counsels of men of breeding and education. I find from my reading that the vulgar criminal will be useless for my purpose. Now, you all have trusted men who have failed you. So have I. You have felt the cowardly blows of fortune. So have I. You have no vestige of faith in your fellow man. You even believed me to be a party to my late partner's frauds. You can have, I say, no faith left in humanity. Neither have I. You are Ishmaels, your hand against every man. So am I. You would like to be revenged upon your fellow creatures. So would I. You have passed your lives in pursuing evil rather than good. You, in a word, are entirely unscrupulous. If you will acknowledge this, we can proceed to business. If not, we will part finally as soon as this agreeable evening is at an end. Gentlemen, what do you say?" Billiter, looking upon the wine while it was red, there was not much left to show the colour, laughed wheezily and shortly. "I suppose we're wrong uns," said he. "At least I am, I own up." Vandermeer said bitterly, "When a man is hunted by poverty he can't run straight, for at the end of straight path is death." "And you, Huckabee?" "I also have bolted into a drain or two in my time." "Good," said Quicksters. "Now we understand one another." "You may understand us," said Huckabee, tugging at his untidy beard, "but I'm hanged, drawn, and quartered if we understand you." "I thought I had made myself particularly clear," said Quicksters. "For my part," said Billiter, "I can't make out what you're getting at, except to make us confess that we're wrong uns." "Dear, dear," said Quicksters. "I can't understand it," said Vandermeer, looking intently at him across the table out of his little sharp eyes. "I can't understand it, unless it is that you have some big scoop on, and want us to come into it so as to do the dirty work. If that's so, I'm on, so long as it's safe. But I've steered clear of the law up to now, and have no desire to run the risk of penal servitude." "Oh, Lord, no!" cried Billiter with a shiver. Quicksters pressed the burning stump of his cigar against his plate, and looked up with a smile. "Please make your minds easy on that score. I've been reading criminology lately with considerable interest, and I've gone through a volume or two of the Newgate Calendar, and the result of my reading is the conviction that crime is folly. It is a disease. It is also vulgar. No, I have no desire to increase my personal possessions in any way. Neither do I contemplate the commission of acts of violence against the person, or the destruction of property. Anything, therefore, that comes within the category of crime may be dismissed from our consideration." "Then in the name of Gehenna," exclaimed Huckabee, "what is it that you want us to do?" "It is very simple," said Quicksters. "I may plot out an attractive scheme of wickedness, but the circumstances of my early training have left me without the power to execute it. I should like to call on any one of you for guidance, perhaps practical assistance. I may want to see and hear of wickedness going on around me. I would count on you to gratify my curiosity. Lastly, not having an inventive mind, it being rather analytic than synthetic, I should welcome any suggestions that you might bring me." "It's a rum go," said Billiter, "but I'm on so long as there's money in it." "There will be money in it," said Quicksters. "Then I'm on too," said Vandermeer. "You will find us, my dear Quicksters," said Huckabee, your very devoted familiars, your Olivier le Dame, your Eminence Grise, your âme damnée, will be your ministering evil spirits, your genii from Iblis. It's a new occupation for a fellow of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge, but it's not unalluring. And now, as Billiter has finished the decanter, may I take the liberty of asking for another bottle, so that Vandermeer and I can drink to the health of our chief?" "With all the pleasure in my life," said Quixtus. As soon as the three newly constituted evil genii were out of earshot of the house, they stopped on the pavement with one accord, and burst into unseemly laughter. "Did you ever hear anything like it?" cried Billiter. "He's as mad as Bedlam," said Vandermeer. "A sort of inverted Knight of the Round Table," said Huckabee. "He yearns to ride abroad committing human wrongs." "Are we to call for orders every day like the butcher, the baker, and the greengrocer?" said Vandermeer. "He was so sane at first," said Vandermeer, "that I really thought he had some definite scoop in view. But it all turns out to be utter moonshine." "If he doesn't want to thieve or murder or paint the town red," said Billiter, "what the blazes in the way of wickedness is there left for him to do?" "It's moonshine," repeated Vandermeer. "If it wasn't," said Huckabee, "none of us would touch it. We can't take the matter seriously. We're just lending ourselves to a farce, that's all." "Naturally," Billiter agreed. "We must humour him." They walked on slowly, discussing the unprecedented situation. They were unanimous in the opinion that the poor gentleman had gone distraught. They had all noticed signs of his affliction on the last occasion of their dining at his table. If he had been in his right senses then, he would surely not have behaved with such discourtesy. They agreed to forgive him for turning them out of doors. "It's lucky for him," said Huckabee, "that he has three old friends like ourselves. He might have got into other hands, and then God help him. My only reason for falling in with his mood was in order to protect him from himself, and from sharks and bloodsuckers." Billiter and Vandermeer declared that they too had acted only out of a sense of loyalty to their old and distracted friend. They protested so hard that their tongues clave to the roofs of their mouths, and each acknowledged his thirst. They turned into the bar-parlour of the first public-house, where they called for whisky, and each man having found a hat as good a substitute for the sacks of Joseph's brethren as an overcoat, they continued to call for whisky, and to drink it until the tavern closed for the night. By that time they glowed with conscious virtue. Huckabee swore that he would permit no ruddy lobsters to dig their claws into Quixtus's sacred person. "Here's poor dear old chap's health, drunk in very last drop," cried Billiter, enthusiastically draining his last glass. The tragedy of Quixtus's loss of reason reduced Vandermeer to tears. He was sorrowful in his cups. He, Vandermeer, had no one to love him, but Quixtus should never find himself in that desolate predicament, as he, Vandermeer, would love him like a friend, a brother, like a silver-haired maiden aunt. "I've had a silver-haired maiden aunt myself," he wailed. While Billiter comforted him, Huckabee again warned them against ruddy lobsters. If they would swear to join him in a league to defend their patron and benefactor, he would accept their comradeship. If they preferred to be ruddy lobsters, he would wash his hands of them. They repudiated the crustacean suggestion. They were more Quixtus's friends than he. A quarrel nearly broke out, each claiming to be the most loyal and disinterested friend Quixtus ever had in his life. Finally they were reconciled, and wrung each other warmly by the hand. The barman called closing time and pushed them gently into the street. They struggled deviously to their several garrets and went to bed, each certain that he had convinced the two others of his beauty and nobility of soul. Vandermeer was the first of the evil genii to be summoned. Quixtus laid before him the case of Tommy and the failure of his diabolical project. Vandermeer listened attentively. There was method after all in his patron's madness. He wished to do some hurt to his nephew for the sheer sake of evil-doing. As far as the intention went, he was seriously trying to carry out his malevolent principles. It was not all moonshine. Vandermeer thought quickly. He was the craftiest of the three, and that perhaps was why Quixtus had instinctively chosen him for the first adventure. He saw profit in humouring the misanthrope, though he smiled inwardly at the simplicity of his idea. "There's nothing particularly diabolical in telling a young fellow with a brilliant career before him that you're going to cut him out of your will." "Isn't there?" said Quickstus, with an air of disappointment. "What then would you suggest?" "First," answered Vandermeer, "what do you think would be a fair price for a suggestion?" He regarded him with greedy eyes. "Would £20 be out of the way?" "I'll give you £20, said Quickstus. Vandermeer drew in his breath quickly, as a man does who wins a bet at long odds. "Now, there are all sorts of things you could do. The obvious one would be to stop his allowance. But I take it you want something more artistic and subtle. Wait, let me think." He covered his eyes with his hand for a moment. "Look, how will this do? It strikes me as infernally wicked. You say he is devoted to his art. Well, make him give it up." "Excellent, excellent," cried Quickstus. "But how?" "Can you get him into any business office in the city?" "Yes, my friend Griffiths of the Anthropological Society is secretary of the Star Assurance Company. A word from me would get the boy into the office." "Good. Then tell him that unless he accepts this position within a month and promises never to touch a paintbrush again, he will not receive a penny from you either during your lifetime or after your death. In this way you will bring him up against an infernal temptation, and whichever way he decides he'll be wretched. I call that a pretty scheme." "It's an inspiration of genius," exclaimed Quickstus excitedly. "I'll write the cheque now." He sat down to his desk and pulled out his cheque-book. "And you will go at once to my nephew, I'll give you a card of introduction, and acquaint him with my decision?" "What?" cried Vandermeer. Quickstus calmly repeated the last sentence. Vandermeer's face went a shade paler. He wrung his hands, which were naturally damp, until they grew as bloodless as putty. He had never done any wanton harm in his life. All the meanness and sharp dealing he had practised were but a poor devil's shifts to fill an empty belly. Quickstus's behest covered him with dismay. It was unexpected. It is one thing to suggest to a crazy and unpractical patron a theoretical fantasia of wickedness, and another to be commanded to put it oneself into execution. It was less moonshine than ever. "Don't you want to do it?" asked Quickstus, unwittingly balancing temptation in the form of a fat cheque-book in his hand. Vandermeer fell. What wolf-eyed son of Hagar would have resisted? "I think," said he, with a catch in his throat, "that if the suggestion alone is worth £20, the carrying out of it is worth, say, 10 more." "Very well," said Quickstus. "But," he added dryly, "the next time I hope you'll give an estimate to cover the whole operation." The second of the three to receive a summons from the master was Billiter. "You know something about horse racing," remarked Quickstus. "What I don't isn't worth knowing. I've chucked away a fortune in acquiring the knowledge." "I want you to accompany me to race meetings and show me the wickedness of the turf," said Quickstus. "So that's my little job, is it?" "That's your little job." "I think I can give you a run for your money," remarked Billiter, a pale sunshine of intelligence overspreading his puffy features. "But—" he paused. "But what?" "I can't go racing with you in this kit." "I will provide you," said Quickstus, "with whatever costume you think necessary for the purpose." Billiter went his way, exulting, and spent the remainder of the afternoon in tracking a man down from his office in Soho, his house in Peckham, several taverns on the Surrey side of the river, to a quiet cafe in Regent Street. The man was a red-faced, thick-necked, hard, fishy-eyed villain with a mouth like the slit of a letterbox, and went by the name, which he wore inscribed on his fat at race meetings, of Old Joe Jenks. Billiter drew him into a corner and whispered gleeful tidings into his ear. After which Old Joe Jenks drew Billiter to a table and filled it up with the most seductive drinks the cafe could provide. Before the lessons in horse racing under Billiter's auspices began, for gorgeous raiment appropriate to Sandown and Kempton, like Rome, is not built in a day, Quickstus sent for the remaining evil genius. "What have you to suggest?" he asked after some preliminary and explanatory conversation. A humorous twinkle came into Huckaby's eye, and a smile played round his lips beneath the straggling brushwood of hair. "I have a great idea," he said. "What is it?" "Break a woman's heart," said Huckaby. Quickstus reflected gravely. It would indeed be a charming, enticing piece of wickedness. I shouldn't have to marry her? He asked in some concern. Heaven forbid! I like it, said Quixtus, leaning back in his chair and smoothing his scrappy moustache with his lean fingers. I like it very much. The only difficulty is, where can I find the woman whose heart I can break? Take a tour abroad, said Huckabee. On the continent of Europe there are thousands of English women only waiting to have their hearts broken. That may be true, said Quixtus, but how shall I obtain the necessary introductions? I, cried Huckabee, raising a bony hand that protruded through a very frayed and dirty shirt cuff, I, Eustace Huckabee, will reassume my air of academical distinction, and will accompany you into the Pays de Tendre, and introduce you to any woman you like. In other words, my dear Quixtus, although I may not look like a Lothario at the present moment, I have had considerable experience in amatory adventures, and I am sure you would find my assistance valuable. Quixtus reflected again. Aware of his limitations, he recognized the futility of going alone on a heart-breaking expedition among strange, even though expectant, females. But would Huckabee be an ideal companion? Huckabee was self-assertive, not to say impudent in manner, and Huckabee had certain shocking habits. On the other hand, perhaps the impudence was the very quality needed in the quest, and as for the habits, he decided. Very well, I accept your proposal on one condition. What that is, you doubtless can guess. I can, said Huckabee. I give you my word of honour that you will never see me otherwise than sober. An undertaking which would not preclude him from taking a bottle of whisky to bed whenever he felt so inclined. We'd better start at once, said Huckabee, after some necessary discussion of the question of wardrobe. I must wait, replied Quixtus, until I've attended some race meetings with Billiter. Huckabee frowned. He was not aware that to Billiter had already been assigned a sphere of action. I don't want to say anything unfriendly, but if I were you, I shouldn't trust Billiter too implicitly. He's a... He paused. Being sober and serious, he rejected the scarlet epithet which, when used in allusion to his friends, had given colour to his gayer speech. He's a man who knows too much of the game. My dear Huckabee, said Quixtus, I shall never trust another human being as long as I live. That evening, somewhat wondering that he had heard no news of Tommy or of Vandermeer, he unlocked the iron safe in his museum and took out his will. He lit a candle and set it by the hearth. Now was the time to destroy the benevolent document. He put it near the flame, then drew it back. A new thought occurred to him. To practise on his nephew the same trick as his uncle had played upon him was mere unintelligent plagiarism. He felt a sudden disdain for the merely mimetic in wickedness. I will be original, said he. Yes, original. He repeated the word as a formula both of consolation and incentive, and blowing out the candle, put the will back into the safe. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Lord have mercy upon us, cried Clementina. The pious ejaculation was in the nature of a reply to Miss Etta Concannon, the fragile slip of a girl whose portrait she painted, and in whose cornflower blue eyes she had caught the haunting fear. There was no fear, however, in the eyes today. They were bright, direct, and abnormally serious. She had just announced her intention of becoming a hospital nurse, whereupon Clementina had cried, Lord have mercy upon us. Now it must be stated that Etta Concannon had bestowed on an embarrassed Clementina her young and ardent affection. Secretly, during the sittings for the portrait which her father had commissioned Clementina to paint as a wedding present, and openly, when the sittings were ended and she called upon Clementina as a friend. In the first flush of this avowed adoration, she would send shy little notes, asking whether she might come to the studio to tea. As she lived quite close by, the missives were dispatched by hand. Clementina, disturbed in the midst of her painting, would tear a ragged corner from the first bit of paper her eyes fell upon, note paper, brown paper, cartridge paper, once it was sandpaper, scribble yes on it with a bit of charcoal, and send it out to the waiting messenger.
At last she was driven to desperation. "My good child," she said, "can't you drop into tea without putting me to this elaborate correspondence?" Etta Concannon thought she could, and thenceforward came to tea unheralded, and eventually such were her powers of seduction that she enticed Clementina to her own little den in her father's house in Cheyne Walk. A fairy den, all water-colour and gossamer, very much like herself, in which Clementina gave the impression of an ogress who had blundered in by mistake. It was on the first visit that Clementina repudiated the name of Miss Wing. She hated and loathed it. On Etta's lips it suggested a prim, starched governess, the conventional French caricature of the English old maid with long teeth and sharp elbows. She might be an old maid, but she wasn't a prim governess. Everybody called her Clementina. Upon which, to her professed discomfort, Etta threw her arms round her neck and kissed her and called her a darling. Why Clementina wasted her time over this chit of a girl, she was at a loss to conjecture. She was about as much use in the world as a rainbow. Yet for some fool reason, her own expression, Clementina encouraged her, and felt less grim in her company. The odd part of their intercourse was that the one thing under heaven they did not talk about was the bullet-headed, bull-necked young man to whom Etta was engaged. Not until one day, when, in response to the following epistle, Clementina brusquely dismissed her sitter, skewered on a battered hat, and rushed round to Cheyne Walk. "My dearest, dearest Clementina, do come to me. I'm in abject misery. The very worst has happened. I would come to you, but I'm not fit to be seen. Your own unhappy Etta." "My poor child," cried Clementina, as she entered the bower, and beheld a very dim and watery fairy sobbing on a couch. "Who has been doing this to you?" It's Raymond," said Etta chokingly. To her astonishment, Clementina found herself sitting on the couch with her arms round the girl. Now and then she did the most idiotic things without knowing in the least why she did them. In this position she listened to Etta's heart-rending story. It was much involved, here and there incoherent, told with singular disregard of chronological sequence. When properly pieced together and shorn of irrelevance, this is what it amounted to. Certain doings of the bullet-headed young man, doings not at all creditable, mean and brutal doings indeed, had reached the ears of Etta's father. Now Etta's father was a retired admiral, and Etta the beloved child of his old age. The report of Captain Hilliard's doings had wounded him in his weakest spot. In a fine fury he telephonically commanded the alleged wrongdoer to wait upon him without delay. Captain Hilliard obeyed. The scene of the interview was a private room in the service club to which Admiral Concannon belonged. Admiral Concannon went straight to the point. It is an uncomfortable characteristic of British admirals. The bullet-headed young man not being able to deny the charges brought against him, Admiral Concannon expressed himself in such terms as are only polished to their brightest perfection on the quarter-deck of a man-of-war. The young man showed resentment, amazing impudence according to the Admiral, whereupon the Admiral consigned him to the devil and charged him never to let him, the Admiral, catch him, the bullet-headed young man, lifting his scoundrelly eyes again to an innocent young girl. Admiral Concannon came home and told his daughter as much of the tale of turpitude as was meet for her ears. Captain Hilliard repaired forthwith in unrighteous wrath to his quarters, and packed off Etta's letters with a covering note in which he insinuated that he was not sorry to have seen the last of her amiable family. It had all happened that day. Hence the tears. "I thought you wrote to me that the worst had happened," said Clementina. "Well, hasn't it?" "Good Lord!" cried Clementina. "It's the very best thing that ever happened to you in all your born days." In the course of a week Clementina brought the sorrowing damsel round to her own way of thinking. "Do you know," said Etta, "I used to be rather afraid of him." "Any fool could see that," said Clementina. "Did you guess?" This with wide-open cornflower eyes. "Look at your portrait and you'll see," said Clementina, mindful of the avalanche of memories which the portrait of Tommy Burgrave's rough and ready criticism of the bullet-headed young man had started on its overwhelming career. "Have you ever looked at it?" "Of course I have." "To look at a thing and to see it," remarked Clementina, "are two entirely different propositions. For instance, you looked at that young man, but you didn't see him. Yet your soul saw him and was afraid. Your father, too. I can't understand what he was about when he consented to the engagement." "Captain Hilliard's father and he were old messmates," said Etta.
Old messmakers, snapped Clementina. And what made you accept him? Etta looked mournful. I don't know. The next time you engage yourself to a young man, just be sure that you do know. I suppose this one said, Dilly dilly, come and be killed, and you went like the foolish little geese in the nursery rhyme. They were ducks, dear, laughed Etta, taking Clementina's grim face between her dainty hands. Ducks, like you. Clementina suffered the caress with a wry mouth. I think you're getting better, she said, and I'm jolly glad of it. To have one young idiot on my hands ill with congestion of the lungs and another ill with congestion of the heart, both at the same time, is more than I bargained for. I suppose you think I'm a sort of sister of charity. Why don't you do as your father tells you and go down to your Aunt What's-her-name's in Somersetshire? Etta made a grimace. Aunt Elmira would drive me crazy. You're much more wholesome for me. And as for father, she tossed her pretty head, he has to do what he's told. So Etta remained in town, her convalescence synchronizing with that of Tommy Burgrave. Clementina began to find time to breathe and to make up arrears of work. As soon as Tommy was able to take his walks abroad, and Etta to seek distraction in the society of her acquaintance, Clementina shut herself up in her studio, forbidding the young people to come near her, and for a week painted the livelong day. At last, one morning, 2 piteous letters were smuggled almost simultaneously into the studio. I haven't seen you for months and months. Do let me come to dinner tonight. Tommy. Oh, darling, do come to tea this afternoon. Etta. I shall go and paint in the Sahara, cried Clementina, but she seized 2 dirty scraps of paper and scrawled on them. Lord, yes, child, come to dinner. Lord, yes, child, I'll come to tea. And having folded them crookedly, dispatched them to her young friends. It was during this visit of Clementina to the Fairy Bower in Cheyne Walk that Etta informed her of her intention of becoming a hospital nurse. Lord have mercy upon us, cried Clementina. I don't see why I shouldn't, said Etta. The idea is preposterous, replied Clementina. What need have you to work for your living? I want to do something useful in the world. You'll do much better by remaining ornamental, said Clementina. It's only when a woman is as ugly as sin and as poor as charity that she needs to be useful. That's to say, while she's unmarried. When she's married, she's got as much as she can do to keep her husband and children in order. A girl like you with plenty of money and the devil's own prettiness has got to stay at home and fulfil her destiny. Etta, sitting on the window-seat, looked at the Thames, seen in patches of silver through the fresh greenery of the embankment trees. I know what you're thinking of, dear, she said, with the indulgent solemnity of the reverend mother of a convent, but I shall never marry. Rubbish, said Clementina. I've made up my mind, quite made up my mind. Clementina sighed. Youth is so solemn, so futile, so like the youth of all the generations that have passed away. The child was suffering from one of the natural sequelae of a ruptured engagement. Once maidens in her predicament got them into nunneries and became nuns, and that was the end of them. Whether they regretted their rash act or not, who can say? Nowadays they rush into philanthropic or political activity, contriving happy evenings for costermongers or unhappy afternoons for cabinet ministers. The impulse driving them to nunnery, Whitechapel, or Caxton Hall has always been merely a reaction of sex, and the duration of the period of reaction is proportionate to the degree of brokenness of the heart. As soon as the heart is mended, sex has her triumphant way again, and leaps in response to the eternal foolishness that the maiden blushes to read in the eyes of a comely creature in trousers. This Clementina knew, as all those, and only those, whose youth is behind them know it. And so, when Etta, with an air of cold finality, said she'd made up her mind, Clementina sighed. It was so ludicrously pathetic. Etta's heart had not even been broken. It had not sustained the weest, tiniest fracture. It had been roughly handled, that was all. In a month's time she would no more yearn to become a hospital nurse than to follow the profession of a chimney-sweep. In a month's time she would be flirting with merry, whole-hearted outrageousness. In a month's time, if the true prince came along, she might be in love, really in love. What a wonderful gift to a man would be the love of this fragrant wisp of womanhood. I've quite made up my mind, dear, she repeated. Then there's nothing more to be said, replied Clementina. A shade of disappointment spread over the girl's face, like a little cloud over a May morning. She jumped from the window seat and slid to a stool by Clementina's chair. "But there's lots to be said, lots. It's a tremendously important decision in life." "Tremendous," said Clementina.
"It means that I'll die an old maid."
"Like me," said Clementina.
"If I'm like you, I won't care a bit."
"Lord save us," said Clementina.
The girl actually took it for granted that she enjoyed being an old maid. "I'll have a little house in the country all covered with honeysuckle, and a pony trap, and a dog, and a cat, and you'll come and stay with me."
"I thought you were going to be a hospital nurse," said Clementina.
"So I am, but I'll live in the house when I'm off duty."
Clementina rolled a cigarette. Etta knelt bolt upright and offered a lighted match. Now when a lissom-figured girl kneels bolt upright, with her shapely head thrown ever so little back, and stretches out her arm, there are few things more adorable in this world of beauty. Clementina looked at her for full 10 seconds with the eyes of a Moses on Mount Nebo, supposing, a bewildering hypothesis, that Moses had been an artist and a woman, and then, disregarding cigarette and lighted match, she laid her hands on the girl's shoulders and shook her gently so that she sank back on her heels, and the match went out. "Oh, you dear, delightful, silly, silly child!" She rose abruptly and went to the mantelpiece and lit the cigarette for herself. Etta laughed in blushing confusion.
"But, darling, nurses do have times off now and then."
"I wasn't thinking about nurses at all," said Clementina.
"Then what were you thinking of?" asked Etta, still sitting on her heels and craning her head round.
"Never mind," said Clementina. "But what would you want an old frump like me in your house for?"
"To listen to my troubles," said the girl.
Clementina walked home through the soft May sunshine, a smile twinkling in her little beady eyes, and the corners of her lips twisted into an expression of deep melancholy. If she had been 10 years younger, there would have been no smile in her eyes. If she had been 10 years older, a corroborative smile would have played about her lips. But at 35, a woman in Clementina's plight often does not know whether to laugh or to cry, and if she is a woman with a sense of humour, she does both at once. The eternal promise, the eternal message vibrated through the air. The woman of 35 heard it instinctively and rejected it intellectually. She hurried her pace and gripped her umbrella. Clementina always carried a great, untidy, bulging umbrella, as if to assure herself that it would rain tomorrow from leaden skies. But the day laughed at her, and the gardens which she passed flaunted lilac and laburnum and pink May and springtide and youth before her, and buttercups looked at her with a mocking air of innocence. Forget-me-nots in window-boxes leaned forward and whispered, "See how fresh and young we are." A very young plane tree looked impudently green. In its dainty fragility it suggested Etta. "Drat the child," said Clementina, and she walked along, shutting her eyes to the immature impertinences of the spring. But outside the window of a fruiterer's in the Royal Hospital Road she stopped short with a little inward gasp. A bunch of parrot tulips, great riotous gold things, splashed all over with their crimson heart's blood, flared like the sunset flames of a tropical summer. As a hungry tomtit flies straight to a shred of meat, she went in and bought them. When she reached her house in Romney Place, she peeped for the last and the 100th time into the open mouth of the twisted white paper cornet. "They make a nice bit of colour on the dinner table for Tommy," she said to herself. Oh, Clementina, oh, woman, what in the name of Astarte had the gold and crimson reprobates to do with Tommy? She let herself in with her key, traversed her Sheraton drawing-room, and opened the door leading on to the studio gallery. Tommy was below, walking up and down like a young wild beast in a cage. His usually tidy hair was ruffled, as though frenzied fingers had disturbed its calm. Clementina called out, "You asked if you could come to dinner. 6 o'clock isn't dinner time." "I know," he cried up at her. "I've been here for an hour." She went down the spiral staircase and confronted him. "What have you been doing to your hair? It's like Ferdinand's in The Tempest. And," noticing a new note of violence in the customary peaceful chaos of the studio, "why have you been kicking my cushions about?" "My uncle has gone stick, stark, staring, raving, lunatic mad," said Tommy. He turned on his heel and strode to the other end of the studio. Clementina threw the parrot tulips on a chair and drew off her left-hand old cotton glove, which she cast on the tulips. Then for a while, during Tommy's retreat and approach, she gazed thoughtfully at the thumb-tip which protruded from the right-hand glove. "I'm not at all surprised," she said when Tommy joined her. "How else can you account for it?" cried Tommy, flinging his arms wide. "Account for what?" "What he has done. Listen. A week ago he came to see me as jolly as could be. You were there." "But as jolly as a slug," said Clementina. "Anyway, he was all right. I told the dear old chap I had unaccountably exceeded my allowance, and he sent me a cheque next day, just as he always does. This afternoon a card is brought out to me, my uncle's card, written on it in his handwriting, to introduce Mr. Theodore Vandermeer." "What name?" asked Clementina, pricking her ears. "Vandermeer. Go on." I tell the servants to show him in, and in comes a dilapidated devil looking like a mangy fox. "That's the man." "Do you know him?" "All right, go on." "Who squirms and wriggles and beats about the bush, and at last tells me that he is commissioned by my uncle to inform me that unless I give up painting and go into some infernal city office within a month, he'll stop my allowance and cut me out of his will." Clementina worked the thumb-tip through the hole in the right-hand glove until the entire thumb was visible. "What are you going to do?" she asked. Tommy waved his arms. "I must try to see my uncle and ask him what's the meaning of it. Of course I've no claim on him, but he's a rich man and fond of me and all that. And when my poor mother died he sort of adopted me and gave me to understand that I needn't worry. So I haven't worried. When I took up with painting he encouraged me all he knew. It's damnable." He paused and strode 3 or 4 paces up the studio and 3 or 4 back, as though to work off the dangerous excess of damnability in the situation. "It isn't as if I were an idle waster going to the devil. I've worked jolly hard, haven't I? I put my back into it, and I'm beginning to do something. Only last week I was telling him about the new gallery picture. He seemed quite pleased. And now, without a minute's warning, he sends his foxy-faced jackal to tell me to go into an office. It's God knows what it isn't." "I believe," said Clementina, looking at her thumb, "that there are quite worthy young men in city offices." "I would sooner go into a stoke-hole," cried Tommy. "Oh, it's phantasmagorical." He sat down on the platform of the throne and buried his head in his hands. "Cheer up," said Clementina. "The world hasn't come to an end yet, and we haven't had dinner." She opened a door at the back of the studio that communicated with the kitchen regions, and, calling out for Eliza, was answered by a distant voice. "Go to the grocer's and fetch a bottle of champagne for dinner." "Yes, ma'am," said the voice, coming nearer. "What kind of champagne?" "I don't know," said Clementina, "but tell him to send the best bottle he's got." "What a good sort you are," said Tommy. Neither were alarmed by the prospective quality of this vaguely selected vintage. How holy is simplicity! It enables men and women to face and pass through terrors without recognizing them. Clementina took off her hat and right-hand glove and rolled a cigarette. Tommy burst out again. "Why didn't he send for me and tell me so himself? Why didn't he write? Why did he charter this seedy, ugly scoundrel? I asked the wretch. He said my uncle thought that such a delicate communication had better be made through a third party. But what's my uncle doing associating with such riff-raff? Why didn't he choose a gentleman? This chap looks as if he'd murder you for twopence." The young are apt to exaggerate the defects of those who have not gained their esteem. As a matter of fact, acknowledged afterwards by Tommy, Vandermeer had accomplished his unpleasant mission with considerable tact and delicacy. Tommy was an upstanding, squarely built young Saxon with a bright blue eye, and there was a steep flight of stairs leading down from his studio. "Once I fed him on ham and beef round the corner," said Clementina. "The devil you did!" said Tommy. Clementina related the episode and her subsequent conversation with Crixtus. "I give it up," said Tommy. "I knew that my uncle was greatly upset by the trial, and I had been thinking that perhaps it has rather unhinged his mind, and that was why he took up with such a scarecrow. But he's apparently been a friend of his for years. Shows you how little we know of our fellow creatures," he moralized. "If there ever was a chap I thought I knew inside out, it was my Uncle Ephraim." Then pity smote him. If he's really off his head, it's tragic. He was the best and dearest and kindest-hearted fellow in the world. Did you ask the man whether your uncle had gone mad? Of course I did, in so many words. Man seemed to look on it as an astonishing suggestion. He said my uncle had long disapproved of my taking up painting as a profession, and now had arrived at the conviction that the best thing for me was a commercial career. A commercial career? So do thrones and dominations, I imagine, speak of the mundane avocations of a mere angel. If you refused, you would be giving up 300 a year now, and heaven knows how much afterwards, said Clementina. And if I accepted, I would be giving up my self-respect, my art, my dreams, everything that makes for life, life with the biggest of capital L's. By George, no. If my uncle won't listen to reason, I'll not listen to unreason, and there's an end of it. I'll pull through somehow. Good, said Clementina, who had remained remarkably silent. I was waiting to hear you say that. If you had hesitated, I should have told you to go home and dine by yourself. A little starvation and struggle and fringe to your trousers will be the making of you. As for your uncle, if he's crazy, and there's an end of it, as you say. Let's talk no more about it. What made you beg to come to dinner this evening? She asked, with a resumption of her aggressive manner. The desire of the moth for the star, he laughed. She responded in her grim way, and bade him amuse himself while she went upstairs to wash her face and hands. Clementina did wash her face, literally, scrubbing it with old brown Windsor soap and towelling it vigorously afterwards, thereby accomplishing, as her feminine acquaintances asserted, the ruin of her skin. She rose and went to the foot of the stairs. Tommy's eyes fell on the parrot tulips in their white comet. What are you going to do with those gaudy things? Clementina had forgotten them. The curious impulse of the blood that had led to their purchase had been spent. Tommy's news had puzzled her and had taken her mind off foolishness. She glanced at them somewhat ashamedly. Stick them in water, of course, she replied. You don't suppose I'm going to wear them? Why not? Cried Tommy, and snatching out a great gold and crimson bloom, he held it against her black hair and swarthy brow. By Jove, you look stunning. Clementina, in a tone of some asperity, told him not to be a fool, and mounted the stairs with unaccountably burning cheeks. At dinner, Tommy, inspired by more than 3/4 of the grocer's best bottle of champagne, talked glowingly of his prospects in the event of his uncle's craziness not being a transitory disorder. After all, the world was his oyster, and he knew the trick of opening it. Most people bungled and jabbed their fingers through trying to prise it open at the wrong end. The wise man, said he, in the tone of an infant Solon, was he who not only made a mock of misfortune, but bent it to his own use as an instrument for the attainment of happiness. When challenged, he confessed that he got this gem of sapience out of a book. But it was jolly true, wasn't it? Really, he was looking forward to poverty. He was sick of silk hats and patent leather boots, and the young women he met at tea-parties. Nature beat the lot. Nature for him. Thoreau— The boy's going as cracked as his uncle, cried Clementina. Thoreau, he insisted, had found out the truth. He would give up his studio, take a labourer's cottage in the country at 2 shillings a week, live on lentils, paint immortal, though perhaps not instantaneously remunerative landscapes by day, and do all sorts of things with his pencil for the sake of a livelihood by night. He knew of a beautiful cottage, 2 rooms and a kitchen, near Hagbourne in Berkshire. The place was a forest of cherry trees, nothing more breathlessly beautiful on the earth than the whole of a countryside quivering with cherry blossom, except the same countryside when it was a purple mist of cherries. Geoffrey King had the cottage last summer. There was a bit of a garden which he could cultivate, cherry trees in it, of course, also flowers and vegetables. He would supply Clementina with pansies and potatoes all the year round. There was a pigsty, too, useful in case he wanted to run a pig. When Clementina was tired of London, she could come to the cottage, and he would sleep in the pigsty. For the second time that day she asked, "What would you want an old frump like me in the house for?" "To look at my pictures," said Tommy. Clementina sniffed. "I thought as much," she said. Really, the callous selfishness of old age is saint-like altruism compared with the fresh, spontaneous egotism of youth. Tommy, accustomed to her sharp sayings, only laughed boyishly. How was he to guess the history of the parrot tulips? He was mildly surprised, however, when she decided to spend the evening not in the studio, but in the stiff Sheraton drawing-room. He protested. It was so much jollier in the studio. She asked why. "This place has no character, no personality. It looks like a show drawing-room in a furniture dealer's window. It has nothing to do with you. It means nothing." "That's just why I want to sit in it," said Clementina. "You can go to the studio if you like." "Oh, that wouldn't be polite," said Tommy. She shrugged her shoulders and sat down at the piano and played scraps of Mozart, Beethoven, and Grieg, memories of girlhood, with the inexpert musician's uncertainty of touch. Tommy wandered restlessly about the room, examining the Bartolozzis and the backs of the books in the glass-protected cases. At last he became conscious of strain. He leant over the piano and waited until she had broken down hopelessly in a fragment of Peer Gynt. "Have I said or done anything wrong, Clementina? If so, I'm dreadfully sorry." She shut the piano with a bang. "You poor motherless babe!" she cried. "Whom would you go to with your troubles if you hadn't got me?" Tommy smiled vaguely. "Deuce knows," said he. "Then let us go down to the studio and talk about them," said Clementina. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. After leaving Clementina, Tommy went for a long, brisk walk in order to clear his mind, and on his homeward way along the embankment branched off to the middle of Old Chelsea Bridge in order to admire the moonlight view. He also took off his hat in order to get cool. The treacherous May wind cooled him effectually and sent him to bed for 3 days with a chill. Clementina sat by his rueful bedside and rated him soundly. The idea of one just recovering from pneumonia setting his blood boiling hot and then cooling himself on a bridge at midnight in the bitter north-east wind. He was about as sane as his uncle. They were a pretty and well-matched pair. Both ought to be placed under restraint. A dark house and a whip would have been their portion in the good old times. "I've got 'em both now," said Tommy, grinning. "This confounded bedroom is my dark house, and your tongue is the whip." "I hope it hurts like the devil," said Clementina. Tommy wrote from his sick-bed a dignified and manly letter to his uncle, and, like Brutus, paused for a reply. None came. Quickstus read it, and his warped vision saw ingratitude and hypocrisy in every line. He had already spoken to Griffiths about the office stool in the Star Insurance Company. Tommy's emphatic refusal to sit on it placed him in an awkward position with regard to Griffiths. Openings in a large insurance company are not as common as those for hop-pickers in August. Griffiths, a sour-tempered man at times, would be annoyed. Quickstus, encouraged by Vandermeer, regarded himself as an ill-used uncle, and not only missed all the thrill of his deed of wickedness, but accepted Tommy's decision as a rebuff to his purely benevolent intentions. He therefore added the unfortunate Tommy to the list of those whom he had tried and found wanting. He had a grievance against Tommy. Such is the topsy-turvydom of man after a little thread has snapped in his brain. Now it so happened that, on the self-same day that Tommy crawled again into the open air, Clementina, standing before her easel and painfully painting drapery from the lay figure, suddenly felt the whole studio gyrate in a whirling maelstrom into whose vortex of unconsciousness she was swiftly sucked. She fell in a heap on the floor, and remained there until she came to with a splitting headache and a sensation of carrying masses of bruised pulp at various corners of her body instead of limbs. Her maid, Eliza, finding her lying white and ill on the couch to which she had dragged herself, administered water. There was no such thing as smelling salts in Clementina's house, and on her own responsibility summoned the nearest doctor. The result of his examination was a diagnosis of overwork. Clementina jeered. Only idlers suffer from overwork. Besides, she was as strong as a horse. The doctor reminded her that she was a woman, with a woman's delicately adjusted nervous system. She also had her sex's lack of restraint. A man, finding that he was losing sleep, appetite, control of temper, and artistic grip, would abandon work and plunge, utterly unashamed, into hoggish idleness. A woman always feels that by fighting against weakness she is upholding the honour of her sex, and struggles on insanely till she drops. "I'm glad you realise I'm a woman," said Clementina. "Why?" "Because you're the first man who has done so for many years." The doctor, a youngish man, very earnest, of the modern neuropathic school, missed the note of irony. This was the first time he had seen Clementina. "You're one of the most highly strung women I've ever come across," said he gravely. "I want you to appreciate the fact, and not to strain the tension to breaking point." "You wrap it up very nicely," said Clementina. "But, to put it brutally, your honest opinion is that I'm just a silly, unreasonable, excitable, sex-ridden fool of a female like a million others. Isn't that so?" The young doctor bore the scrutiny of those glittering, ironical points of eyes with commendable professional stolidity. "It is," said he, and in saying it he had the young practitioner's horrible conviction that he had lost an influential new patient. But Clementina stretched out her hand. He took it very gladly. "I like you," she said, "because you're not afraid to talk sense. Now I'll do whatever you tell me." "Go away for a complete change. Anywhere will do. And don't think of work for a month at the very least." "All right," said Clementina. When Tommy, looking very much the worse for his relapse, came in the next day to report himself in robust health once more, Clementina acquainted him with her own bodily infirmities. It was absurd, she declared, that she should break down, but absurdity was the guiding principle of this comic planet. Holiday was ordained. She had spent a sleepless night thinking how she should make it. Dawn had brought solution of the problem. Why not make it in fantastic fashion, harmonizing with the absurd scheme of things? "What are you going to do?" asked Tommy. "Spend a frolicsome month in Whitechapel, or put on a male attire and go for a soldier?" "I shall hire an automobile and motor about France." "It's sporting enough," said Tommy judicially, "but I should hardly call it fantastic." "Wait till you've heard the rest," said Clementina. "I had originally intended to take Etta Concannon with me, but since you've come here looking like three ha'porth of misery, I've decided to take you." "Me?" cried Tommy. "My dear Clementina, that's absurd." "I thought you would agree with me," said Clementina, "but I'm going to do it. Wouldn't you like to come?" "I should think so," he exclaimed boyishly. "It would be gorgeous. But what?" "How can I afford to go motoring abroad?" "You wouldn't have to afford it. You would be my guest." "It's delightful of you, Clementina, to think of it, but it's impossible." Whereupon an argument arose such as has often arisen between man and woman. "I'm old enough to be your grandmother, or at least you think so, which comes to the same thing," said Clementina. Tommy's young pride would not allow him to accept largesse from feminine hands, however elderly and unromantic. "If I had a country house and hosts of servants and several motor cars and asked you to stay, you'd come without hesitation." "That would be different. Don't you see for yourself?" Clementina chose not to see for herself. Here was a dolorous baby of a boy, disinherited by a lunatic uncle, emaciated by illness and unable to work, refusing a helping hand just because it was a woman's. It was preposterous. Clementina grew angry. Tommy held firm. "It's merely selfish of you. Don't you see I want a companion?" Tommy pointed out the companionable qualities of Etta Concannon. But she would not hear of Etta. The sight of Tommy's wan face had decided her, and she was a woman who was accustomed to carry out her decisions. She was somewhat dictatorial, somewhat hectoring. She had taken it into her head to play fairy godmother to Tommy Burgrave, and she resented his repudiation of her godmotherdom. Besides, there were purely selfish reasons for choosing Tommy rather than Etta, which she acknowledged with inward candour. Tommy was a man who would fetch and carry and keep the chauffeur up to the mark, and inspire gendarmes and custom-house officials and maîtres d'hôtel with respect, and although Clementina feared neither man nor devil, she was aware of the value of a suit of clothes filled with a male entity as a travelling adjunct to a lone woman. With Etta the case would be different. Etta would fetch her motor veil and carry her gloves with the most adoringly submissive grace in the world, but all the real fetching and carrying for the two of them would have to be done by Clementina herself. Therein lay the difference between Clementina and the type generally known as the emancipated woman. She had no exaggerated notions of the equality of the sexes, which in feminine logic generally means the high superiority of women. circumstance had emancipated her from dependence upon the other sex. But on the circumstance and the emancipation she cast not too favourable an eye. She had a crystal-clear idea of the substantial usefulness of men in this rough and not always ready cosmic scheme. Therefore, for purposes of utility, she wanted Tommy. In her usual blunt manner, she told him so. "You run in here at all hours of the day and night, and it's Clementina this and Clementina that until I can't call my soul my own. And now, the first time I ask you to do me a service, you fall back on your silly little prejudices of vanity and pride and say you can't do it." "I'm very sorry," said Tommy humbly. "I tell you what it is," said Clementina, with a curiously vicious feminine stroke. "You'd come if I was a smart-looking woman with fine clothes who could be a credit to you, but you won't face going about with an animated rag-and-bone shop like me." Tommy flushed, as pink as only a fair youth can flush. He sprang forward and seized her wrist, and unwittingly hurt her in his strong and indignant grip. "What you're saying is abominable, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. If I thought anything like that, I'd be the most infernal cur that ever trod the earth. I'd like to shake you for daring to say such things about me." He flung away her hands and stalked off to the other end of the studio, leaving her with tingling wrists and unfindable retort. "If you really think I can be of service to you," he said, in a dignified way, having completed the return journey, "I shall be most happy to come." "I don't want you to make a martyr of yourself," she snapped. Tommy considered within himself for a moment or two, then broke into his boyish laugh. "I'm an ungrateful pig, and I'll follow you all over the world. Dear old Clementina," he added more seriously, putting his hand on her shoulder, "forgive me." Clementina gently removed his hand. She preferred the grip on the wrists that hurt. But, mollified, she forgave him. So in a few days they started on their travels. The 35-horsepower car whirled them, a happy pair, through the heart of summer. Above, the blue sky blazed, and beneath, the white road gleamed a shivering streak. The exhilarating wind of their motion filled their lungs and set their tired pulses throbbing. Now and then, for miles, the great plane trees on each side of the way formed the never-ending nave of an infinite cathedral, the roof a miracle of green tracery. Through quiet, sun-baked villages they passed, at a snail's pace, hooting children and dogs from before their path, and because they proceeded slowly, and Tommy was goodly to look upon, the women smiled from their doorways, or from the running laundry stream where they knelt and beat the wet clothes, or from the fountain in the cool, flagged little square jutting out like a tiny transept from the aisle of the street. Babies stared stolidly. Here and there a bunch of little girls, their hair tied into demure pigtails, the blue sarau over their loud check frocks, would laugh and whisper, and one more daring than the rest would wave an audacious hand, and when Tommy blew her a kiss from his fingers, there came the little slut's gracious response, amid mirth and delight unspeakable. Men would look up from their dusty, bare, uneven bowling alley beneath the trees, and watch them as they went by. An automobile, in spite of its frequency, is always an event in a French village. If it races mercilessly through, there is reasonable opportunity to curse, which always gladdens the heart of man. If it proceeds slowly and shows deference to the inhabitants, it is an event rare enough to command their admiration. Instead of shutting their eyes against a sort of hell-chariot in a whirlwind, they can observe the gracefully built car and its stranger though human occupants, which is something deserving a note in a record of an eventless day. If they stopped and quitted the car so as to glance at leisure at old church or quaint fountain, and in many an out-of-the-way village in France the water of the community gushes forth from a beautiful work of art, all the idlers of the sunny place clustered round the car, while the British chauffeur stood by the radiator, impeccably vestured and unembarrassed as a fate. At noon came the break for déjeuner, preferably in some little world-forgotten townlet, where, after the hors d'oeuvre, omelette, cutlet, chicken, and fruit, and where is the sad, plague-stricken hamlet of France that cannot, in the twinkling of an eye, provide such a meal for the hungry wayfarer? They loved to take their coffee beneath the awning of a café on the shady side of the great sleepy square, and absorb the sleepy, sunny, prosperous spirit of the place, the unpainted bandstand in the centre, the low-lying houses with sleepy little shops and cafés, heavens how many cafés, around it,
the modern, model-built Hôtel de Ville, the fine avenue of plane trees without which no Grande Place in France could exist, and, above the roofs of the houses, the weather-beaten, crumbling Gothic tower of the church, surmounted by its extinguisher-shaped leaden belfry, alive with vivid yellows and olives. And then the road again passed the rapidly becoming familiar objects, the slow ox carts, the herd of wayside goats in charge of a dirty, tow-headed child, the squad of canvas-suited soldiers, the great lumbering wagons drawn by a string of 3 gaudily and elaborately yoked horses, the driver fast asleep on the top of his mountainous load, the mongrel dogs that sought, and happily found not, euthanasia beneath the wheels of the modern car of Juggernaut, the sober-vested peasant women bending beneath their burdens, with the calm, unexpressive faces of caryatides grown old and withered. Towards the late afternoon was reached the larger town where they would halt for the night. First came the eternal but grateful outer boulevard, cool with foliage, running between newly built, perky houses and shops, and then leading into the heart of the older city, grey, narrow-streeted, picturesque. As the automobile clattered through the great gateway of the hotel into the paved courtyard, out came the decent landlord and smiling landlady, welcomed their guests, summoned unshaven men in green baize aprons, who at dinner were to appear in the decorous garb of waiters, and in the morning, by a subtle modification of costume, dingy white aprons instead of green baize, were to do uncomplaining work as housemaids, to take down the luggage and show the travellers to their clean, bare rooms. After the summary removal of the journey's dust came the delicious saunter through the strange old town, the stimulus of the sudden burst into view of the west front of a cathedral, with its deeply recessed and sculptured doorways, and its great flamboyant windows struck by the westering sun, the quick indrawn breath of delight when, in a narrow, evil-smelling, cobble-paved street, they came unexpectedly upon some marvel of an early Renaissance facade, with its refined riot of ornament, its unerring proportions, its laughing dignity. Laughing all the more, and with all the more dignity, as became its mocking aristocratic soul, because the ground floor was given up to a dingy tinsmith, and its upper stories to the same class of easy-going, slatternly folk who sat at the windows of the other unconsidered houses in the sallow and homely street. The gay relief of emerging from such unsavoury and foot-massacring byways into the quarter of the town on which the Syndicat d'Initiative prides itself, the wide, well-kept thoroughfare, or place, with its inevitable greenery, its flourishing cafes, thick with decorous folk beneath the awnings, its proud and prosperous shops, its municipal theatre, bourse, Hôtel de Ville, its generously spouting fountain, its statue of the great sun, poet, artist, soldier of the locality, its crowd of well-fed saunterers, fat and greasy citizens, the supercilious aristocrat and the wolf-eyed anarchist might perhaps join together in calling them, but still God's very worthy creatures. Its general expression, not of the joy of life, for a provincial town is as a whole governed by conditions which affect only a part of the great capital, but of the undeniable usefulness and pleasurableness of human existence. Then, after dinner, out again to the cool terrace of a café. In provincial France no one lounges over coffee and tobacco in an hotel. And lastly to bed, with wind and sun in their eyes and in their hearts, the peace of a beautiful land. They had planned the first part of their route, Boulogne, Abbeville, Beauvais, Sens, Tonnerre, Dijon, through the Côte d'Or and down the valley of the Rhône to Avignon. After that the roads of France were open to them to go whithersoever they willed. The ground, the experience, the freedom, all were new to them. To Clementina France had practically been synonymous with Paris, not Paris of the Grand Boulevard, Montmartre, and expensive restaurants, but Paris of the left bank, of the studios, of struggle and toil, a place not of gaiety but grimness. To Tommy it meant Paris too, Paris of the young artist tourist, a museum of great pictures, the Louvre, the Luxembourg, the Pantheon immortalized by Puvis de Chavannes, also Dieppe, Dinard, and such-like dependencies of Britain. But of the true France, such as they beheld it now, they knew nothing, and they beheld it with the wide-open eyes of children. After a few days the weariness fell from Clementina's shoulders. New life sped through her veins. Her hard lips caught the long-forgotten trick of a smile. She almost lost the art of acid speech. She grew young again. Tommy held the money-bag. "I'm not going to look like a maiden aunt treating a small boy to buns at a confectioner's," she declared. "I'm going to be a real lady for once, and see what it's like." So Clementina did nothing in the most ladylike manner, while Tommy played courier and carried through all arrangements with the impressive air of importance that only a young Briton in somebody else's motor-car can assume. He had forgotten the little sacrifice of his pride. He had forgotten, or at least he disregarded, with the precious irresponsibility of 23, the fact that his income was reduced to the negligible quantity of £1 a week. He gave himself up to the enjoyment of the passing hour, and if ever he did cast a forward glance at the clouded future, behold, the clouds were rosy with the reflections of the present sunshine. He was proud of his newly discovered talent as a courier, and boasted in his boyish way. "Aren't you glad you've got me to take care of you?" "It's a new sensation for me to be taken care of." "But you don't dislike it?" He was arranging at the bottom of the car a pile of rugs and wraps as a footstool for Clementina, at the exact height and angle for her luxurious comfort. Clementina sighed. She was beginning to like it very much indeed. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. When they swung round the great bend of the Rhone, and Vienne came in sight, Tommy uttered a cry of exultation. "Oh, Clementina, let us stay here for a week." When they stood an hour afterwards on the great suspension bridge that connects Vienne with the little town of St. Colombe, and drank in the afternoon beauty of the place, Tommy amended his proposition. "Oh, Clementina," said he, "let us stay here for ever." Clementina sighed and watched the broad blue river sweeping in its majestic curve between the wooded mountains from whose foliage peeped a myriad human habitations, the ancient Chateau Fort de la Bâtie standing a brave and mutilated sentinel on its dominating hill, the nestling town with its Byzantine towers and tiled roofs, the Gothic west front of the cathedral framed by the pylons of the bridge, the green boulevarded embankment, and the fort of St. Colombe in its broader and more smiling valley guarded, it too, by its grim square tower, the laughing peace of the infinite web of afternoon shadow and afternoon sunlight. Away up the stream a barge moved slowly down under a sail of burnished gold. A few moments afterwards, coming under the lee of the mountains, the sail turned into what Tommy, who pointed it out, called a dream-coloured brown, from which it may be deduced that Tommy was growing poetical. In former times Clementina would have rebuked so nonsensical a fancy, but now, with a nod, she acquiesced. Nay, more, she openly agreed. "We who live in a sunless room in the midst of paint-pots know nothing of the beauty of the world." "That's true," said Tommy. "We hope, when we are tired, that there is such a place as the land of dreams, but we imagine it somewhere east of the sun and west of the moon. We don't realise that all we've got to do to get there is to walk out of our own front door." "It all depends upon the inward eye, doesn't it?" said the boy. "Or perhaps indeed it needs a double inward eye. Two personalities, you know, harmonised in a subtle sort of way, so as to bring it into focus. You see what I mean? I don't think I could get the whole dreamy adorableness of this if I hadn't you beside me." "Do you mean that, Tommy?" she asked, with eyes fixed on the Rhone. "Of course I do," he replied earnestly. Her lips worked themselves into a smile. "I never thought my personality could harmonise with any other on God's earth. You've lived a life of horrible rank injustice." She started as if hurt. "Well, don't say that. But to yourself, I mean, dearest Clementina. You never allowed yourself a good quality. Now you're beginning to find out your mistake. When it's pointed out that I can harmonise with your beautiful nature—" At the flash of the old Clementina, Tommy laughed. "I'm not going to deny that there's good in me. Why should I? If there wasn't, I shouldn't be here. You wouldn't have asked me to be your companion," he added quickly, fearing lest she might put a wrong construction on his words. "When a good woman does a man the honour of admitting him to her intimate companionship, he knows he's good, and it makes him feel better." Her left elbow rested on the parapet of the bridge, and her chin rested on the palm of her hand.
Without looking at him, she stretched out the other hand and touched him. "Thank you for saying that, Tommy," she said in a low voice. Their mutual relations had modified considerably during the journey. The change, in the first place, had come instinctively from Tommy. Hitherto Clementina had represented little to his ingenuous mind but the rough and ready comrade, the good sort, the stunning portrait-painter. With many of his men friends he was on practically the same terms. Quite unconsciously he patronized her ever so little, as the Prince Charmings of life's fairy tale are apt to patronize those who are not quite so charming or quite so princely as themselves. When he had dined with the proud and gorgeous, he loved to strut before her, aureoled in his reflected splendour, not for a moment remembering that had Clementina chosen to throw off her social nonconformity, she could have sat in high places at the houses of such a proud and gorgeous hierarchy as he, Tommy Burgrave, could not hope for many years to consort with. Sometimes he treated her as an old family nurse who spoiled him, sometimes as a bearded master. He teased her, chaffed her, laid traps to catch her sharp sayings, greeting her with "hello," and parted from her with an airy wave of the hand. But as soon as they set off on their travels, the subtle change took place, for which the fact of his being her guest could only, in small degree, account. Being in charge of all arrangements, and thus asserting his masculinity, he saw Clementina in a new light. For all her unloveliness, she was a woman. For all her lack of convention, she was a lady born and bred. She was as much under his protection as any dame or damsel of the proud and gorgeous to whom he might have had the honour to act as escort. And without a moment's self-consciousness he began to treat Clementina with the same courteous solicitude as he would have treated such dame or damsel, or, for the matter of that, any other woman of his acquaintance. Whereas a month or two before he would have tramped by her side for miles without the thought of her possible fatigue entering his honest head, now her inability to stroll about the streets of these little provincial towns without physical exhaustion caused him grave anxiety. He ministered to her comfort in 1,000 ways. He saw to the proper working of the shutters in her room, to the smooth opening of the drawers and presses, put the fear of God into the hearts of chambermaids and valets through the medium of a terrific lingua franca of his own invention, supplied her with roses, rose early every morning to scour the town for a New York Herald so that it could be taken up to Clementina's room with her coffee and petit croissant. His habit of speech, too, became more deferential, and his discourse gained in depth and sincerity what it lost in picturesque vernacular. To sum up the whole of the foregoing in a phrase, Tommy's attitude towards Clementina grew to be that of an extremely nice boy towards an extremely nice maiden aunt. This change of attitude acted very powerfully on Clementina. As she had remarked, it was a new sensation to be taken care of, one which she liked very much indeed. All the sternly repressed feminine in her, all that she called the silly fool woman, responded to the masculine strength and delicacy of touch. She, on her side, saw Tommy in a new light. He developed from the boy into the man. He was responsible, practical, imperious in his frank, kindly Anglo-Saxon way. It was a new joy for the woman who since girlhood had fought single-handed for her place in the world, to sit still and do nothing while difficulties vanished before his bright presence, just as the crests of alarming steeps vanished before the irresistible rush of the car. Once, when a loud report and the grinding of the wheels announced a puncture, she cried involuntarily, "I'm so glad!" Tommy laughed. "Well, of all the feminine reasons for gladness!" Clementina basked in her femininity like a lizard in the sun. "I suppose it's because you can sit in the shade and watch Johnson and me toiling and broiling like niggers on the road." She blushed beneath her swarthy skin. That was just it. She loved to see him throw off his coat and grapple like a young Hercules with the tire. For Johnson's much more efficient exertions she cared not a scrap. Her heart was full of new delights. It was a new delight to feel essentially what she in her irony used to term a lady, to be addressed with deference and tenderness, to have her desires executed just that instant before specific formulation which gives charm and surprise. Every day she discovered a new and unsuspected quality in Tommy, and every evening she dwelt upon the sweetness, freshness, and strength of his nature. The lavender fragrance, the nice maiden aunty of her relations with Tommy, I am afraid she missed. It gave her an odd little thrill of pleasure when Tommy propounded his theory of the perfect focal adjustment of the good in their natures. When he implicitly gave her rank as an angel, she was deeply moved. So she stretched out her hand and touched him, and said, "Thank you." "You said nothing about my proposals to stay here forever," he remarked after a while. "I'm quite ready," she replied absently. "Why shouldn't we?" Tommy pointed out a white chateau that flashed through the greenery of the hill behind the cathedral. "That's the place we'll take. We'll fill it with books, chiefly sermons, and flowers, chiefly poppies, and we'll smoke hashish instead of tobacco, and we'll sleep and paint dream pictures all the rest of our lives." "I suppose you can't conceive life, even a dream life, without pictures to paint in it?" "Not exactly," said he. "Can you? I shouldn't be painting pictures in my dream life." "What would you be doing?" But Clementina did not reply. She looked at the brave old sentinel fort glowing red in the splendour of the westering sun. Tommy continued, "I'm sure you would be painting. How do you think a musician could face an existence without music, or a golfer without golf?" And he broke into his fresh laugh. "I wonder what dream golf would be like. It would be a sort of mixed arrangement, I guess, with stars for balls, and clouds for bunkers, and meads of asphodels for putting greens." He suddenly lifted his hands, palm facing palm, and looked through them at the framed picture. "Clementina, dear, if I don't get that old Tour de la Bâtie with the sunset on it, I'll die. It'll take eternity to get it right, and that's why we must stay here forever." "Well, stay as long as you like," said Clementina, "and you can paint to your heart's content." "You're the dearest thing in the world," said Tommy. Dinner time drew near. They left the bridge reluctantly and mounted the great broad flight of 40 steps that led to the west door of the cathedral. A few of the narrow side streets brought them into the Place Miramont, where their hotel was situated. In the lazy late afternoon warmth it looked the laziest and most peaceful spot inhabited by man. The square, classic town library, hermetically closed, its inner mysteries hidden behind drawn blinds, stood in its midst like a mausoleum of dead and peaceful thoughts. Nothing living troubled it, save a mongrel dog asleep on the steps. No customer ruffled the tranquillity of the shops around the place. A red-trousered, blue-coated little soldier, so little that he looked like a toy soldier, and an old man in a blouse, who walked very slowly in the direction of the café, were the only humans on foot. Even the hotel omnibus, rattling suddenly into the square, failed to break the spell of quietude. For it was empty, and its emptiness gave a pleasurable sense of distance from the fever and the fret of life. It is even said that Pontius Pilate found peace in Vienne, lying, according to popular tradition, under a comparatively modern monolith termed the Aiguille. "Are you quite sure this place isn't too dead and alive for you?" Clementina asked as they approached the hotel. He slid his hand under her arm. "Oh, no," he cried, with a little reassuring squeeze. "It's heavenly." While she was cleansing herself for dinner, Clementina looked in the glass. Her hair, as usual, straggled untidily over her temples. She wore it bunched up anyhow in a knot behind, and the resentful hairpins invariably failed in their office. This evening she removed the faithful few, the saving remnant that for the world's good remains in all communities, even of hairpins, and her hair, thick and black, fell about her shoulders. She combed it, brushed it, brought it up to the top of her head, and twisting it into a neat coil, held it there with her hand, and for a moment or two studied the effect somewhat dreamily. Then all of a sudden a change of mood swept over her. She let the hair down again, almost savagely wound it into its accustomed clump into which she thrust hairpins at random, and turned away from the mirror, her mouth drawn into its old grim lines. Tommy found her rather uncommunicative at dinner, which was served to them at a separate side table. At the table d'hôte in the middle of the room, 8 or 9 men, habitués and commercial travellers, fed in stolid silence. She ate little. Tommy, noticing it, openly reproached himself for having caused her fatigue. The day in the open air, and open air pumped into the lungs at the rate of 30 or 40 miles an hour, was of itself tiring. He ought not to have dragged her about the town. Besides, he added with an appearance of great wisdom, a surfeit of beauty gave one a soul-ache. They feasted on nothing but beauty since they'd left Chalon-sur-Saône that morning. He too had a touch of soul-ache, but luckily it did not interfere with his carnal appetite. It ought not to interfere with Clementina's. Here was the whitest and tenderest morsel of chicken that ever was, and the crispest bit of delectable salad. He helped her from the dish which she had refused at the hands of the waiter, and she ate meekly. But after dinner she sent him off to the café by himself, saying that she would read a novel in the salon and go to bed early. The loneliness of the salon, instead of resting her, got on her nerves, which angered her. What business had she, Clementina Wing, with nerves? Or was Tommy right? Perhaps it was soul-ache from which she was suffering. Certainly one strove to pack away into oneself anything of beauty, making it a part of one's spiritual being. One could be a glutton and suffer from the consequences. The soul-ache, if such it were, had nothing of origin in the emotions that had prompted her touch on Tommy's arm, or the coiling of her hair on the top of her head. Nothing at all. Besides, it was a very silly novel, a modern French version of Daphnis and Chloe, in which Daphnis featured as a despicable young neuropath whom Tommy would have kicked on sight, and Chloe a sly hussy whom a sensible mother would have spanked. She threw it into a corner and went to her room to brace her mind with Tristram Shandy. She had not been long there, however, when there came a knocking at her door. On her invitation to enter, the door opened, and Tommy stood breathless on the threshold. His eyes were bright, and he was quivering with excitement. Do come out and see something. I hit upon it unawares, and it knocked me silly. I've run all the way back to fetch you." "What is it?" "Something too exquisite for words." "What about the soul-ache?" "Oh, let us have an orgy while we're about it," he cried recklessly. "It's worth it. Do come. I want you to feel the thing with me." The appeal was irresistible. It was spirit summoning spirit. Without thinking, but dimly conscious of a quick throbbing of the heart, Clementina put on her hat and went with Tommy out of the hotel. The full moon blazed from a cloudless sky, flooding the little silent square. She paused on the pavement. "Yes, it's beautiful," she said. "Oh, that's only the silly old moon," cried Tommy. "I've got something much better for you than that." "What is it?" she asked again. "You wait," said he. He took her across the square, through 2 or 3 turns of narrow cobble-paved streets, whirled her swiftly round a corner, and said, "Look!" Clementina looked, and walked straight into the living heart of the majesty that once was Rome. There, in the midst of an open space, the modern houses around it obscured, softened, decharacterized by the magic-working moon, stood in its proud and perfect beauty the temple of Augustus and Livia. 20 centuries, with all their meaning, vanished in a second. It was the heart of Rome. There was the great temple, perfect, imperishable, with its fluted Corinthian columns, its entablature, its pediment, its noble cornice throwing endless mysteries of shadow. No ruin from which imagination, flogged by scholarship, might dimly picture forth what once had been, but the temple itself, untouched, haughty, defying time, the companion for 2,000 years of the moon that now bathed it lovingly, as a friend of 2,000 years' standing must do, in its softest splendour, and sharing with the moon its godlike scorn of the hectic and transitory life of man. Clementina drew a sharp breath of wonder. Moisture clouded her eyes. She could not speak for the suddenness of the shock of beauty. Tommy gently took her arm, and they stood for a long time in silence, close together. In their artist's sensitiveness they were very near together in spirit. She glanced at his face in the moonlight, alive with the joy of the thing, and her heart gave a sudden leap. All the beauty of the day translated itself into something even more radiant, that flooded her soul, causing the rows of fluted columns to swim before her eyes until she shut them with a little sigh of content. At last they moved and walked slowly round the building. "I just couldn't help fetching you," said Tommy. "Oh, I'm glad you did." "Oh, so glad. Why didn't we know of this before we came?" "Because we are 2 thrice-blessedly ignorant cockneys, dear. I hate to know what I'm going to see. It's much better to be like stout Cortes and his men in the poem, and discover things, isn't it? By Jove, I shall never forget running into this. Nor I, said Clementina. The moment the car turned the bend today, I knew something was going to happen here. More had happened than Tommy dreamed of in his young philosophy. Nor did Clementina enlighten him. She slid his arm from under hers and took it, and leaned ever so little on it, for the first time for many, many years, a happy woman. When they left the temple, she pleaded for an extension of their walk. She was no longer tired. She could go on for ever beneath such a moon. "A night made for lovers," said Tommy, "and we aren't the only ones. Look." And indeed there were couples sauntering by, head to head, talking of the things the moon had heard so many million times before. "I suppose they take us also for lovers," said Clementina foolishly. "I don't care if they do," said Tommy. "Let us pretend." "Yes," said Clementina, "let us pretend." They wandered thus, lover-like, through the town, and came on the quay, where they sat on the coping of the parapet and watched the moonlit Rhone and the brave old chateau fort on the hill. "Are you glad you came with me?" she asked. "It has been a sort of enchanted journey," he replied seriously. "And tonight, well, tonight is just tonight. There are no words for it. I've never thanked you. There are things too deep for thanks. In return I would give you everything I've got, in myself, you know, if you wanted it. In fact," he added with a boyish laugh, "I've given it to you already, whether you want it or not." "I do want it, Tommy," she said, with a catch in her voice. "You don't know how much I want it." "Then you have a devoted slave for the rest of your life." "I do believe you are fond of me." "Fond of you?" he cried. "Why, of course I am. There's not one other woman like you in the world." He took her hand and kissed it. "Bless you," he said. Then he rose. "We've sat out here long enough. Your hands are quite cold, and you've only that silly blouse on. You'll catch a chill." "I'm quite warm," said Clementina mendaciously, but she obeyed him with surprising meekness. If anyone had had a sufficiently fantastic imagination and sufficient audacity to prophesy to Clementina before she started from London the effect upon her temperament of a Roman temple and moonshine, she would have said things in her direct way uncomplimentary to his intelligence. She would have forgotten her own epigram to the effect that woman always has her sex hanging round the neck of her spirit. But her epigram had proved its truth. She was feeling a peculiar graciousness in the focal adjustment above considered, was letting her spirit soar with its brother to plains of pure beauty, when lo, suddenly spirit was hurled from the empyrean into the abyss by the thing clinging round its neck, which took its place on the said plains with a pretty gurgle of exultation. That is what had happened. And is it not all too natural? There are plants which will keep within them a padded life in a coal cellar, but put in the sun and the air and the rain will break magically into riotous leaf and bud and flower. Love, foolish, absurd, lunatic, reprehensible, what you will, had come into the sun and the air and the rain, and it had broken magically into blossom. Of course she had no business to bring it into the air. She ought to have kept it in the coal cellar. She ought not to have let the door be opened by the wheedlings of a captivating youth. In plain language, a woman of 36 ought never to have fallen in love with a boy of 23. Of course not. A vehement, passionate nature is the easiest thing in the world to keep under control. A respectable piece of British tape ought to be strong enough leash for any tiger of the jungle. That Clementina, ill-favoured and dire, should have given herself up in the solitude of her room to her intoxication is no doubt a matter for censure. It was mad and bad and sad, but it was sweet. It was human. The rare ones from whom no secrets of a woman's pure heart are hid might say that it was divine, but the many who pity let them not grudge her hour of joy to a woman of barren life. But it was only an hour. The grey dawn crept into the sleepless room, and the glamour of the moonlight had gone, and there was a desperate struggle in the woman's soul. The boy's words rang in her ears. He was fond of her, devoted to her, would give up his life to her. He spoke sincerely. Why should she not take the words at a little above their face value? No strong-natured woman of 35, with Clementina's fame and wealth and full great sympathy, need fear rebuff from a generous lad who professes himself to be her devoted slave. All she has to do is to put up the banns. Whether ultimate bliss will be achieved is another matter. But to marry him out of hand is as easy as lying. It did not need Clementina's acute intelligence for her to be fully aware of this. And another temptation crept over her pillow to her ear, peculiarly insidious. The boy would be free to pursue his beloved art without sordid cares. There would be no struggle and starvation and fringed hems to his trousers. A woman who really loves a man would sooner her heart were frayed than his trouser hems. She rose and threw wide the shutters. The little Place Miramont looked ghostly in the white light, and the classic bibliothèque with its round-headed windows more than ever a mausoleum of human wisdom. It is strange how coldly suggestive of death is the birth of day. Clementina crept back to bed, and, tired out, fell asleep. The waiter bringing in the breakfast tray awakened her. On the New York Herald, which Tommy had gone to the railway station to procure, lay a dewy cluster of red and yellow roses. On a plate, a pile of letters, the top one addressed in Etta Concannon's great girlish scrawl. Why in the world should a bunch of parrot tulips have flared before her eyes? They did. They had marked the beginning of it. The red and yellow roses marked the end. "Attendez un moment," she said to the waiter, while she tore open the envelope and glanced through Etta's unimportant letter. "Bring me a telegraph form." He produced one from his pocket. If you ask a waiter in a good French provincial hotel for anything, a copy of Buckle's History of Civilization, or a boot-jack, he would produce it from his pocket. He also handed her a pencil. Then she bit musingly for a few seconds. Then she scribbled hastily on the telegraph form. "Join me at once. Book straight through to Lyon. Wire train. Will meet you at station. Promise you." Her lips twisted into a wry smile as the word she sought entered her head. "Heavenly time. My guest, of course. Clementina, Hôtel du Nord, Vienne." "By the way, garçon," she said, handing him the telegram, "why is this called the Hôtel du Nord?" "Parce que, madame, c'est ici, à Vienne, que commence le midi," replied the waiter. He bowed himself out. A courtier of Versailles at the levee of the Pompadour could not have made his speech and exit with better grace. Later in the day Clementina received the reply from Etta. "You darling, starting tomorrow. Arrive Lyon 7 o'clock morning Thursday." Tommy, fired by the picture made by the bend of the Rhône and the Château Fort de la Bâtie, spent most of the day on the quay with the paraphernalia of his trade, easel and canvas and box of colours and brushes, painting delightedly, while Clementina, beneath an uncompromising white umbrella with a green lining, bought on her travels, sat nearby, reading many tales out of one uncomprehended novel. Just before dinner she informed him of the almost immediate arrival of Etta Concannon. "Oh, I say," he exclaimed in an injured voice, "that spoils everything." "I don't think so," said Clementina. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Glory of Clementina Ring by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. Clementina motored to Lyon by herself, dined in gaunt and lonely splendour at the Grand Hotel, and met Etta Concannon's train very early the next morning. Etta, dewy fresh after her all-night train journey, threw her arms round her neck and kissed her effusively. She was a heaven-born darling, a priceless angel, and various other hyperbolical things. Yes, she had had a comfortable journey, no trouble at all sorts of nice men had come to her aid at the various stages. She had been up since 5, standing in the corridor and looking at the country, which was fascinating. She had no idea it was so full of interest. "And did one of the nice men get up at 5 too, and stand in the corridor?" asked Clementina. The girl flushed and laughed. "How did you guess? I couldn't help it. How could I? And it was quite safe. He was ever so old." "I'm glad I've got you in charge now," said Clementina.
"I'll be so good, dear," said the girl.
The luggage secured, they drove off. Etta's eyes sparkled as they went through the ugly, monotonous, clattering streets of Lyons.
"What an adorable town!"
As it was not even lit by the cheap glamour of the sun, for the sky was overcast and threatening, it looked peculiarly depressing to normal vision. But youth found it adorable. Oh, thrice blessed blindness of youth!
"What has happened to Mr. Burgrave?" she asked after a while. "I suppose his time was up and he had to go back."
"Oh, no," said Clementina coolly. "He's at Vienne."
"Oh," said Etta, with a little touch of reproach. "I thought it was just going to be you and I and us two."
"We'll put him in front next to Johnson and have the back of the car all to ourselves. But I thought you liked Tommy Burgrave."
"Oh, he's quite harmless," said Etta carelessly.
"And he thinks of nothing in the world but his painting, so he won't bother his head much about you," said Clementina. Etta fell at once into the trap.
"I'm not going to let him treat me as if I didn't exist," she cried. "I'm afraid you've been spoiling him, darling. Men ought to be shown their place and taught how to behave."
His behaviour, however, on their first meeting was remarkably correct. The car, entering Vienne, drew up by the side of the quay where he had pitched his easel. He rose and ran to greet his occupants with the most welcoming of smiles, which were not all directed at Clementina. Etta had her share. It is not in the nature of 23 to look morosely on so dainty a daughter of Eve, all the daintier by contrast with the dowdy elder woman by her side. Tommy had spoken truly when he had professed his downright honest affection for Clementina, truly also when he had deprecated the summoning of the interloping damsel. But he had not counted on the effect of contrast. He had seen Etta in his mind's eye as just an ordinary young woman, who would disturb that harmonious adjustment of artistic focus on whose discovery he had prided himself so greatly. Now he realized her freshness and dewiness and goodness to look upon. She adorned the car, made quite a different vehicle of it. Standing by the door, he noticed how passers-by turned round and glanced at her with the frank admiration of their race. Tommy at once felt himself to be an enviable fellow. He was going to take a great pride in her. At the lowest, as a mere travelling adjunct, she didn't him credit. Clementina watched him shrewdly, and the corners of her mouth curled in an ironical twist. "It isn't my fault, Miss Concannon, that I didn't come to Lyons to meet you. Clementina wouldn't let me. You know what a martinet she is. So I was here all last evening, simply languishing in loneliness."
"Why wouldn't you let poor Mr. Burgrave come to Lyons, Clementina?" laughed Etta.
"If you begin to pester me with questions," replied Clementina, "I'll pack you off to England again." "All inquiries to be addressed to the courier," said Tommy.
"And you'll answer them?"
"Every one," said Tommy. Thus the freemasonry of youth was at once established between them. Etta smiled sweetly on him as the car drove off to the hotel, and Tommy returned to his easel with the happy impression that everything, especially the intervention of interloping damsels, was for the best in this best of all possible worlds. They met shortly afterwards at déjeuner, the brightest of meals, whereat Etta talked her girlish nonsense, which Tommy took for peculiarly sparkling discourse. Clementina, wearing the mask of the indulgent chaperon, let the babble flow unchecked. "Do you think Etta will spoil everything?" she asked him, as soon as they were alone for a moment.
"Oh, no,"
cried the ingenuous Tommy. "She's going to be great fun."
"Huh,"
said Clementina, feeling as though she might make the historic reply of the frog at whom the boys threw stones. But she had deliberately brought about the lapidation. She winced, but she could not complain. It must not be imagined, however, that Tommy transferred his allegiance in youth's debonair, thoughtless way to the newer and prettier princess. On the contrary, in all the little outward shows of devotion, he demonstrated himself more zealously than ever to be Clementina's vassal. In the excursions that they made during the next few days, keeping Vienne as a base, to La Tour du Pin, Grenoble, Saint-Marcellin, Montpillat, it was to Clementina that he turned and pointed out the beauties of the road, and her unsteady footsteps that he guided over rough and declivitous paths. To her he also turned for serious conversation. The Flowers and the New York Herald came to her room as unfailingly as the morning coffee. He manifested the same tender solicitude as to her possible sufferings from hunger, drought, dust, or fatigue. He paid her regal honour. In this he was aided and abetted by Etta Concannon, who had her own pretty ways of performing homage. In fact, the care of Clementina soon became at once a rivalry and a bond between them, and Clementina, so far from being neglected, found herself the victim of emulous and sometimes embarrassing ministrations. As she herself phrased it in a moment of bitter irony, they were making love over her live body. They left Vienne, Tommy having made sufficient studies for immortal studio paintings, and took up their quarters at Valence. There is a spaciousness about Valence rare in provincial towns of France. You stand in the middle of wide boulevard, the long vista closed at one end by the far blue tops of the mountains of the Vivarais, and at the other by the distant Alps, and you think you are dwelling in some sweet city in the air. In the clear sunshine it is as bright and as crisp as a cameo. "I love Vienne, but I adore Valence," said Etta Concannon. "Here I can breathe." They were sitting on the terrace of a café in the Place de la République in front of the great monument to Émile Augier. It was the cool of the evening, and a fresh breeze came from the mountains. "I too am glad to get out of Vienne," said Clementina. Tommy protested. "That's treason, Clementina. We had such ripping times there. Do you remember the evening I fetched you out to see the Temple of Augustus and Livia?" Clementina gave one of her non-committal grunts. She did indeed remember it, but for that night the three of them would not have been sitting together over coffee at Valence. "Tommy's so sentimental," Etta remarked. "Since when have you been calling him Tommy?" asked Clementina. "We fixed that up this afternoon," he said cheerfully. "Mr. Burgrave suggests an afternoon party where one carts tea and food about, not a chummy motor tour." "We agreed to adopt each other as cousins," said Etta. "We were kind of lonely, you know," laughed Tommy. "We happened to have no cousins of our own, and besides, you deserted us today, and we felt like two abandoned babes in the car." "I don't think you were much to be pitied," said Clementina. In the pursuance of her scheme of self-annihilation, she had several times sent them out on jaunts together, while she herself went for a grim walk in the dust and heat. This afternoon Etta had returned radiant. She had had the time of her life, and Tommy was the dearest thing that ever happened. Etta was addicted to the hyperbole of her generation. At dinner Tommy had admitted the general amenity of their excursion to Valence-Crest, and now came the avowal of the establishment of their cousinly and intimate relations. The scheme was succeeding admirably. How could it fail? Throw together two bright, impressionable, and innocent young humans of opposite sexes, and of the same social position, link them by a common tie, let them spend hours in each other's company, withdraw the ordinary restrictions that limit the intercourse of such beings in everyday society, bathe them in sunshine and drench their souls with beauty, and you have the Garden of Eden over again, the serpent being replaced by his chubby and winged successor. The result is almost inevitable, but you can withdraw with certainty the qualifying adverb when one of the potentially high contracting parties has been suffering from heart-scratch and has announced her intention of becoming a hospital nurse. I am quite aware that in the eyes of the world Clementina's conduct was outrageous. Etta was the only child of a wealthy admiral, Tommy a penniless painter. Admiral Concannon had confidently entrusted his daughter to her care, and had not the least idea of what was going on. When the disastrous story should reach his ears, he would foam righteously at the mouth, and use, with perfect justification, the most esoteric of quarter-deck language. I do not attempt to defend Clementina. All the same, you must remember that in Tommy Burgrave she was giving to Etta as a free gift her most priceless possession. Tommy, in her eyes, was the real Prince Charming, at present, as often happens in fairy tales, under a cloud, but destined in real life, as in the fairy tales, to come, by a speedy wave of the magic wand, into his principality. As to the waving of the magic wand, she had her own ideas. She was quite prepared to weather the Admiral's storm. "There was never anything so sudden but the fight of two rams," is Rosalind's startling description of the courtship between Oliver and Celia. These lovers, however, were Elizabethans who did things in a large, splendid, and unhesitating way. The case with Tommy and Etta, who were moderns, governed by all kinds of subtleties and delicacies, 3 centuries' growth, was not quite so instantaneous. The ordinary modern youth and maiden of such clean upbringing walk along together, hand in hand in perfect innocence, for a long time, never realizing that they are in love with one another, till something happens. The maiden may be sent into the country by an infuriated mother, hence revelation with anguish. The indiscreet jesting of a friend, a tragedy causing both to come hard against the bedrock facts of life, may shatter the guileless shell of their love. I know of two young things who came by the knowledge through bumping their heads together beneath a table while searching for a fallen penny. A shock, a jar, is all that is needed. But with Tommy and Etta nothing yet had happened. They walked along together, sweetly imagining themselves to be fancy-free. If the truth were known, it would be found that the main subject of their conversation was Clementina. When the time came for them to leave the cafe, Tommy helped both ladies to put on their jackets. The human warmth of the crowded terrace, sheltered from the mountain breeze by the awnings, had rendered wraps unnecessary. But outside they discovered the air to be chill. Clementina first was invested with the slightest hint of hurry. She turned and saw Tommy snatch Etta's jacket from a far too ready waiter's hand. In his investiture of Etta there was the slightest hint of lingering. In the nice adjustment of the collar their fingers touched. The girl raised laughing eyes, which his met tenderly. A knife was thrust through Clementina's heart, and she closed her thin lips tightly to dissimulate the pain. Etta came into her room that night under the vague pretence of playing maid and helping her to undress. Her aid chiefly consisted in sitting on the bed and chattering out of a bird-like happiness. "It's all just heaven," she declared. "I wish I could show you how grateful I am. I've had nothing like it all my life. When I get home I won't rest till I've teased father into getting a car. He's so old-fashioned, you know, and thinks his fat old horses and the family omnibus make up the only equipage for a gentleman. But I'll worry him into a car, and then we'll go all over Europe. But it won't be quite the same without you, Clementina, dear." Clementina wriggled into an old flannel dressing jacket and began to roll a cigarette. "I thought you were going to be a hospital nurse." "So did I," said the girl, a shadow flitting swiftly over her face. "But I don't seem to want to now. I should hate it." "What has made you change your mind?" asked Clementina, after the first puff of smoke. Etta, on the bed, nursed her knee. Her fair hair fell in a mass about her shoulders. She looked the picture of innocence, a female child Samuel out of an illustrated family Bible. "The sight of you, darling, at Lyons Station." "Little liar," murmured Clementina. But she forbore to question the girl further. She had no intention of supplying the necessary shock above mentioned. The observance of the gradual absorption of these two young souls, one in the other, was far too delicious an agony to be wantonly broken. Besides, it hardened her nature, so she fondly imagined, dried up the newly found wellhead of passion, reduced the soft, full woman back to the stony-hearted, wooden-faced, bitter-tongued, cynical, portrait-painting automaton, the enviable, self-mutilated Clementina of a few months ago. When a woman wants to punish herself, she does so conscientiously. The offending Eve should be thoroughly whipped out of her. The car of 35 million dove-power sped through the highways of sunny France, through enchanted forest glades, over mountains of the moon, through cities of wonderland, so at least it seemed to two young souls. For Clementina, alas, the glamour of sky and sunshine and greenery had departed. For Johnson, happy possessor of a carburation in lieu of a temperament, it had never existed. From Valence they struck northwest through Saint-Étienne, Rouen, Nevers, Bourges. It was at Bourges that she came upon the two young people unawares. She had entered, not knowing where they were, for they had gone off together, the cloistered courtyard of the Hôtel de Jacques-Cœur. Now the cloister forms an arcaded gallery a few feet above the ground, which is reached by a flight of steps. She heard voices, approached hidden from them, beheld the pair sitting on the bottom step in the cool shadow. "I should never get the whole adorableness of this," said Tommy, "if I hadn't you beside me. You and I seem to be like the two barrels of a field glass, adjusted to one focus." Clementina, hugging the wall, tiptoed out of the cloister. There was only one alternative, a whirlwind, a hurricane of a temptation which he was strong enough to resist, to descend then and there and box his ears soundly. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. While Clementina, in her own fashion, was shattering an idyll to pieces, Quixtus, under the tutelage of Billiter, pursued the most distasteful occupation in which he had ever engaged. Had some Rhadamantine arbiter of his destiny compelled him, under penalty of death, to choose between horse-racing and laborious practice as a solicitor, he would unhesitatingly have chosen the latter. Course and stand and paddock and ring, the whole machinery of the sport wearied him to exasperation. Just as there are some men to whom, as the saying goes, music is the most expensive form of noise, so there are others to whom the racing of horses is merely the most extravagantly cumbersome form of gambling. Why train valuable animals, they ask, to run round a field, when the same end could be attained by making little leaden horses gyrate mechanically round a desk, at a millionth part of the cost? Of the delight of studying pedigree, of following form, of catching the precious trickles of information that percolate through the litter of stables, of backing their judgment thus misguided, they have no notion. They cannot even feel a thrill of excitement at the sight of the far-off specks of galloping horses. They wonder at the futility of it all as the quadrupeds scrabble down the straight. An automobile, they plead, can go 10 times as fast. That such purblind folk exist is sad. But after all they are God's creatures, just the same as jockeys and professional tipsters. At first there was one feature of the racecourse which fascinated Quixtus, the ring. Then he imagined he had come into contact with incarnate evil, those coarse animal faces swollen with the effort of balling the odds, those hard greedy eyes bulging from purple cheeks, those voices raucous, inhuman, suggested to his mild fancy a peculiarly depraved corner of Tophet. But what practical evil resulted from this mask of Hades was not quite apparent. Nobody seemed any the worse. The bookmaker smiled widely on those who won, and those who lost smiled on the world with undaunted cheerfulness. So in the course of time Quixtus began to regard the bookmakers with feelings of disappointment, which gave place after a while to indifference, and eventually to weariness and irritation. Even old Joe Jenks, thick-necked, fishy-eyed villain, to whom Billiter personally introduced him, proved himself, in all his dealings, to be a scrupulously honest man. The turf, in spite of its depressing ugliness, appeared but a manoeuvring ground for the dull virtues. Where was its wickedness? He complained at length to Billiter. Billiter seemed for the moment to be in a bad humour. He tugged at his heavy moustache. "I don't see what fault you can find with racing. You're making a very good thing out of it." Which was true. Fortune, who played him such scurvy tricks, was now turning on him her sunniest smile. He was winning prodigiously, fantastically. Billiter selected the horses which he was to back. He backed them to the amount advised by Billiter, and in most instances the horses won. "If you think the mere gaining of money gives me any pleasure, my dear Billiter," said he, "you're very much mistaken. I have sufficient means of my own to satisfy my modest requirements, and to accept large sums of money from your friend Mr. Jenks is humiliating and repulsive." "If that's the matter, you can turn 'em over to me," said Billiter. "I don't get much out of the business." They were walking about the paddock between the races. Quixtus halted and regarded his morose companion with cold inquiry. "You gave me to understand that you were betting on the same horses as I was." Billiter cursed himself for an incautious fool. "Well, only now and then," said he, "and for small stakes. How can I afford to plunge like you?" "What is the dismal quadruped I am betting on for this next race?" asked Quixtus, looking at his card. "Punchinello, 45 to 1, dead cert." "Then," said Quixtus, "here are £5. Put them on Punchinello, and if he wins you will have 225. Billiter left him, made his way out of the paddock to that part of the racecourse where the outside bookmakers have their habitation. Old Joe Jenks, in the flaming check suit and a white hat adorned with his name and quality, stood on a stool shouting the odds, taking bets, and giving directions to the clerk at his side. Business for a moment was slack. "Another fiver for the governors on Punchinello," said Billiter. Old Joe Jenks jumped from his stool and took Billiter aside. "Look here, old friend," said he. "Chuck it. Come off it. I'm not playing any more. I poured a couple of quarts of champagne over your head because you told me you had got hold of a mug. And instead of the mug, you bring up a ruddy miracle who backs every wrong 'un at 100 to 1 and romps in. And thinking you straight, Mr. Billiter, sir, I've stretched out the odds to oblige you. And you've damn well landed me. It's getting monotonous. See? I'm tired." "It's not my fault, Joe," said Billiter humbly. "Look, just an extra fiver on Punchinello. He's got no earthly... You know that as well as I do." "Do I?" growled the bookmaker angrily, convinced that Billiter was overreaching him. "Oh, do I know what you know? You want to have it both ways, do you? Well, you won't get it out of me." "I swear to God, Joe," said Billiter earnestly, "that I'm straight. So little did I expect him to win that I've not asked a penny commission." "Then ask it now and be hanged to you," cried the angry bookmaker, and, leaping back to his stool, he resumed his brazen-throated trade. Billiter kept his £5 note, unwilling to risk it with another bookmaker on the laughing-stock of a Punchinello, and sauntered away moodily. He was a most injured man. Old Joe Jenks doubted his good faith. Now was there a single horse selected for his patron to back upon which any student of racing outside a lunatic asylum would have staked money? Not one. He could lay his hand on his honest heart and swear it. And had he staked a penny on his selections? No. He could swear to that too. He had not, fool that he was, asked Quicksters for a commission. Through his honourable dealing he was a poor man. The thought was bitter. He had run straight with Jenks. It was not his fault if the devil had got into the horses so that every shocking outsider, backed by Quicksters, revealed ultra-equine capacities. What could a horse do against the super-horse? Nothing. What could Billiter himself do? Nothing, except have a drink. In the circumstances it was the only thing to do. He went into the bar of the grandstand and ordered a whisky and soda. It sizzled gratefully down his throat, burning with a sense of wrong. His moral tone restored, he determined to live in poverty no more for the sake of a quixotic principle, and, proceeding to a ready-money bookmaker of his acquaintance, pulled out his £5 note and backed Rosemary, a certain winner, such was his private and infallible information, at 8 to 1. This duty to himself accomplished, he went to the grandstand to view the race, leaving Quicksters to do that which seemed best to him. The bell rang, the course was cleared, the numbers put up, the horses cantered gaily past. At the sight of Rosemary, a shiny bay in beautiful condition, Billiter's heart warmed. At the sight of Punchinello, a scraggy crock who had never won a race in his inglorious life, Billiter sniffed scornfully. If old Joe Jenks was such a fool as to refuse a free gift of £2.10, they had agreed to halve the spoils. The folly thereof lay entirely on old Joe Jenks's head. The start was made. For a long time the horses ran in a bunch. Then Rosemary crept ahead. Billiter's moustache beneath the levelled field-glasses betrayed a happy smile. Rosemary increased her lead. At the turn into the straight, something happened. She swerved and lost her stride. 3 others dashed by, among them the despised Punchinello. They passed the post in a flash. Punchinello first. Billiter murmured things at which the world, had it heard them, would have grown pale, and again sought the bar. Emerging thence, he went in quest of his patron. He had not far to go. Quickster sat on a wooden chair at the back of the grandstand, reading a vellum-coloured Elsevier 12º edition of St. Augustine's Confessions. When Billiter approached, he rose and thrust the volume into the tail-pocket of his frock-coat. "Was that a race?" he asked. "Race? Of course it was. The race. Didn't you see it?" "Thank goodness, no," said Quicksters. "Did any horse win?" The sodden and simple wit of Billiter rose like a salmon at this gaudy fly of irony. He lost his temper. "You damned, spavined, bow-legged, mule-begotten crock of a Punchinello won." Quicksters regarded him mildly, but a transient gleam of light flickered in his china blue eyes. "Then, my dear Billiter," said he, "I have won £900, which, in view of my opinion of the turf, based on experience, I think I shall hand over to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel, to be earmarked for the conversion of the Mohammedans in Mecca." As for you, Billiter, you have won £225. Billiter quivered with sub-aspirate anathema. Which ought to satisfy the momentary cupidity of any man. Let us go. The more I see of it, the more I am convinced that the racecourse is no place for me. It is too good. Billiter glanced at him with wrathful suspicion. Was he speaking in childish simplicity or in mordant sarcasm? The grave, unsmiling face, the expressionless blue eyes, gave him no clue. Thus, however, ended Quickstus's career on the turf. To stand about wearily in all weathers in order to witness what, to his fastidious mind, was merely a dull and vulgar spectacle, was an act of self-sacrifice from which he derived no compensating thrill. The injured Billiter having patched up a peace with old Joe Jenks, convincing him of his own ingenuousness and of the inevitable change in his patron's luck, in vain persuaded Quickstus to resume his investigations. He offered to introduce him to a fraternity of so-called commission agents and touts, in whose company he could saturate himself with vileness. "I have no taste for disgusting society," said Quickstus. "Then I don't know what the deuce you do want," exclaimed Billiter in a fume. "You can't touch pitch without being defiled." "I thought that was just what you were trying to be." "In one way, yes," replied Quickstus musingly, "but I loathe touching the pitch." In spite of his confessed belief in the altruistic purity of the turf, he regarded as unspeakable defilement the cheques which he had received from old Joe Jenks. He had kept them in his drawer, and the more he looked at them, the more did the bestial face of old Joe Jenks obtrude itself before his eyes, and the more repugnant did it become in his now abnormal fastidiousness to pay them into his own banking account. To destroy them, as was his first impulse, merely signified a benefit conferred on the odious Jenks, who would be only too glad to repocket his filthy money. What should he do? At last a malignant idea occurred to his morbidly and curiously working mind. He would cast all this pitch and defilement upon another's head. Someone else should shiver with the disgust of it. But who? The inspiration came from Tartarus. He endorsed the cheques to the value of nearly £2,000 and paid them into the banking account of his nephew, Tommy Burgrave. He would be as diabolically and defiantly wicked as you please, but the intermediary pitch he would not touch. That was his attitude towards all the suggestions for wickedness laid before him by his three counsellors. They, for their part, although they recognized great advantage in fostering the gloomy humour of their mad patron, began to be weary in evil-doing. After they had taxed their invention for an attractive scheme of villainy, they found that it either came within the tabooed category of crime, or, by its lack of refinement, failed to commend itself to the sensitive scholar. They were at their wits' end. The only one to whose proposal Quickstus turned an attentive ear was Huckabee, who suggested the heart-breaking expedition through the fashionable resorts of Europe. And to the credit of Huckabee, be it here mentioned that, beyond certain fantastical and mocking suggestions, such as the devastation of old women's wards in workhouses by means of an anonymous Christmas gift of nitroglycerine plum puddings, this was the only serious proposal he submitted. Anxious, however, lest the idea should lose its attraction, he urged Quickstus to start immediately. It is not every day that a down-at-heel wastrel has the opportunity of luxurious foreign travel, to say nothing of the humorous object of this particular excursion. But Quickstus, very sensibly, pointed out to his eager follower that the fashionable resorts of Europe, save the great capitals, are empty during the months of May and June, and that it would be much better to postpone their journey until August filled them with 1,000 women waiting to have their hearts broken. Vandermeer, unemployed since his embassy to Tommy Burgrave, unsuccessful in his suggestions, and envious of Billiter and Huckabee, at last hit upon an ingenious idea. He brought Quickstus a dirty letter. It ran, "Dear Mr. Vandermeer, you, who were an old friend of my husband's in our better days, and know how valiantly I have struggled to keep the home together, can't you help me now? I am ill in bed, my children are starving. The little ones are lying now even too weak to cry out for bread. It would break a wolf's heart to see them. If you can't help me, for I know how things are with you, can't you bring my case before your rich friend Mr. Quickstus, of whose kindness and generosity you have so often spoken? Yours sincerely, Emily Wellgood." It bore the address 2 Transiter Street, Clerkenwell Road, N.W. "What do you bring me this for?" asked Quickstus, as soon as he had read it. "I am satisfying my own conscience as far as Mrs. Wellgood is concerned," replied Vandermeer, "and at the same time giving you an opportunity of being wicked. It's a genuine case. You can let them die of starvation." Quickstus leaned back in his chair and gave the matter his consideration. Vandermeer had interrupted him in the midst of a paper which he was writing to controvert a new theory as to the juxtaposition of the Paleolithic and Neolithic tombs at Solutre, and he required time to fetch back his mind from the Quaternary age to the present day. The prospect of a whole family perishing of hunger by an act, as it were, of his will, pleased his fancy. Very good, Vandermeer. Let them starve," said he. "Let them starve," he murmured to himself, as he took up his pen. Vandermeer, hanging about, hinted at payment for the service rendered. Quickstus met his crafty eyes with equal cunning. "You would be too soft-hearted. You would give them some of the money. Wait till some of them are dead." He rolled the last words delicately round his tongue. "And now, my dear Vandermeer, I am very busy. Many thanks, and good-bye." Vandermeer left reluctantly, and Quickstus resumed his work. "The bizygomatic transverse diameter," he wrote, putting down the beginning of the sentence that was in his head when Vandermeer was announced. He paused. He had lost the thread of his ideas. It was a subtle argument depending on the comparative measurements of newly discovered skulls. He threw down his pen impatiently, and in mild and gentlemanly language anathematized Vandermeer. He attacked the bizygomatic transverse diameter again, but the starving family occupied his thoughts. Presently he abandoned work for the morning, and gave himself up to the relish of his wickedness. It had a delicious flavour. Practically he was slaying mothers and babes, while he stood outside the ordinary repulsive and sordid circumstances of murder. Vandermeer should have his reward. After lunch he felt impelled to visit them. A force stronger than a strong inclination to return to his paper led him out of the front door and into a taxicab summoned from the neighbouring rank. He promised himself the thrill of gloating over the sufferings of his victims. Besides, the letter contained a challenge. It would break a wolf's heart to see them. He would show the writer that his heart was harder than any wolf's. Instinctively his hand sought the waistcoat pocket in which he kept his loose gold. Yes, there were 3 sovereigns. He smiled. It would be the finished craft of devildom to lay them out on a table before the woman's hungering and ravished eyes, and then, with a merciless chuckle, to pocket them again and walk out of the house. "I will not be a fool," he asserted, as the taxicab entered the Clerkenwell Road. The taxicab driver signed that he wished to communicate with his fare. Quickstus leaned forward over the door. "Do you know where Transiter Street is, sir?" Quickstus did not. Does any easy London gentleman know the mean streets in the purlieus of Clerkenwell? But oddly enough, a milkman of the locality knew not Transiter Street either. Nor did a policeman on duty, nor did a postman. Perplexed, Quickstus drove to the nearest district post office and made inquiries. There was no such street in Clerkenwell at all. He consulted the Post Office London Directory. There was no such street as Transiter Street in London. Quickstus drove home in an angry mood. Once more he had been deceived. Vanderveer had invented the emaciated family for the sake of the fee. Did the earth hold a more abandoned villain? He grimly set about devising some punishment for his disingenuous counsellor. Nothing adequate occurred to him till some days afterwards, when Vandermeer sent him another forged letter announcing the demise in horrible torment of the youngest child. He took up his pen and wrote as follows. "My dear Vandermeer, I am sending Mrs. Wellgood the burial expenses. I have also enclosed a cheque for yourself. Will you kindly go to Transiter Street and claim it? For the present I have no further need of you. Yours sincerely, Ephraim Quickstus." He posted the letter himself on his way to lunch at the club, where Wonnacott remarked on his high good humour. Since the discontinuance of the Tuesday dinners, for they were not resumed after the establishment of the new relations, Huckerby, Billiter, and Vandermeer had contracted the habit of meeting once a week in the bar-parlour of a quiet tavern for a companionable fuddle. There they exchanged views on religion and alcohol, and related unveracious and uncredited anecdotes of their former high estate. Jealous of each other, however, they spoke little of Quickstus, and then only in general terms. The poor gentleman was still distraught. It was a sad case, causing them to wag their heads sorrowfully and order another round of whisky. But one evening of depression, Quickstus having for some time refused their ministrations, and pockets having become woefully empty, they talked with greater freedom of their respective dealings with their patron. Vandermeer related the practical joke he had played upon him. Billiter described his astounding luck, and his crazy reason for retiring from the turf. And Huckabee, by way of illustrating the unbalanced state of Quickstus's mind, confided to them the project of breaking a woman's heart. "What are you going to get out of it?" asked Vandermeer brutally, for the first time breaking through the pretence that they were three devoted friends banded together to protect the poor mad gentleman's interests. Huckabee raised a protesting hand. "My dear Van—" "Oh, drop it!" cried Vandermeer. "You make me tired." He repeated the question. "Simple amusement. What else?" said Huckabee. They wrangled foolishly for a while. At last Billiter, who had remained silent, brought his fist down with a bang on the table. "I've got an idea," said he. "Have you any particular woman in view?" "Lord, no," said Huckabee. "I can put you on to one," said Billiter. "No need to go abroad. She's here in London." Huckabee called him uncomplimentary names. The continental trip, as far as he was concerned, was the essence of the suggestion, the capture of the wild goose a remote consideration. "Besides, old man," said he, "this is my show." Billiter looked glum. After all, the idea was of no great value. Vandermeer's cunning brain began to work. He asked Billiter for a description of the lady. "She's the widow of an old pal of mine," replied Billiter. "Lady and all that sort of thing. Her husband, poor old chap, came to grief, Dragoon Guards, in the running for a title. Went it too hot, you know. Died, leaving her with nothing at all. She's pulled through somehow. Lives in devilish good style, dresses expensively, and has the cleverness to hang on to her social position. Damn nice woman, but as for her art, you could go at it with a pickaxe without risk of breaking it. I thought that she would just suit the case." "Where does the money come from to live in such good style and dress expensively?" asked Huckabee. "Billiter thinks it might just as well come from Quickstus as from anyone else. Don't you, Billiter?" Billiter nodded sagaciously and gulped down some whisky and water. "And then we'd all stand in," cried Vandermeer. "That may be all very well in its way," said Huckabee, "but I'm not going to give up my one chance of getting abroad." "Go abroad, then," retorted Vandermeer. "If the lady is the kind I take her to be, she won't mind crossing the Channel when she knows there's a golden-feathered coot in Boulogne just dying to bolt in her hand." "You are crude and vulgar in your ideas, Van," said Huckabee. "Gentlemen of Quickstus's position no more go to Boulogne for a holiday than they frequent Ramsgate boarding-houses, and they don't give large sums of money to expensively dressed ladies with conjecturable means of support." "He's such a fool that he would never guess anything," argued Vandermeer. "Hold on," said Billiter. "You're on the wrong tack altogether. I told you she was a lady." His manner changed subtly, the moribund instinct of birth crackling suddenly into a tiny flame. "I don't know if you two quite realise what that means, but to Quickstus it would mean everything." "I'm a sometime fellow of Corpus Christi College, Cambridge," began Huckabee, ruffled. "Then you must have met a lady connected with somebody in your damned academy," said Billiter, who had been sent down from Oxford. "The University of Cambridge isn't an academy," said Huckabee, waxing quarrelsome. "And a woman who subsists on gifts from her gentlemen friends can't be a real lady," said Vandermeer. "Oh, go to blazes, both of you!" cried Billiter angrily. He clapped on his hat and rose. But as he had been sitting in the corner of the divan between Huckabee and Vandermeer, with the table in front of him, a dignified exit was impracticable. Indeed, he was immediately plumped down again on his seat by a tug on each side of his coat, and adjured in the vernacular not to stray from the paths of wisdom. "What's the use of quarrelling?" asked Huckabee. "She's a lady if you say so." "Of course, old man," Vandermeer agreed. "Have a drink." Billiter, being mollified, and the refinement of the dragoon guardsman's widow being accepted as indisputable, a long and confidential conference took place, the conspirators speaking in whispers, with heads close together, although they happened to be alone in the saloon bar. It was the first time they had contemplated concerted action, the first time they had discussed anything of real interest, so for the first time they forgot to get fuddled. The plot was simple. Bidditter was to approach Mrs. Fontaine, at last he disclosed the lady's identity, with all the delicacy such a mission demanded, and lay the proposal before her. If she fell in with it, she would hold herself in readiness to repair to whatever continental resort might be indicated, and then, having made herself known to Huckerby, would be introduced by him to Quicksters. The rest would follow as the night the day. "The part I don't like about it," objected Vandermeer, "is not only letting her forth into our own private concern, but giving her the lion's share. We're not a syndicate of philanthropists." "I'm by way of thinking it won't be our concern much longer," replied Bidditter. "And nobody asked you to come in," said Huckerby. "You can stand out if you like." An ugly look overspread Vandermeer's foxy face. "Oh, can I? You see what happens if you try that game on." "Besides," continued Bidditter, disregarding the snarl, "it will be to our advantage. Which of us is going to touch our demented friend for £100? We didn't do it in former days, much less now. But I'll back Mrs. Fontaine to get at least 3,000 out of him. 30% is our commission, without which we don't play, and that gives us 300 each. I could do with 300 myself very nicely." "How are we to know what he gets?" "That's easily managed," said Huckerby, pulling his ragged beard. "She'll make her returns to Bidditter, and I'll undertake to get the figures out of Quicksters." "But where do I come in?" asked Vandermeer. "How shall I know if you two are playing straight?" "You'll have your damned head punched in a minute," said Bidditter, looking fierce. "To hear you, one would think we were a set of crooks." "If we aren't, what the devil are we then?" muttered Vandermeer bitterly. But Bidditter had turned his broad back on him, and did not catch the words, whereby possibly he escaped a broken head. Bidditter was sometimes sensitive on the point of honour. He had sunk to lower depths of meanness and petty villainy than the other two in whom the moral sense still lingered. He would acknowledge himself to be a wrong-'un, because that vague term connoted in his mind merely a gentleman of broken fortune who was put to shifts, such as his disastrous bargain with old Joe Jenks and the present conspiracy, for his living. But a crook was a common thief or swindler, a member of the criminal classes, of a confraternity to which he, Bidditter, deemed it impossible that he could belong, especially during a period like the present, when he found himself, after many years of dingy linen, apparelled in the gorgeous raiment of his gentlemanly days. He had sunk below the line of self-realization, but the others had not. Vandermeer, who hitherto had merely snapped like a jackal at passing food to satisfy his hunger, did not deceive himself as to what he had become. Cynical, he felt no remorse. On the other hand, Huckerby, who went to bed that night sober, had a bad attack of conscience during the small hours, and woke up next morning with a headache. Whereupon he upbraided himself for his folly, first in confiding to his companions the project of his whimsical adventure, secondly in allowing it to drift into such a despicable entanglement, thirdly in associating himself with the scarlet crustacean of Biditter's claw power, and fourthly in not getting drunk. Huckerby was nearer Quicksters than the others in education and point of view. Though willing to accept any alms thrown to him, he was not rapacious. He had not regarded his mad and wealthy patron entirely as a pigeon to be plucked, and beneath all the corruption of his nature there burnt a spark of affection for the kindly man who had befriended him and whose trust he had betrayed. He spent most of the ineffectual day in shaping a resolution to withdraw from the discreditable compact. But by the last post in the evening he received a laconic postcard from Bidditter. "The fountain plays." The sapped willpower gave way before the march of practical events. With a shrug he accepted the message as a decree of destiny, and wandered forth into congenial haunts, where, in one respect at least, he did not repeat the folly of the previous evening. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. Not long after this, Quixtus announced to Huckabee his intention of going to Paris to attend a small congress of the anthropological societies of the northwest of France, to which he, as president of the Anthropological Society of London, had been invited. He had gradually, in spite of his preoccupation, resumed his interest in his favourite pursuit, and though he knew his learned friends to be villains at heart, he enjoyed their learned and even their lighter conversation. Human society had begun to attract him again. It afforded him saturnine amusement to speculate on the corruption that lay hidden beneath the fair exterior of men and women. He also had a half-crazy pleasure in wearing the mask himself. When he smiled in his grave and benevolent manner on the woman by his side at the dinner-table, how could you suspect the malignant ferocity of his nature? He was playing a part. He was fooling her to the top of her bent. She went away with the impression that she'd been talking to a mild, scholarly gentleman of philanthropic tendencies. She possibly asked the monster to tea. He hugged himself with delight. When it was a question, however, of identifying remains of aurochs and mammoths and reindeer, or establishing the date of a flint hatchet, he took the matter seriously and gave it his profound attention. A Paleolithic carving of a cave lion on mammoth ivory, recently discovered in the Sarnetoise, was to be exhibited at the Congress and form the subject of a paper. As soon as he heard this, he accepted the invitation with enthusiasm. The carving was supposed to be the most perfect of its kind yet discovered, and Quixtus burned to behold it. Huckabee, whose financial affairs were in the saddest condition, and who had called with the vague hope of a trifle on account of services to be rendered, pricked up his ears at the announcement. Even though the main heart-breaking quest was deferred to August, why should they not seek a minor adventure during Quixtus's visit to Paris? It would be a kind of trial trip. At the suggestion, Quixtus shook his head. The Congress would occupy all his time and attention. "Quite so," said Huckabee. "While you're busy with prehistoric man, I'll be hunting down modern women. By the time I've found her, you'll have finished. Having done with the bones, you can devote a few extra days to the flesh." Quixtus winced. "That's rather an unfortunate way of putting it." "To the spirit, then, the evil spirit," said Huckabee, unabashed. "That is, if we discover a subject. We're bound to try various experiments before we finally succeed." "I'm afraid it will be more trouble than the thing is worth," said Quixtus musingly. Here was something happening which Huckabee dreaded. Quixtus was beginning to lose interest in the adventure. In another month he might regard it with repugnance. He must start it now with Mrs. Fontaine in Paris, or the whole conspiracy must collapse. The thought urged Huckabee to fresh efforts of persuasion. "Revenge is sweet and worth the trouble," he said at last. "Yes," replied Quixtus in a low voice. "Revenge would be sweet." Huckabee glanced at him swiftly. Beyond the iniquity of Marrable, he was ignorant of the precise nature of the injuries which Quixtus had sustained at the hands of fortune. Was it possible that a woman had played him false? But what had this fossil of a man to do with women? "I, too," said he, with malicious intent, "would like to pay off old scores against a faithless sex. You found them faithless, haven't you?" Quixtus's brow darkened. "As false as hell," said he. "I knew a woman had treated you shamefully," said Huckabee, after a pause during which Quixtus had fallen into a dull reverie. "Infamously," replied Quixtus below his breath. He looked away into the distance, madness gathering in his eyes. For the moment he seemed to forget the other's presence. Huckabee took his opportunity. He said in a whisper, "She betrayed you?" Quixtus nodded. Huckabee watched him narrowly, an absurd suspicion beginning to form itself in his mind. By his chance phrase about revenge, he put his friend's unsound mind on the track of a haunting tragedy. Who was the woman? His wife? But she had died beloved of him, and for years, until this madness overtook him, he had spoken of her with the reverence due to a departed saint. It was a puzzle, the solution peculiarly interesting. How should he obtain it? Quixtus was not the man to blab his intimate secrets into the ear of his hired bravo, for as such he knew that Quixtus regarded him. It behoved him not to change the minor key of this conversation. "A man's foes," he quoted in a murmur, "are ever of his own household." Quicksters nodded again 3 or 4 times with parted lips. His own household, those dearest to him, the woman he loved, and his best friend. In spite of his suspicion, Huckabee was astounded at the inadvertent confession. In his last days of grace he had known Mrs. Quicksters and the best friend. Swiftly his mind went back. He remembered vaguely their familiar intercourse. What was the man's name? He groped and found it. "Hammersley," he said aloud. At the word, Quicksters started to his feet and swept his hand over his face. "What are you talking about? What do you know against Hammersley?" A lurid ray shot athwart his darkened mind. He realized the betrayal of his most jealously guarded secrets to Huckabee. He shrank back, growing hot and cold through shame. "Hammersby played me false over some money affairs," he said cunningly. "It's a black business which I'll tell you about one of these days." "And the woman?" asked Huckabee. "The woman she married. I'm glad to say she's given her husband a devil of a time." He laughed nervously. Huckabee, with surprising tact, followed on the wrong scent like a puppy. "You can avenge the poor fellow and yourself at the same time," said he. "Women are all alike. It's right that one of them should be made to suffer. You have it in your power to make one of them suffer the tortures of hell." Yes, I'll do it," cried Quicksters. "No time like the present." "You're right," said Quicksters. "We'll go to Paris together." For the first few days in Paris, Quicksters had little time to devote to the secondary object of his visit. The meetings and excursions of the Congress absorbed his attention. His Parisian confrères took him to their homes and exhibited their collections of flint instruments, their wives and their daughters. He attended intimate dinners, the words sans cérémonie being underlined in the invitation, where all the men, who wore evening dress in the morning at a formal function of the Congress, assembled in the salon, gravely attired in tightly buttoned frock coats, and wearing dogskin gloves, which they only took off when they sat down to table. His good provincial colleagues, who thought they might just as well hear the chimes at midnight while they were in Paris as not, insisted on his accompanying them in their mild dissipation. This generally consisted in drinking beer at a brasserie filled with party-coloured ladies, and talking Paleolithic gossip amid the bewildering uproar of a Tzigani band. Now and again Huckabee, who assured him that he was prosecuting his researches in the fauna of the Hotel Continental, where, on Huckabee's advice, they were staying, would accompany him on such adventures. Curiously enough, Quicksters had begun to like the man again. Admitted on a social equality and dressed in reputable garments, Huckabee began to lose the assertiveness of manner mingled with furtive flattery which of late had characterized him. He began to assume an air of self-respect, even of good breeding. Quicksters noticed with interest the change wrought in him by clothes and environment, and contrasted him favourably with Billiter, whom new and gorgeous raiment had rendered peculiarly offensive. There were times when he forgot the sorry mission which Huckabee had undertaken, and found pleasure in his conversation. Scrupulous sobriety aided the temporary metamorphosis. As he spoke French passably, and had retained a considerable amount of scholarship, Quicksters, to his astonishment, found that he could introduce him with a certain pride to his brother anthropologists, as one who would cast no discredit on his country. Huckabee was quick to perceive his patron's change of attitude, and took pains to mention it. The novelty, too, of mingling again with clean-living, intellectual, and kindly men afforded him a keen pleasure, which was worth a week's abstinence from whisky. Whether it was worth a whole life of respectability and endeavour was another matter. The present sufficed him. He played the scholarly gentleman so well that Quicksters was not surprised, one afternoon, when passing through the great lounge of the Continental, to see a lady rise from a tea-table and greet his companion in the friendliest manner. "Eustace Huckabee, can that possibly be you? Or is it your ghost?" Huckabee bowed over the proffered hand. "What an unexpected delight!" "It's years and years since we met. How many?" "I don't count them for both our sakes," said Huckabee. "Why have you dropped out of my horizon for all this time?" asked the lady. "Mea maxima culpa." He smiled, bowed in the best bred way in the world, and half turned so as to bring Quickstus into the group. "May I introduce my friend Dr. Quickstus? Mrs. Fontaine." The lady smiled sweetly. "You are Dr. Quickstus, the anthropologist?" "I am interested in the subject," said Quickstus. "More than that, I have read your book, The Household Arts of the Neolithic Age." "An indiscretion of youth," said Quickstus. "Oh, please don't tell me it's all wrong," cried Mrs. Fontaine in alarm. "I'm always quoting it. It forms part of my little stock-in-trade of learning." "Oh, no, it's not exactly incorrect," said Quickstus, with a smile, pleased that so pretty a lady should count among his disciples. "But it's superficial. So much has been discovered since I wrote it." "But it's a standard work all the same. I happened to see an account of the Anthropological Congress in the paper this morning, in which you are referred to as the eminent anthropologue anglais and the author of my book. I was so pleased. I should have been more so had I known I was to meet you this afternoon. Have you turned anthropologist too, Mr. Huckabee?" Huckabee explained that he was taking advantage of the Congress to make holiday in the company of his distinguished friend. That was the first afternoon the Congress had allowed him leisure, and they devoted it to contemplation of the acres of fresh paint in the Grand Palais. They had come home exhausted. "Home? Then you're staying in the hotel?" "Yes," said Huckabee. "And you?" "I too. And in its vastness I feel the most lonesome widower woman that ever was. I'm waiting here for Lady Louisa Mayling, who promised to join me, but I think something must have happened, for there's no sign of her." A waiter brought the tray with tea which she had ordered before the men's entrance, and set it on the basket table. Mrs. Fontaine motioned to it. "Won't you share my solitude and join me?" "With pleasure," said Huckabee. Quickstus accepted the invitation, and with his grave courtesy withdrew a chair to make a passage for Mrs. Fontaine, who gave the additional order to the waiter. The lounge and the courtyard were thronged with a well-dressed cosmopolitan crowd, tea-drinking, smoking, and chattering. A band discoursed discreet music at a convenient distance. The scene was cool to eyes tired by the vivid colours of the salon and the hot streets. Quickstus sat down restfully by the side of his hostess, and let her minister to his wants. He was surprised to find how pleasant a change was the company of a soft-voiced and attractive woman, after that of his somewhat ponderous and none too picturesque confrère. She was good to look upon, an English blonde in a pale lilac dress and hat, the incarnation of early summer, not beautiful, but pleasing, at the same time simple and exquisite. The arrangement of her blonde hair, the fine oval contour of her face, the thin delicate lips, gave her an air of chastity which was curiously belied by dark grey eyes dreaming behind long lashes. All her movements, supple and natural, spoke of breeding, unmistakably a lady. Evidently a friend of Huckabee's before his fall. Quickstus wondered cynically whether she would have greeted with such frank gladness the bloodshot-eyed scarecrow of a fortnight before. From their talk he concluded that she had no idea of the man's degradation. "Mr. Huckabee and I knew each other when the world was young," she said, "centuries ago, in the Paleolithic age, before my marriage." "Alas," said Huckabee, sipping the unaccustomed tea, "you threw aside the injunction, arma cedant togae. In our case it was the gown that had to yield to the arms. You married a soldier." She sighed and looked down pensively at her wedding ring. Then she glanced up with a laugh and handed Quickstus the bread and butter. "Believe me, Dr. Quickstus, this is the first time I ever heard of the rivalry. He only invented it for the sake of the epigram. Isn't that true?" "In one way," replied Huckabee. "I'm so insignificant that you've never even noticed it." She laughed again and turned to Quickstus. "How long are you going to stay in Paris?" "Just a day or two longer, till the end of my congress." "Oh, how can you leave Paris when she's looking her best, without devoting a few days to admiring her? It's unkind." "I'm afraid Paris must get over the slight."
"But don't you love Paris? I do. It is so fascinating, dangerous, treacherous. Plunge into it for a moment or two, and it is the fountain of youth. Remain in the water a little longer than is prudent, and you come out shrivelled and wrinkled, with all your youth and beauty gone from you."
"Perhaps I had already had my prudent plunge," said Quickstus with a smile. I'm sure you haven't. You've been on dry land all the time. Worse than that, in a quaternary formation. Have you dined at Armenonville?
In my time I have, but not this time.
Voila, said Mrs. Fontaine. The warm June nights, the Bois of the moonlight with all its mysteries of shadow, the fairy palace in the midst of it, where you eat fairy things, surrounded by the gaiety and sparkle and laughter of the world, essential and symbolical Paris. You disregard it all. And that is only one little instance. There are 1,000 others. You've not even wetted your feet. She embroidered her thesis very gracefully, clothing the woman of the world in a diaphanous robe of pretty fancy, revealing a mind ever so little baffling, here material, there imaginative, a mind as contradictory as her face, with its chaste contours and its alluring eyes. Quixtus listened to her with amused interest. She represented a type with which he, accustomed to the less vivid womenfolk of the learned, was unfamiliar. Without leaving Huckabee, her girlhood's friend, out in the cold, she made it delicately evident that, of the two, Quixtus was the more worthy of attention on account of his attainments and the more attractive in his personality. Quixtus, flattered, thought her a woman of great discernment.
"But you," said he at last, "have you made your plunge, not that you need it, into the fountain of youth? Have you fed on the honeydew of the Bois de Boulogne and drunk the milk of Armenonville?"
"I only arrived last night," she explained, "and I must remain more or less in quarantine, being an unprotected woman, till my friend Lady Louisa Mayling comes, or till my friends in Paris get to know I am here. But I always like a day or two of freedom before announcing myself, so that I can do the foolish things that Parisians would jeer at. I always go to the Louvre and look at the little laughing fawn and the Gioconda, and I always go down the Seine in a steamboat, and from the Madeleine to the Bastille on the top of an omnibus. Then I'm ready for my plunge."
"I should have thought that bath of innocence was in itself the fountain of youth," said Huckabee.
The least suspicion of a frown passed over Mrs. Fontaine's candid brow, but she replied with a smile, "On the contrary, my friend, that is a penitential dipping in the waters of the past."
"Why penitential?"
asked Quixtus. "Isn't it wholesome discipline to give oneself pain sometimes?" Her face grew wistful. "To revisit scenes where one has been happy, and sharpen the knife of memory?"
"It is the instinct of the ascetic," smiled Quixtus.
"I suppose I have a bit of it," she replied demurely. Then her face brightened. "I don't wear a hair shirt. I've got to appear in an evening gown sometimes, but I found an odd little satisfaction in doing penance. If I were a Roman Catholic, I would embarrass my confessor." Huckabee's lips twitched in a smile beneath his moustache. If all the tales that Billet had told of Lina Fontaine were true, her confessor would be exceedingly embarrassed. He regarded her with admiration. She was an entirely different woman from the hard and contemptuous partner in iniquity to whom Billet had introduced him before he left London. It had not been a pleasant interview, just the details of their Paris meeting arranged, the story of their past acquaintance rehearsed, and nothing more. Huckabee, descending her stairs with Billiter, had felt as if he had been whipped and prophesied failure. She was not the woman for Quixtus. But Billiter grinned and bade him wait. He had waited, and now had the satisfaction of seeing Quixtus caught immediately in the gossamer web of her charm. He wondered, too, how she could have maintained her relations with so undesirable a person as Billiter, for whom he himself entertained a profound contempt. Billiter was unusually silent on the matter, letting it be vaguely understood that he had been in the Dragoon Guardsman's set before running through his money, and that he had accidentally done her a service in later years. What that service was, he declined to mention. Huckabee sniffed. Blackmail. That was a more likely influence, keeping together a well-received woman of hidden life and a shabby and unpresentable sot like Billiter. He remembered that Billiter had confessed to a mysterious source of income. What more natural an explanation thereof than the fact that, having once surprised a woman's secret and holding her reputation in his hands, he should have been accepted by her in desperation as her page doer of unavowable offices. He knew that a woman of Lina Fontaine's type, with an assured social position in the great world, does not descend into the half-world without a desperate struggle. Her back is against the wall, and she uses any weapon to hand. Hence her use of Billiter. At all events, in the present case there had been no pretence of friendship. To her it had obviously been a hateful matter of business, which she had been anxious to conclude as soon as possible. One condition she rigorously exacted, that her acquaintance with Billiter should not be revealed to Quickstus. She was not proud of Billiter. Huckabee took what comfort he could from the thought. Mrs. Fontaine sat talking to the two men until the tea-drinking and chattering crowd had melted away. Then she rose, thanked them prettily for wasting their science-filled time on an irresponsible woman's loneliness, and expressed to Huckabee the hope that she would see him again before he left Paris.
"I trust I, too, may have the pleasure," said Quickstus.
"You might lead us to the Fountain of Youth one of these evenings," said Huckabee. "It would be delightful," said the lady, with a questioning glance at Quickstus.
"I could dream of nothing more pleasant," he replied,
bowing in his old-fashioned way. When she had gone, the men resumed their seats. Quickstus lit a cigarette.
"A very charming woman."
Huckabee agreed. "It has been one of my great regrets of the past few years that I have not been able to keep up our old friendship. We moved in different worlds." He paused, as if thinking sorrowfully of his misspent life. "I hope you don't mind my suggesting the little dinner party," he said after a while. "My position was a delicate one."
"It was a very good idea,"
said Quickstus. Huckabee said little more, preferring to leave well alone. The plot, up to this point, had succeeded. Quickstus gave complete credence to the story, unsuspecting that Mrs. Fontaine was the woman selected for his heart-breaking experiment, and already considerably attracted by her personality. Diabolical possibilities could be insinuated later. In the meanwhile, Huckabee had played his part. Future success now lay in Mrs. Fontaine's hands. Quickstus dined that evening with one of his colleagues, and Huckabee, after a meal at a restaurant, went to the Comédie Française and sat through Phèdre from beginning to end with great enjoyment. The reawakening of his aesthetic sense, dulled for so many years, surprised and gratified him. When he met his patron the next morning, he said abruptly, "If I had a chance of getting back again, I'd take it."
"Getting back where?" asked Quickstus. "To London?"
Huckabee explained. "I'm tired of running crooked," he added. "If I could only get regular work to bring me in a few pounds a week, I'd run straight and sober for the rest of my life."
"I don't think I can help you to attain your wishes, my dear Huckabee," replied Quickstus reflectively. "If I did, I should be committing a good action, which, as you know, is entirely against my principles."
"I don't yearn so much after goodness," said Huckabee, "as after decency and cleanliness. I've no ambition to die a white-haired saint."
"All white-haired saints are whited sepulchres," said Quickstus.
In spite of regenerative impulses, Huckabee persuaded his patron to lunch at the hotel, where he knew that Mrs. Fontaine and the newly arrived Lady Louisa Mayling had planned to lunch also. The establishment of informal relations was important. They entered the table d'hôte room, and, preceded by the maître d'hôtel, marched to the table reserved for them. About 6 tables away sat Mrs. Fontaine and her friend. She smiled a pleasant greeting.
"Women can sometimes be exceedingly decorative," remarked Quickstus, helping himself to sardines.
"If they are not, they leave unfulfilled one of the main functions of their existence."
"Did you ever know a good woman?"
"Mrs. Fontaine is one of the best I've ever known," replied Huckabee at a venture. The heartbreaking could be practised on a sweet and virtuous flower of a woman with much more villainous success than on a hardened coquette. Quickstus said nothing. His natural delicacy forbade the discussion of a specific woman's moral attributes. The occupants of the 2 tables met after lunch in the lounge and had coffee and cigarettes together. The men were presented to Lady Louisa Mayling, an aimless, dowdy woman of 40, running to fat. As far as could be gathered from her conversation, her 2 interests in life were Lena Fontaine and food in restaurants. In Mrs. Fontaine's presence she spoke chiefly of the latter. When Mrs. Fontaine went up to her room for a forgotten powder-puff, leaving her with the men, she plunged with animation into eulogy of Mrs. Fontaine's virtues. In this she was sincere. She believed in Mrs. Fontaine's virtues, which, like the costermonger's giant strawberries, lay ostentatiously at the top of her basket of qualities, and she was so stupid that her friend could always dissimulate from her incurious eyes the crushed and festering fruit below. "I always think it so sad for a sweet, beautiful woman like Lena to be alone in the world," said Lady Louisa in a soft, even voice. "But she's so brave, so cheerful, so gentle." "It's a wonder she hasn't married again," said Huckabee. "I don't think she ever will," replied Lady Louisa, "unless she gets a man to understand her. And where is he to be found?" "Ah, where?" said Huckabee, to whom, as Mrs. Fontaine's childhood friend, this talk had been mainly addressed. Lady Louisa sighed sentimentally. She was an old maid, the 7th of 11 daughters of an impecunious Irish earl, now defunct. Her face, such as it was, had been her fortune, and it had attracted no suitors. "Not that she isn't very much admired. She knows hundreds of nice men, and I am sure heaps of them wants to marry her. But no, she likes them as friends. As a husband she wants something more. The modern man is so material and unintellectual. Don't you think so?" This Diana, with a touch of Minerva among widows, came up, swinging the little bag of which she had gone in search. "I'm sure Lady Louisa has been talking about me," she laughed. "She's not been taking away your character, I assure you," said Quicksters. "I know. She's been giving me one. And the worst of it is I have to live up to it, or at least try. I suppose it's always worth while having an ideal before one, though it may be somebody else's." "You believe in an ideal of goodness?" asked Quicksters. She raised her dreamy eyes to his and looked at him candidly. "Why, yes. Don't you?" "No," he replied with a darkening brow. "There's only one force in nature, which is wickedness. Man sometimes resists it for fear of the consequences, and the measure of his cowardly resistance is by a curious inversion taken by him to be the measure of his striving towards an ideal." Mrs. Fontaine exclaimed warmly, "I must cure you of your pessimism." "There is only one remedy." "And that?" "The same as will cure the disease of life." "You mean death?" "Yes," said Quicksters. "It is a remedy, but not the only one." Her pale cheeks flushed adorably. "In fact, it's only by a twist of language you can call it a remedy. The only remedy against the malady of life is life itself. The bane is its own antidote. The only cure for loss of illusions is fresh illusions, more illusions, and always illusions." "Supposing for argument's sake you are right, where are they to come from?" "They form of themselves, like fresh tissue of the flesh, without your volition." "Only in healthy flesh," said Quicksters with his tired smile. "So in a gangrene soul there can be built up no fresh tissue of illusions." Womanlike, she begged the question, maintaining that there was no such thing as a gangrened soul. She shuddered prettily. Belief therein was a horrible superstition. She proclaimed her faith in the ultimate good of things. Quicksters said ironically, "The ultimate good takes a long time coming. In the ages in which I, as a student, am interested, men slew each other with honest hatchets. Now they slay by the poisoned word and the treacherous deed. The development of mind has for its history the development of craft and cunning, of which the supreme results are a religion as to whose essential tenets scarcely two persons can agree, a rule of thumb arrangement of peculiarly mechanical appliances, which is the so-called wonder of wireless telegraphy, and an infinite capacity for cruelty, which has rendered hell a mild and futile shadow in human speculation. Whatever hellishness human imagination could invent as the work of devils, calm history, the daily newspaper, your own experience of life tells you has already been surpassed by the work of man. Sometimes one is tempted to cry, like Ferdinand in The Tempest, 'Hell is empty, and all the devils are here.' But if it was, and the devils were here, they would be hard put to it to find a society in which they should not be compelled to hold up their tails before their snouts in shame and horror. You would find them meeker than the meekest of the Young Men's Christian Association." He spoke with a certain crazy earnestness which arrested Lena Fontaine. Heartless, desperate, cynical though she was, intelligent too, and swift of brain, She had never formulated to herself so disastrous a philosophy. She leaned forward, an elbow on the wickerwork table. "Such a faith is dreadful," she said seriously. "It reduces living among one's fellow creatures to walking through a horde of savages, never knowing whether someone may not club you on the head or stab you in the back." "Can you ever tell whether your dearest friend isn't going to stab you in the back?" asked Quickstus. His pale blue eyes held hers with a curious insistence. Her eyelids flickered with something like shame, as though she had divined a personal application of the question. She shivered, this time naturally. "Oh, I love to believe in goodness," she exclaimed, "although I may not practise every virtue myself. There would be no sunshine in a purely wicked world." She plucked up courage and looked him in the face. "Do you think I, for instance, am just one mass of badness?" "My dear Mrs. Fontaine," replied the pessimist with his courtly smile, "you must not crush me by using the privilege of your sex, arguing from general to particular." "But do you?" she insisted. "I believe," said he, with a little inclination of his head, "all that Lady Louisa has been telling me." The talk ran for a while in lighter channels. Lady Louisa and Huckabee, who had been discussing cookery — he had held her in watery-mouthed attention when he gave her from memory Isaac Walton's recipe for roasting a jack — joined in the conversation. "You two have been having a very deep argument," said Lady Louisa. "I've been trying to convert him to optimism," laughed Mrs. Fontaine. "It seems to be difficult, but I'll do so in time. I'm a determined woman. I've a good mind to forbid you to leave Paris before your conversion." "The process would be pleasant, though the result would be problematical."
"I'm not going to argue with you. I just want to make you see things for yourself."
"I will submit gladly to your guidance," said Quickstus.
She looked at the little watch on her bracelet, and her rising brought the little party to their feet. "Shall we begin now? I'm going to walk up the Rue de la Paix and see the shops." Quickstus also consulted his watch.
"I shall be honoured if you will let me walk up the Rue de la Paix with you. But then I must reluctantly leave you. I must meet my confrère of the Congress at the railway station to go to Sèvres to see Monsieur Sardanel's collection." "What has Sèvres china to do with anthropology?" He smiled at her ignorance. "Monsieur Sardanel has the famous collection of Mexican antiquities, terracotta rattles and masks, and obsidian-edged swords." Her long lashes swept shyly upwards. "I'm sure I could show you much more interesting things than those." It was a long time since a pretty and fascinating woman had evinced a desire for his company. He was a man, as well as a diabolically minded anthropologist. Yet there was a green aventurine quartz axe-head in the collection which he particularly lusted to behold. He stood irresolute, while Mrs. Fontaine turned with a laugh and took Lady Louisa aside. He caught Huckabee's glance, in which he surprised a flicker of anxiety. Huckabee was wondering whether this was the right moment to speak. It seemed so, yet the more he thought over the matter, the less was he inclined to cut the disgraceful figure in Quickstus's eyes of the base betrayer of his supposed childhood's flower-like friend. Here, however, was the wished-for opportunity, when Quickstus was evidently hesitating between primitive clay masks and a living woman's face. He resolved to throw all the onus of the decision on Quickstus's shoulders. "I'm afraid these dear ladies rather interfere with the prospects of our little adventure," he said, drawing him a step or two from the table where they had been sitting. "I never thought of it," said Quickstus truthfully. Then an idea of malignant cunning took possession of his brain. Mrs. Fontaine should be the woman, and Huckabee should not know. Her heart he would break, and when it was broken, he would confound Huckabee with the piteous shards and enjoy a doubly diabolical triumph. In the meantime he must dissemble, for Huckabee would not deliberately allow his old friend's happiness to be wrecked. To hide a smile, he crossed the passage of the lounge and lit a cigarette from matches on one of the tables. Then he turned. "My dear fellow," said he, "let us talk no more about the adventure, as you call it. It never really pleased me." "But surely—" Huckabee began. "It's distasteful," he interrupted, "and there's an end of it." "As you will," said Huckabee, for the moment uncertain. Mrs. Fontaine approached them smiling, provocative in the dainty candour of her white dress and hat. "Well, have you decided?" Quicksters paused for the fraction of a second. The lady swept him with her dreamy glance. A modern Merlin, he yielded. This delicious wickedness at last on foot, Sardinal and all his spoils of Mexico could go hang. "For the afternoon," said he, "I am your humble disciple." They went forth together, outwardly as gay a company as ever issued through the great gates of the Hotel Continental into the fairyland of Paris. Inwardly, save one of their number, psychological complexities as dark as any that have emerged into its mocking and inscrutable spirit. Of the three, Quickstus, the tender-hearted scholar of darkened mind, who could no more have broken a woman's heart than have trampled on a baby, pathetically bent on his intellectually conceived career of evil, and entirely unconscious of being himself the dupe and victim. Of the three, Quickstus was certainly the happiest. Huckabee, touched with shame, avoided meeting his accomplice's eye. He walked in front with Lady Louisa, finding refuge in her placid dullness. Once, during the afternoon, when Lena Fontaine found herself for a moment by his side, she laughed cynically. "Do you know what you two remind me of? Martha and Mephistopheles." "And you are Gretchen to the life." The retort was obvious, but apparently was not anticipated. Mrs. Fontaine flushed scarlet at the sneer. She looked at him hard-eyed, and said with set teeth, "I wish to God I were." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. Something was wrong with Tommy Burgrave. Instead of flinging excited hands in the direction of splendid equipage or beautiful woman, he sat glum by Clementina's side, while the most dazzling procession in Europe passed before his eyes. Of course, it was a little cockneyfied to sit on a public bench on the edge of the great avenue of the Champs-Élysées, but Clementina knew that consciousness of cockneydom would not disturb the serenity of Tommy's soul. Something else was the matter. He was ill at ease. Gloom darkened his brow, and care perched on his shoulders. The car of 35 million dove power which had brought the wanderers, the day before, to Paris, had to deposit it at a Concannon at the house of some friends for a few hours' visit, and Tommy and Clementina at Ledoyen's, where they had lunched. It was over the truite à la gelée that Tommy's conversation had begun to flag. His melancholy deepened as the meal proceeded. When they strolled, after lunch, across to the avenue, his face assumed an expression of acute misery. He sat forward, elbows on knees, and traced sad diagrams on the gravel with the point of his cane. "My good Tommy," said Clementina at last, "what on earth was the matter with the boy? You look as merry as a museum." He groaned. "I'm in a devil of a fix, Clementina." "Indeed?" What could he be in a fix about? Anything more aggravatingly, insolently, excruciatingly happy than the pair of young idiots whom she had accompanied in the 35 million dove-power car aforesaid she had never beheld in her life. Sometimes it was as much as she could do to restrain herself from stopping the car and dumping the pair of them down by the wayside, and telling them to go and play Daphnis and Chloe by themselves in the sylvan solitudes of France, instead of conducting their antic gambols over her heartstrings. The air re-echoed deafeningly with cooings, and the sky grew sickly with smiles. What could a young man in love want more? "It's the biggest, awfullest mess that ever a fellow got into," said Tommy. "Well, I suppose it's your own fault," she remarked, with just a touch of the vindictive. She had emptied her heart of heaven and thrown it at the boy's feet, and he had not so much as said thank you. "I'm not so sure," said Tommy. "That's just like a man," said Clementina. "Every one of you is ready enough to cry peccavi, but it's invariably someone else's maxima culpa." "I didn't cry peccavi at all," said Tommy. "I suppose I'd better do so, though," he added, after a gloomy pause. "I've been a cad. I've been abusing your hospitality. Any man of honour would kick me all over the place. But I swear to you it was not my fault. How the deuce could I help it?" "Help what, my good Tommy?" Tommy dug his stick fiercely in the gravel. "Help falling in love with Etta. There, now it's out. Of course you had no idea of it. "Of course not," said Clementina, with a wry twist of her mouth, not knowing whether to shriek with insane laughter or with pain at the final cut of the whip with which she had flagellated the offending Eve. But her grim sense of humour prevailed, though her strength allowed it to manifest itself only in the twinkling of her keen eyes. "I don't know what you can think of me," said Tommy. She made no reply, reflecting on the success of her comedy. As she had planned, so had it fallen out. She had saved her own self-respect, more her self-honour, and she had saved him from making muddy disaster of his own life. The simplicity of the boy touched her deeply. The dear ostrich reasoning of youth. Of course she had no idea of it. She looked at him sitting there as a man sometimes looks at a very pure woman, with a pitying reverence in her eyes. But Tommy did not see the look, contemplating as he was the blackness of his turpitude. For each of them it was a wholesome moment. "You see, not only was I your guest, but I held a kind of position of trust," continued Tommy. "She was, as it were, in my charge. If I had millions, I oughtn't to have fallen in love with her. As I'm absolutely penniless, it's a crime." "I don't think falling in love with a sweet girl is a crime," said Clementina gently. "There's one in that automobile." She nodded in the direction of a rosebud piece of womanhood in a carriage that was held up by a block in the traffic just in front of them. "If any man fell in love with her right off, as she sat there, not knowing her, it wouldn't be a crime. It would be a divine adventure." "She's not worth two pennyworth of paint," said Tommy disparagingly. Now Clementina had told me that this was a singularly beautiful girl. Such are other women than his Dulciana in the eyes of the true lover. She isn't even doll pretty. But suppose she were, for the sake of argument. It might be a divine adventure for the fool who fell in love with her and never told her. But for the penniless cad who went up and told her and got her love in return, it would be a crime. Now it must be remembered that Tommy was entirely ignorant of the fact that a fortune of £2,000, the spoils of old Joe Jenks, was coyly lying at his bankers, who made the usual acknowledgment to the payer-in and not to the payee. "So you've told Etta?" said Clementina, feeling curiously remote from him and yet curiously drawn to him. "This morning," said Tommy, glowering at the ground. "In the hall of the hotel, waiting for you to come down." "Oh," said Clementina, who had deliberately lingered. "It wasn't your fault," said Tommy with dark magnanimity. "It was the fault of that damned glove. She asked me to button it for her. Why do women wear gloves 30 sizes too small for them? Why can't they wear sensible, easy things like a man? I was fussing over the infernal thing. I'd somehow got her arm perpendicular in front of her face, and I was bending down, and she was looking up. Oh, can't you see?" he broke off impatiently. "Oh, yes, I can see," replied Clementina, "and I suppose Etta was utterly indignant." "That's the devil of it," said the conquering but miserable lover. "She wasn't." "She wasn't?" asked Clementina. "No," said Tommy. "Then I'm shocked at her," said Clementina. "She was in my charge, enjoying my hospitality. She had no business to fall in love with my—" she floundered for a second, "with my invalid guest." "Pretty sort of invalid I am," said Tommy, who, through the masquerade of woe, appealed to passers-by, especially to those of the opposite sex, as the embodiment of fair Anglo-Saxon lustiness. "She isn't to blame, poor dear. I am, and yet, confound it, I'm not. For how could I help it? But what the deuce there is in me, Clementina dear, for the most exquisite thing God ever made to care for, God only knows." Clementina put her hand, the glove on it, so different from Etta's, was 30 sizes too large. It was of white cotton and new. She sent the page boy of the hotel that morning to buy her a pair. She put her gloved hand on his. At the touch he raised his eyes to hers. He saw in them something, he was too young and ingenuous to know what, but something he had not seen in Clementina's eyes before. "You're right, my dear boy," she said. "God knows. That being so, it is up to him, as the Americans say, to make good. And he'll make good. That is, if you really love that little girl." "Love her?" cried Tommy. "Why—" Yes, yes," Clementina interrupted hastily. "I'm convinced of it. He didn't go into raptures." She had endured much the last few weeks. She felt now that the penance of listening to amatory dithyrambics was supererogatory. "All I want to know is that you love her like a man." "That I do," said Tommy. "And she loves you?" Tommy nodded lugubriously. She loved him for nodding. "Then why the devil are you trying to make me miserable on this beautiful afternoon?" He twisted round on the bench and faced her. "Then you're not angry with me? You don't think I've been a blackguard?" "I think the two of you are innocent lambs," said Clementina. Tommy grinned. He, the seasoned man of the world of 23, to be called an innocent lamb. Much Clementina knew about it. "All the same," said he, reverting to his gloom, "you're different from other people. You have your own way of looking at things. Ordinary folk would say I behaved abominably. Amblecon Cannon would kick me out of the house if I went and asked him for his daughter. It's Gilbertian. There's a bad ballad almost on the same theme." He laughed. "I guess I'd better not speak to the Admiral yet awhile." "I guess not," said Clementina. "Leave well alone for the present." This advice she gave to Etta when that young person, before going to bed, told her the marvellous news. But Etta's anxiety as to future ways and means was the least of her preoccupations, which consisted, in the main, of wonder at Tommy's transcendent perfections and at her extraordinary good fortune in winning the favour of such a miracle of a man. Clementina left her radiant and went to bed with a headache and a bit of a heartache. The one little elf of romance that had crossed her grey path she had snubbed unmercifully. Would ever another chance come by? Would he not go back and tell his congeners of the flinty-bosomed, sour-eyed female who had nearly frightened him to death, and bid them all beware of her devastating presence? It was no use her saying that she loved the elf with all her heart, but had to dissemble her love, for the elf, like the lover in the poem, would naturally ask the historic question. Yet she did love him, and in the secrecy of her soul longed for such another, but one perhaps who would put before her a less puckish proposition. How could she attract one? With what lure could she entice him? "Bosh," she said after a couple of sleepless hours. "It's high time I was back at work again." Now be it here definitely stated that Clementina misjudged the elf. He was mightily amused by her treatment of him, and ran away with his elfin thumb to his elfin nose in the most graceless and delicious manner possible. He swore revenge. In his cobweb seat he thought hard. Then he slapped his thighs and laughed, and returned to Elfland, where he raised a prodigious commotion. The result of this will be duly set forth in the following pages. "We leave Paris tomorrow," said Clementina, buttoning her cotton gloves. "I must work, and Tommy must work, and Etta must learn to cook and sew and scrub saucepans. The holiday is about to end." Two sighs greeted the announcement. "Can't we have one other day?" Etta pleaded. "You just need the extra day to make you quite fit again," said Tommy. Clementina, unmoved by pleading or sophistry, replied, "We start tomorrow." Etta looked at Tommy, and sorrowfully licked from her fingertips the squirted cream of an eclair. They had just finished tea at Colombin's, a form of amusement to which Etta was addicted. She liked the crowded room, the band, the bustle of the waitresses, and the warm smell of tea and chocolate and pastry. She also had the perverted craving of female youth to destroy its appetite for dinner. She looked at Tommy and cleansed herself from eclair like a dainty kitten. But Tommy's eyes were fixed to the entrance of the tea-room. He half rose from his chair. "Lord Almighty, if that isn't Uncle Ephraim!" "Where?" cried Clementina. He nodded, and Clementina, turning her head, saw Quickstus, one of a party of 4, 2 men and 2 ladies, threading their way between the chattering tables under the guidance of a waitress. They found places not far off. Quickstus sat down with his back to Clementina. "I wonder whom he's got hold of," said Tommy. "She's awfully pretty," said Etta, glancing at Mrs. Fontaine. "Possible," said Tommy. "I don't care for women who look like nuns." "She doesn't look a bit like a nun," she contradicted. "She's talking and laughing like anything." Clementina said nothing, but studied the woman's face. The portrait painter's instinct arose. She would like to get her in the sitter's chair and see what sort of a thing would come out on the canvas. The woman seemed to be the mistress of the feast. It was she who apportioned the seats and gave the orders. Also, it was she who led the animated conversation. The party seemed to be intimate. "Whatever the crowd is, they're having a good time," said Tommy. "An unusual thing from my uncle." "Perhaps that's because he's crazy," suggested Etta. "Perhaps," said Tommy. "I should like to knock some sanity into him, though," he added ruefully, "especially as things are at present." "So should I," remarked Clementina, and again she scrutinized the woman's face. "Perhaps his reason will come back when he sees Etta," cried Tommy, laughing boyishly. "I'll go and present her." "You'll do no such thing," said Clementina. But Clementina, when they had risen to leave the tea-room, found that she had counted without her hosts, who had arranged the crowded tables in such a manner that in order to reach the exit door, she and her charges had to pass immediately behind Huckabee, who sat facing Quickstus. Chance had also caused a temporary blocking of the gangway a little further on. The trio came to a compulsory standstill beside the quartet. Tommy stretched out a frank hand. "Hello, Uncle Ephraim. What are you doing here?" Quickstus rose and took the proffered hand, but he did not answer the indiscreet question.
"How do you do, Tommy? I hope I see you well."
Then he became conscious of Clementina, whom he greeted with stiff courtesy. "I must present you to Miss Etta Concannon," said Tommy. "This is my uncle, Dr. Quickstus. We've been motoring all over France with Clementina. Had a gorgeous time." Again Clementina looked at the woman with the nun's face and the alluring eyes, and this time the woman looked at Clementina. Between the two pairs of eyes was a second's invisible rapier play. Mrs. Fontaine broke into a laugh. "Won't you introduce me, Dr. Quickstus?" And then, the introductions being effected, "I hope you're staying a long while in Paris." "We leave tomorrow," snapped Clementina. "And you?" she asked, turning to Quickstus. He made a vague gesture. A week's sane water had flowed beneath the bridges since he had first walked up the Rue de la Paix with Mrs. Fontaine, and that week had been full of interest, morbid and otherwise. Not only did he hug himself in his imaginary wrap of diabolical wickedness, but also, if he could admit the truth, he was enjoying himself enormously in the most blameless fashion. Mrs. Fontaine showing no particular desire to leave Paris, he had adjourned his own departure sine die.
"I'm remaining some time yet," he replied.
"In the interests of prehistoric man?" The implication was brutal. 2 little red spots rose to Mrs. Fontaine's cheeks. She conceived a sudden hatred for the rough-voiced, keen-eyed creature with her untidy hair and caricature of a hat. A retort, containing the counter-implication of Clementina's resemblance to a prehistoric woman, was tempting, but it would lay herself open to obvious attack. She laughed. "We are all helping Dr. Quickstus to recover from prehistoric man. He's just been attending an anthropological congress."
"Huh,"
said Clementina. "Where are you staying, Uncle Ephraim?" asked Tommy.
"At the Hotel Continental."
"I'll come and look you up tonight or tomorrow morning." Why should he not treat Quickstus as hard-hearted uncles are treated in the storybooks? Vide licet, why should not Etta and himself go hand in hand before him, tell him their tragic and romantic history, and, falling pathetically on their knees, beg for his blessing and subvention? To thrust so fair a flower as Etta from him, surely he could not be as crazy as all that. But Quickstus threw cold water on the ardent fancy.
"I'm sorry to say that both tonight and tomorrow morning I shall be engaged."
"Then I'll look you up in London when you get back," said Tommy cheerfully. A gangway to the door being now clear, Clementina made perfunctory adieu to Quickstus and his friends, and, hen-like, marshalling her 2 chickens in front of her, sailed out of the tea-room. "He doesn't look at all horrid," said Etta, when they reached the street. "I wonder what makes him behave so. And how generous of you, Tommy, to be so sweet to him." Tommy smiled as if he were compact of lofty qualities. "I've been blessing him all the time," he whispered in her ear, "for it hadn't been for his craziness I shouldn't be here with you." Clementina trudged on in silence until they turned into the Rue Saint-Honoré, where their hotel was situated. Then she said suddenly, "I don't like your uncle, and I don't like his friends. I'm sorry we ran into them. If we stayed on in Paris we should be running into them every day. I'm glad we're clearing out tomorrow." Whereupon the elf, who had returned from Elfland to haunt her, laughed immoderately, for he knew that at the bureau of the hotel a telegram was awaiting her. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. Clementina sat in the vestibule and fanned herself with the telegram. It was from Marseille and had been telegraphed on from London. It ran, Doctors say I am dying. Come at once, here, Hotel Louvre. Matter of life and death. I'm wiring Quicksters also. For heaven's sake, both come. Will Hammersley. It was a shock. Hammersley's letter of a few weeks ago had prepared her for his indefinite advent, but the thought of death had not come to her. Will Hammersley was dying, apparently alone, in an hotel at Marseilles. Dying, too, in an atmosphere of mystery, for he must see her, and Quicksters too, before he died. The message was urgent, the appeal imperative. "Oh, Clementina, I hope it's not bad news," cried Etta. Clementina handed the telegram to Tommy. "It's from the sick man of Shanghai who pined for the English lanes." "Poor chap," said Tommy very gently. "Poor chap. I remember him well. A fine, upstanding fellow, one of the best. Once he gave me a cricket bat." The artist in him shivered. "It's awful to think of a man like that dying. What are you going to do?" "What do you think?" "Take the night train to Marseilles," replied Tommy. "Then why did you ask?" asked Clementina. "But what shall we do?" cried Etty. "Oh, you and Tommy can stay here till I come back." Etta gasped and blushed crimson. "That would be very nice, but I don't think Dad would quite like it." "Oh, Lord!" cried Clementina. "I was forgetting those confounded conventions. They do complicate life so. And I suppose I can't send you away with Tommy in the motor either. And now I come to think of it, I can't go away tonight and leave you two to travel together to London tomorrow. What on earth are women put in the world for, especially young ones? They're more worry than they're worth. And if I left Tommy here and took you with me to Marseilles, you'd be as handy to travel with in the circumstances as a wedding cake. I don't know what to do with you." Etta suggested that the Jacksons, the friends whom they had visited the previous day, might take her in till Clementina came back. Indeed, they had invited her to stay with them. "Go and telephone them at once," said Clementina. "You'll have Uncle Ephraim as a travelling companion," Tommy remarked as Etta was leaving them. Clementina rubbed a distracted brow, not to the well-being of her front hair. "Lord save us, he'll be worse than Etta." "Poor dear Clementina," he said, and turned away to administer help and counsel to his beloved in the complicated matter of the telephone. Suddenly Clementina started to her feet. Perhaps Quicksters's telegram had not been forwarded as hers had been. In this contingency it was her duty to let him know the unhappy news, and she must let him know it at once. An ordinary woman would have sent Tommy round with the telegram, but Clementina, accustomed all her life long to act for herself, gave no thought to this possibility. She bolted out of the door of the hotel and made her way back to the tea-room. The crowd had thinned, but Quicksters and his friends still lingered. Mrs. Fontaine, her elbows on the table, leaning her cheek against her daintily gloved hands, was engaged in earnest talk with him, to the exclusion of the other pair. Lady Louisa Mayling was eating pastry and drinking chocolate with an air of great enjoyment, while Huckabee, hands in pockets, leant back in his seat, a very bored Mephistopheles. He had exhausted his Martha's conversation long ago, and he was weary of the eternal companionship. Why should not Faust have a turn at Martha now and again? Decidedly it was an unfair world. To add also to his present discomfort, the confused frame of mind in which he had originally introduced his patron to Mrs. Fontaine had gradually become more tangled. Clean living had grown more to his taste, abstinence from whisky much more simple to accomplish than his most remorseful dreams of reform had ever conceived. And that morning a letter from Billiter had filled him with disgust. Billiter upbraided him for silence, wanted to know what was going on, hinted that a dividend ought to be due by this time, and expressed, none too delicately, a suspicion of his partner's business integrity. The cheap tavern-supplied notepaper offended against the nicety of Huckabee's refined surroundings. The gross vulgarity of Billiter himself revolted him. A week had passed, and Mrs. Fontaine had shown no signs of having accomplished her ends. He had not dared question her. He had begun, too, to loathe his part in the sordid plot. But that morning he had summoned up courage enough to say to Mrs. Fontaine, "I've just had a letter from Billiter," whereupon her pale cheeks had flushed red, and her alluring eyes had gleamed dangerously. "I wish to God I'd never seen that brute in all my life." And he had said, "I wish to God I'd never done so either." She had looked at him full, searchingly, inscrutably, for a long moment, and saying nothing had turned away. What was to be the outcome of it all?
Huckabee was perplexed. The week had passed pleasantly. Even his enforced and sardonic attendance on Martha had not been able to spoil the charm of the new life, bastard though it was. Mrs. Fontaine had continued not to let her friends in Paris know of her presence in the city, and the week had been a history of peaceful jaunts to Chantilly, Fontainebleau, Sèvres, where Monsieur Sardanal had spread before their ravished eyes his collection of Mexican rattles and masks and obsidian-edged swords, to Robinson on the island of the Seine, where they had lunched in the Tree Restaurant. In a word, to all sorts of sweet summer places where the trees were green and the world was bathed in sunshine and innocence. The week had evidently passed pleasantly for Quicksters, who gave no intimation of the date of his return to London. He was lotus-eating, obviously, too, under the charm of the sorceress, wax in her hands. Of his fiendish purpose Huckabee still had no suspicion. As far as Huckabee could see, Mrs. Fontaine had made an easy conquest of his patron, and why she had up to now forborne to carry out the essential part of the plot he could not understand. Perhaps she loathed the idea as much as he did. Her outburst against Billiter gave weight to the theory. It was all very complicated, and here were these two engaged in a deep and semi-sentimental conversation, while Lady Louisa stuffed herself with chocolate, and he, Huckabee, was bored to death. What was going to happen? The thing that did happen was Clementina's inrush. She marched straight up to the table, and, disregarding startled eyes, thrust the telegram into Quickster's hand. "Read that. You may find one like it at your hotel, or you may not. I thought it right to bring it." Mrs. Fontaine kept her elbows on the table, and regarded Clementina with well-bred insolence. Lady Louisa finished her chocolate. Quickster read the telegram, and his face grew a shade paler, and his fingers trembled a little. Huckabee rose, and, drawing a chair from another table, offered it to Clementina. She waved it away with a curt acknowledgment. Quickster looked up at her. "This is terrible. Will Hammersley die?" He made an attempt to rise, but Clementina put her hand on his shoulder. "Don't get up. I'm going." A sudden hardening change came over Quickster's features. "Stay," said he. "It was very kind of you to bring this, but I'm afraid it has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you?" She regarded him in amazement. "Your lifelong friend is dying and implores you to come to him, and you say it's nothing to do with you?" "He was a villain, a base villain," said Quickster, with quivering lips. "Stuff and nonsense!" cried Clementina indignantly. Had the man gone absolutely crazy after all? "I'm saying what I know," he returned darkly. "He was no friend to me." "And he wants you to go to his deathbed?" asked Mrs. Fontaine, taking her elbows off the table. "How very painful!" "You had better put such lunatic ideas out of your head and take the night train to Marseille," said Clementina roughly. Quickster bit his knuckles and stared at the litter of tea in front of him. The orchestra, for their last number, played a common little jiggity air. "Are you coming?" asked Clementina. "Why should Dr. Quickster," said Mrs. Fontaine, "travel all the way to Marseille to witness the death of a man whom he dislikes? I think it's unreasonable to ask it." Yes, said Quickster, it's unreasonable." "And it would break up our pleasant little party," pleaded Lady Louisa. "Confound your party!" exclaimed Clementina, whereat Lady Louisa withered up in astonishment. "I'm telling him to perform an act of humanity." "He was my enemy," said Quickster in a low voice. "And so you can hardly ask him to go and gloat over his death," said Lady Louisa stupidly. "What's that?" cried Quickster, straightening himself up. "We're dealing with Christian gentlemen, not devils," Clementina retorted. "No, not devils. Oh, certainly not devils," said Quickster, with a chuckling catch in his voice. Clementina plucked him by the sleeve. "I can't stand here all the afternoon arguing with you. Even if you have got it into your head that the man offended you, you did care for him once, and it's only common charity to go to him now that he's at the point of death. Are you going or not?" Quickster looked helplessly from one woman to the other. "There's such a thing as straining quixotism too far, my dear Dr. Quickster," said Mrs. Fontaine. "I see no reason why you should go." "I'm a decent woman, and I see every reason," said Clementina, infuriated at the other's intervention. "I'll see that he goes. I'll get tickets now from Cook's, and come round to the Continental in a taxi and fetch you."
Quextus rose and extended his hand to Clementina.
"I shall go, I promise you," he said with all his courtliness of manner, "and I shall not trouble you to get my ticket or call for me. Au revoir."
He accompanied her to the door. On parting, he said with a smile,
"I have my reasons for going, reasons that no one but myself can understand."
And when he returned to Mrs. Fontaine, who was biting her lips with annoyance at Clementina's apparent victory, he repeated the words with the same smile and the curious gleam of cunning that sometimes marred the blandness of his eyes. He had his reasons. "After all," said the lady, during their Faust and Marguerite walk to the Hotel Continental entrance in the Rue Castiglione, "I can't blame you. It's an errand of mercy. Doubtless he wishes to absolve his conscience from the wrong, whatever it was, that he did you. Your pétroleur's friend was right. It is a noble action."
"I have my reasons," said Quixtus.
"We have become such friends," she said, after a little pause. "At least I hope so. That I shall miss you very much. I have very few friends," she added with a sigh.
"If I am one, I esteem it a great honour," said Quixtus.
"I wonder whether you'll care to see me when you get back to Paris."
"Will you still be here?"
"If you promise to stay a little while and finish up our holiday." He met her upturned, alluring eyes. For all his visionary malignancy, he was a man, and a man who never before had been in the hands of the seductress. An unaccustomed thrill ran through him, causing him to catch his breath.
"I promise," said he huskily, "to stay here as long as it is your good pleasure."
"Then you do care to see me?"
"You ought to know," said the infatuated one.
"What signs have you given me?"
"Signs that every woman must read."
She laughed. "Every man to his method. I like yours. It's neither Cinquecento nor Louis XV, nor Directoire. The nearest to it is Jane Austen, but it's really Quickstein." Now nothing can flatter a man more than to be assured that he has an original method of love-making. Quixtus glowed with conscious idiosyncrasy. He also felt most humanly drawn towards the flatterer.
"You may count on my return to you at the earliest possible moment," said he. "May I be commonplace enough to remark that I shall count the hours?"
"Everything beautiful on the earth," she replied with a sweet sentimentalism, "is but the apotheosis of the commonplace." The shrieking siren of a passing motor-car drowned this last remark. He begged her to repeat it, and bowed his ears to her lips. Her breath caught his cheek and made his pulses throb. "I have a plan," she said as they entered the hotel. "Why shouldn't we have a little dinner to ourselves? Your train doesn't go till 9:35. I'm learned in trains, you see, and I'm also learned in Paris restaurants."
"Nothing could be more delightful," said Quixtus.
It was only when he found himself alone in his room and reflected on the reasons for his journey to Marseilles that the crazy part of his brain summed up his amateur's situation. He laughed sedately. He held the woman's heart in his hand. At any hour he could dash it on the pavement of Paris, whereon so many hearts of women had been broken. At any hour he could work this great wickedness, but not tonight. Tonight he would take the heart in a firmer grip. He would dally with the delicious malignity. Besides, his fastidiousness forbade an orgy of pleasure, one wickedness at a time. Was he not bound even now for Marseilles on a merciless errand? This deed of darkness must be accomplished swiftly. The other could wait. As a crown to his contentment came the realization that these, his supreme projects of devildom, lay hidden in his own heart, secret from Huckabee and his fellow minions. They were futile knaves, all of them. Well, perhaps not Huckabee. Huckabee more than once expressed the desire to reform. By the way, what should be done with Huckabee during his absence at Marseilles? He was useless in Paris. Why not send him back to London? He summoned Huckabee to his room, and whilst packing, laid the question before him. "For God's sake, don't," said Huckabee, almost in terror.
"Why shouldn't I?"
"I can't go back," said he, tugging at his beard, no longer straggly, but neatly cut to a point. "I can't go back to it all, to the squalor and drunkenness. It's no use mincing words with you. I can't do it. You've set me on the clean road, and you've got to see that I keep there. You've given me chances in the past, and I abuse them. You have the power to give me another. and I won't abuse it. I swear I won't. To kick me back again would be hellish wickedness."
"You're quite right," replied Quickstus gravely, balancing in his hand an ill-folded pair of trousers which he was about to put into his suitcase. "I appreciate your position perfectly, but as I have implied to you before in a similar conversation, hellish wickedness is what I in fact am devoting my life to accomplish." He packed the trousers and walked up and down the room, pondering darkly. It was a tempting piece of villainy to kick Huckabee back into the gutter. In a flash it could be done. But, as in all his attempted acts of vileness, the coordination between brain and will failed at the critical moment. A new aspect of the case flashed upon his disordered mind, showing an even more diabolical way of achieving Huckabee's ruin than throwing him back into the gutter. By a curious transmogrification, it was he, Quickstus, who now blazed luridly as the master of mischief, and Huckabee as the shrinking innocent. The enforced association of the shrinking innocent with the master of mischief could have no other result than the constant sapping of the victim's volition, and the gradual but certain degradation of his soul. To accomplish this was a refinement of devilry far beyond the imagination of his favourite fiend Macathiel. He decided promptly, and halted in front of his former myrmidon. It was once more necessary for him, however, like the villain in the old melodrama, to dissemble. He smiled, and laid his hand on Huckabee's shoulder. "All right," said he, in the old kind voice that in the past had so often stabbed Huckabee's conscience. "I'll give you the chance. Just stick loyally to me. Stay with the ladies in Paris, and when I come back we can talk about things." Huckabee gripped his hand. "Thank you, Quickstus. I wish I could tell you. I've known all along," he stammered in a hoarse voice. "Oh, I've played the devil with everything, and I don't know which is the damned fool of us two." "I am quite certain," said Quickstus, with a conscious smile which he assumed was Mephistophelian. "I am quite certain, my dear Huckabee, that you are." In spite of the exultation that he felt, or deluded himself into feeling, at the triple wickedness wherewith he purported to burden his soul, Quickstus dined with Mrs. Fontaine in a subdued frame of mind. It was not the fault of the dinner, for it was carefully selected by Mrs. Fontaine, who smiled pityingly at Quickstus's gastronomic ignorance. Nor was it that of the place, a cosy little restaurant on the Passage Jouffroy, nor that of the lady, who appeared bent on pleasing. Deep down in his soul were stirrings of pity which his clouded brain could not interpret. Their effect, however, was a mild melancholy. Mrs. Fontaine's trained senses quickly noticed it, and she tuned her talk in key. She prided herself on being a sympathetic woman. By this time she had learned to discount his pessimistic utterances, which she knew proceeded from the same psychological source as the lunatic desire to break a woman's heart which had been the inspiration of the plot. She discerned the essential gentleness of the man, his tender impulses, his integral innocence, and established him in her own eyes as a pathetic spectacle. As to the heart-breaking, she felt secure. It was the only element of humour in the ghastly game, which day to day had grown more repulsive. It was in this chastened mood that she met Huckabee on their return to the Continental. Quickstus went up to his room by the lift, and left them standing in the lounge. "I can't do it," she said hurriedly. "Billiter and the whole lot of you can go to the devil. I'm out of it. With a man who can take care of himself, yes, I've no compunction. It's a fair fight. But this is too low down. It's like robbing a blind beggar. It revolts me. Understand, this is the end of it." "Will you believe me," said Huckabee, "when I say that it's more than I can swallow either? I'm honest. I'm out of it too. Billiter can go to the devil." She looked at him, as she had done before that day, long and searchingly, and her hard eyes gradually softened. "Yes, I believe you." Huckabee bowed. "I thank you, Mrs. Fontaine. And as we are on this painful subject, I should like to be frank with you. You know how this thing started. I began it in the first place as a joke, a wild jest, to humour him in his madness. The idea of Quickstus breaking a woman's heart is comic. But God knows how it developed into our association. The important part now is this. If you think you've been fooling him to the top of his bent, you're mistaken. When it came to the point of his beginning his heart-breaking career, he shied at it, told me the whole thing was profoundly distasteful, and I must never mention the matter again." "Well?" asked Mrs. Fontaine. "What does that mean?" "It means," said Huckabee, "that you've succeeded in making him fond of your society for its own sake." She drew a deep breath. "Thank goodness this nightmare of a farce is over." "Now I suppose you'll go back to London," said Huckabee. She looked away from him, unseeing, down the long lounge, and her gloved hands unconsciously gripped each other hard. Her bosom heaved. In the woman's dark soul strange things were happening. A curious, desperate hope was dawning. She remained like this for a few moments, while Huckabee, unconscious of tensity, selected and lit a cigarette. "No, I shan't go to London," she said at last, without turning her head. "I'll stay in Paris. I owe myself a holiday." 10 minutes afterwards, Quicksters had gone. They watched the wheels of the taxi that was carrying him to the Lyons station disappear beneath the great archway, and with something like a sigh they returned slowly to the lounge. Lena Fontaine threw herself on a seat, her hands by her side, in an attitude of weariness. "Oh, God, I'm tired," she whispered. Huckabee suggested bed. She shrugged her shoulders. It was not her body that was tired, she explained, but the ridiculous something that people called a soul. That was dead beat. She looked up at him as he stood before her, wondering to hear her talk so frankly. "What was it that played the devil with you? A woman?" "Drink," replied Huckabee laconically. "I hadn't even that excuse," said Lena Fontaine. She laughed mirthlessly. "Don't you wish you were good?" He sat down by her side. "Why shouldn't we try to be?" "Because the world isn't a Sunday school, my dear friend." Huckabee ventured to touch her hand with the tip of his finger. "Let us try," said he. She smiled, this time only in half derision. "Let us," she said. A great silence fell upon them, and they sat there side by side for a long, long time, pretending to watch, like many other couples and groups in the lounge, the shifting life of the great hotel, but really far away from it all, and feeling drawn together in their new-found shame like two dreary souls who had escaped from purgatory and were wandering through darkness they knew not whither. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. The great train thundered on straight down through the heart of France. Almost the length of it separated Quicksters and Clementina. They had seen each other only for a few moments amid the bustle of the hurrying platform, just long enough for her quick vision to perceive, in the uncertain blue light of the arc lamps, a haunted look in his eyes that was absent when she had first met him that afternoon. He had spoken a few courteous phrases. He had inquired whether Tommy and Etta, who clung to her to the last, were to be fellow travellers, whereon Clementina had very definitely informed him that Etta was staying with friends in Paris, while Tommy had arranged to visit a painter charm at Barbizon. He had expressed the hope that when they arrived at Marseilles she would command his services, and, after a bareheaded leave-taking of the two ladies, which caused Etta afterwards to remark that it was only her short skirt that had prevented her from making her court curtsy, he had gone in search of his own compartment. Etta had flung her arms round Clementina's neck. "Oh, Clementina, darling, do come back soon. The Jacksons are kind, but oh, so stuffy. And Tommy is going to Barbizon, and I shan't see him, and if you don't come back soon he'll have forgotten all about me." Tommy had given her a great hug and kissed her. "Good-bye, dear. God bless you. Come back soon. We can't do without you." And Clementina, pausing on the first step of the railway carriage, had turned and raised her hand, the unfilled finger ends of her cotton gloves projecting comically, and cried, "Good-bye, you dear, selfish, detestable, beloved children." And neither of the twain had known what in the world she meant. The great train thundered on through the country which Clementina had traversed a month or so before with Tommy. Dijon, Mâcon, Lyons. Things had changed since then. Then a sweet rejuvenescence had crept through her veins. Then she had amused herself with the idea of being a lady. The towns, whose names shouted through the awful stillness of the stations, otherwise only broken by the eerie clank of the wheel-testers' hammers, were now but abstract stages on her journey, then had a magical significance. That must be Vienne through which they were dashing. If the bitter street, the tragicomedy, the cardiac surgery of Vienne had not brought a smile to Clementina's lips in the dark solitude of her compartment, would she have been the sturdy, humorous Clementina who cried her farewell to the children? Things had changed since then, she assured herself. She was just Clementina again, fighting her battles alone, impatient, contemptuous, unfeeling. No longer a lady, merely a female dauber, ready once more to paint elderly magnates' trousers at so much per leg. She sighed and laughed. Those had been pleasant times. That she should be going over the same ground now with Quicksters seemed a freakish trick of destiny. At 9 o'clock in the morning the train entered Marseille station. Quicksters came speedily up to Clementina as she stepped onto the platform and offered his services. He trusted she had slept well and had a comfortable journey. "Didn't sleep a wink," said Clementina. "Did you?" Quickster admitted broken slumbers. The strangeness of the adventure had kept him awake. "You're looking ill this morning," said Clementina, glancing at him sharply. "What's the matter with you?" He seemed careworn, feverish, and an unnatural glitter had replaced the haunted look in his eyes. Clementina did not know how the approaching consummation of a deed of real wickedness terrified the mild and gentle-natured man. Hitherto his evil doings had been fantastic, repaired almost at once, as if mechanically, by the underlying instinct of generosity. His visions of sin had been fantastic too, harmless, unpractical. But this sin of vengeance which he had intellectually conceived and fostered loomed great and terrible. So does the braggart who has sworn to eat up a lion alive totter at the knees when he hears the lion's roar. His night had been that of a soul on fire. "Something's wrong. What is it?" asked Clementina. He answered vaguely. This summons had upset him. It had set him thinking, a tiring mental process. He remembered, said he, how Hammersley, when they were boys together, had called him to see a dying butterfly on a rose-bush. The yellow wings were still flapping languidly, then slower and slower. Then strength gave out, and they quivered in the last effort. And then the hold on the rose-bush relaxed, and the butterfly fell to the earth, dead. "What does monsieur wish done with the baggage?" asked the attendant porter, who had listened uncomprehendingly to the long and tragical tale. Quicksters passed his hand across his forehead and looked at the porter as if awakening out of a dream. "What you like?" said he. So forlorn and hag-ridden did he appear that a wave of pity swept through Clementina. The deadly phrase of the judge in the Marable trial occurred to her. "Such men as you ought not to be allowed to go about loose." The mothering instinct, more than her natural forcefulness, made her take charge of the situation. "The omnibus of the Hotel du Louvre," she said to the man, and taking Quicksters by the arm, she led him like a child out of the station. "Get in," she said with rough kindliness, pushing him towards the step of the omnibus. But he moved aside for her to precede him. Clementina said "Rubbish," and entered the vehicle. She was no longer playing at being a lady. Quicksters followed her, and the omnibus clattered down the steep streets and jolted and swayed through the traffic and between the myriad tramcars that deface and deafen the city. The morning sun shone fiercely. The pavements baked. The sun-drenched buildings burned hot to the eye, and the very awnings in front of the shops and over stalls in the markets suggested heat rather than coolness. Far away at the end of the Canebière, the strip of sea visible glittered like a steel blade. "Phew!" gasped Clementina. "What heat!" "I feel it rather chilly," said Quicksters. She stared at him, wiping a damp forehead. What was the matter with the man? When they entered the fairly cool vestibule of the hotel, the manager met them and assigned the rooms. They asked for Hammersley. "Alas," said the manager, "he was very ill. The doctor was with him even now." An elderly man in thin, sun-stained tweeds, who had been sitting in a corner playing with a child of 5 or 6 in charge of a Chinese nurse, came forward and greeted them. "Are you the friends Mr. Hammersley telegraphed for? Miss Wing and Dr. Quicksters? My name is Pointer. I was a fellow passenger of Mr. Hammersley's on the Moronia. He was a sick man when he started, and got worse on the voyage. Impossible to land at Brindisi. Arrived here, he could go no further either by boat or train. He was quite helpless, so I stayed on till his friends could come. It was I who wrote out and sent the telegrams." "That was very good of you," said Clementina. Quicksters bowed vaguely, but spoke not a word. His lips were white. He held the front edges of his jacket crushed in a nervous grip. Pointer's voice sounded far away. He barely grasped the meaning of his words. A dynamo throbbed in his head instead of a brain. "Is he dying?" asked Clementina. Mr. Pointer made an expressive gesture. "I'm afraid so. He collapsed during the night, and they've been giving him oxygen this morning. Yesterday he was desperately anxious to see you both." "Is it possible, or judicious, to go to him now?" asked Clementina. "You may inquire. If you will allow me, I'll show you the way to his room." He led the way to the lift. They entered. For Quickstus his companions had ceased to exist. He was conscious only of going to the dying man, and the dynamo throbbed. During the ascent, Clementina said abruptly to Pointer, "How long is it since you've been home?" 25 years, he replied with a grim smile, "and it has been the dream of my life for 10. "And you stopped off in this Hades of a place for the sake of a sick stranger? You must be a good sort." "You would have done the same," said Pointer. "Not I." He smiled again and looked at her with his calm, certain eyes. "A man does not live in the Far Orient for nothing. I know you would. This way," he said as the lift door opened. He led them down a corridor, Quickstus following, a step or two behind, like a man in a trance. The awful moment was at hand, the moment which, in the tea-shop and in the hotel, had seemed far, far distant, hidden in the mists of some unreal devil-land, which at dinner had begun to loom through the mists, which all night long had seemed to grow nearer and nearer with every rhythmic thud of the thundering train, until at times it touched him like some material horror. The moment was at hand. At last he was about to fulfil his destiny of evil. His enemy lay dying, the spirit faintly flapping its wings like the butterfly. In a moment they would enter a room. He would behold the dying man. He would curse him, and send a blackened, anguished soul into eternity. The dynamo in his brain and the beating of his heart made him fancy that they were walking to the sound of muffled drums. Nearer, nearer. This was real, actual. He was a devil walking to the sound of muffled drums. Pointer and Clementina stopped before a door. Quickstus stood still, shaking all over, like a horse in front of a nameless terror. "This is his room," said Pointer, grasping the handle. Quickstus gave a queer cry, and suddenly threw himself forward and clutched Pointer's arm convulsively, his features distorted with terror. Wait! I can't do it! I can't do it! It's monstrous!" He leaned up against the wall and closed his eyes. "Overwrought nerves," whispered Pointer. There happened to be a bench nearby, placed for the convenience of the chambermaid of the floor. Clementina made him sit down. "I don't think you're quite up to see him just now," she said. He shook his head. "No, not just now. I feel faint. It's death. I'm not used to death. You go in. Give him my love. I'll see him later. But give him my love." "Very well," said Clementina. She rapped gently at the door. It was opened, and a sister of charity in a great white coif appeared on the threshold. She looked at the visitors sadly. "C'est fini," she whispered. Quickstus staggered to his feet. "Dead?" "Oui, monsieur." The sweat broke out in great drops on his forehead. "Dead?" he repeated. "Vous pouvez entrer si vous voulez," said the sister. Then Quickstus reeled as if someone had dealt him a crushing blow. Pointer saved him from falling and guided him to the seat. For a long, long second all was darkness. The dynamo stopped suddenly. Then, as had happened once before, a little thread seemed to snap in his brain. He opened his eyes, feeling sick and giddy. The sister quickly disappeared into the room and returned with some brandy. The others stood anxiously by. Presently the spirit took effect and enabled him to coordinate his faculties. With an effort of will he rose and straightened himself. "I'm better now. Let us go in." "Wiser not," said Clementina, 1,000 miles from suspecting the psychological phenomenon that had occurred. Quickstus slightly raised a protesting hand. "I assure you that there's no reason why I should not go in," he said in a shaky voice. "All right," said Clementina, "but you can't go tumbling all over the place." Once more she took his arm in her strong grip, and leaving Pointer outside, they entered the death chamber together. The windows were flung wide, but the outside shutters were closed, darkening the room and cooling it from the baking sun. A man in a frock coat and narrow black tie, the doctor, was aiding his assistant in the repacking of the oxygen apparatus. On the bed, gaunt, hollow-cheeked, and pinched, lay all that was left of Hammersley. Only his blonde hair and beard, with scarcely a touch of grey, remained of that which was familiar. The laughing eyes which had charmed men and women were hidden for ever beneath the lids. Clementina's hand crept half mechanically downwards and clasped that of Quickster's, which returned the pressure. So, hand in hand, they stood in silence by the death-bed. At last Clementina whispered, "Whatever may have been the misunderstanding between you, all is over now. May his sins be forgiven him."
"Amen,"
said Quickster's. Tears rolled down Clementina's cheeks and fell on her bodice. The dead man had belonged to her youth, the dreary youth that had taken itself for grim grey eld. He brought into it a little laughter, a little buoyancy, much strength, much comfort. All so simply, so kindly. At first, in her fierce mood of revolt, she had rebuffed him and scorned his friendship. But he was one of the gifted ones who could divine a woman's needs and minister to them. So he smiled at her rejection of his offerings, knowing that she craved them, and presented them again and again, until at last, worn out with longing, she clutched at them frantically and hugged them to her bosom. A generous gentleman, a loyal friend, a very help in time of trouble, he lay there dead before her in the prime of his manhood. She let the tears fall unchecked until they blinded her. A dry, queer voice broke a long silence, whispering in her ear,
"I told you to give him my love, didn't I?"
She nodded and squeezed Quickster's hand. The doctor stood by, waiting till their scrutiny of the dead should be over. Clementina was the first to turn to him and ask for information as to the death. In a few words the doctor told her. When she entered the room he had been dead 5 minutes. "Oh, madame, you or this gentleman is responsible for what remains to be done?" "I am. Did you think so, Ephraim?" Quickster bowed his head.
"I sent him my love," he murmured.
"And now," said the Sister of Charity, "we must make the toilette du mort. Will you have the kindness to retire?" She smiled sadly and opened the door. "There's a packet in the drawer for this lady and gentleman," said Pointer, who had stood waiting for them in the corridor. "Ah, bon," said the sister. She crossed the room and returned with the packet, which she handed to Clementina. It was sealed and addressed to them jointly, to Ephraim Quickster and Clementina Wing, to be opened after my death. Clementina stuffed it in the pocket of her skirt. "We'll open it together by and by. Now we'd better go to our rooms and tidy up and have some food. Only a fool goes through such a day as is before us on an empty stomach. What's your number? I'll tell them to send you up some coffee and rolls." He thanked her dreamily. She arranged a meeting at noon in order to go through the packet. They walked along the corridor, Pointer accompanying them. He proposed, it being convenient to them, to take the night train to Paris and home. In the meanwhile his services were at their disposal. "I wish I could pack you off to Piccadilly by Hertsey and Wave right away," said Clementina. "It's Devonshire I'm longing for," said he. They arrived at the lift door. "You'll love it all the better for having played the angel in Hades," said Clementina with moist eyes. "Good-bye for the present." She extended her hand. He took it, held it in a hesitating way. An expression of puzzledom came over his tanned, lined features. "Are you going to your room now?" "Yes," said Clementina. "Pardon my presumption," said he, "but aren't you going to see the child?" "Child?" cried Clementina. "What child?" "Why, Mr. Hammersley's. Didn't you know she's here?" "Here?" "When you came to the vestibule, didn't you notice a little girl I was playing with, and a Chinese nurse?" "Lord have mercy upon us!" exclaimed Clementina. "Do you hear that, Ephraim?"
"Yes, I hear,"
said Quintus tonelessly. The conflict within him between Mithra and Ahriman had left him weak and non-recipient of new impressions.
"Hammersley has a little daughter. I wasn't aware of it. I wonder how he got her. She must have a mother somewhere."
"The mother's dead," said Pointer. "From what I could gather from Hammersley, the child has no kith or kin in the world. That was why he was so desperately anxious for you to come." Clementina peered at him with screwed-up monkey face, as if he were sitting for his portrait. "It's the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life." She clapped her hands to her pocket, And this sealed envelope, do you know anything about it?" "I do," said Pointer. "It contains a letter and a will. I wrote them both at his dictation 10 days ago. The will is a properly attested document appointing Dr. Quickstus and yourself as executors and joint trustees of the little girl. A dear little girl," he added with a touch of wistfulness. "You'll love her." "God grant it," said Clementina fervently. "But what an old maid like me and an old bachelor like him are going to do with a child between us, the Lord Almighty alone knows." Yet as she spoke, the picture of the child, in spite of her preoccupation on entering the hotel, her sharp vision had noted the fairy fragility of the English scrap contrasting with the picturesque materialism of the fat Chinese nurse. The picture of the child enthroned on cushions, a feminine setting, in the studio in Romney Place, flashed with acute distinctness before her mind, and some foolish thing within her leapt and stabbed her with a delicious pain. Quickstus brushed his thinning hair from his forehead. "I understand," said he faintly. "I understand that I am a trustee for Hammersley's daughter. I wasn't expecting it. I hope you'll not think it discourteous if I leave you. I'm not quite myself today, and I'll go and rest." He entered the lift, which had been standing open for some time. There was not a feverish hurry in Marseilles hotel between steamers in June. Clementina with a gesture checked the lift boy. The man must be looked after at once. She turned to Pointer. "Like a dear good soul," she said in a frank way, "go down and prepare the child for such a rough-and-tumble stepmother as me. I'll be with you in a few minutes. What's your number, Ephraim?" He showed her the ticket. 270. Au troisième, madame." The lift gate clicked. They mounted a couple of floors. The chambermaid of the étage showed them into number 270. Then Clementina took command. In less than 2 minutes windows were opened and shutters adjusted, the waiter was dispatched for coffee, the valet was unpacking and arranging Quickstus's personal belongings, and the chambermaid spreading the bed invitingly open. When Clementina was a lady, she behaved in the most self-effacing and early Victorian ladylike way in the world. But when she was Clementina and wanted to do things, she would have ordered the devil about like a common lackey, and boxed the ears of any archangel who ventured to interfere with her. Quickstus, unprepared for this whirlwind ministration on the part of Clementina, whom he had hitherto regarded rather as an antagonistic principle than as a sympathetic woman, sat bolt upright on the edge of the sofa, and looked on with an air of mystification. Yet, feeling weak and broken, he was content to let her tend him. "Take off your clothes and go to bed," said Clementina, standing hand on hips in front of him. "For 2 pins I'd undress you myself and put you to sleep like a baby." A wan smile flickered over his features. "I'm very grateful to you for your kindness. Perhaps a little rest will bring mental adjustment. That's what I think I need, mental adjustment." He repeated the words several times and sat staring in front of him. On the threshold Clementina turned and crossed the room again. "Ephraim," she said, "I think if you and I had been better friends all these years, there wouldn't have been so much of this adjusting necessary. It has been my fault. I'm sorry. But now that we have a child to bring up, I'll look after you. You poor man," she added, touching his arm very kindly and feeling ridiculously sentimental. "You must be the loneliest thing that ever happened." She caught up his suit of pyjamas and threw them by his side on the sofa. "Now, for God's sake, stick on these things and go to bed." Downstairs in the vestibule she found Pointer with the little girl on his knees. The Chinese nurse sat like a good-tempered idol a few feet away. "This is your new auntie," said Pointer, as Clementina approached. The child slipped from his knees and looked up at her with timorous earnestness. She was fair, with the transparent pallor of most children born and bred in the East, a creature of delicate fragility and grace. Clementina saw that she had her father's frank hazel eyes. The child held out her hand. "Good morning, auntie," she said, in a curiously sweet contralto. Clementina took the seat vacated by Pointer and drew the child towards her. "Won't you give me a kiss?" "Of course." She put up her little lips. The appeal to the woman was irresistible. She caught the child to her and clasped her to her bosom and kissed her and said foolish things. When her embrace relaxed as abruptly as it had begun, the child said, "I like that. Do that again." "Bless you, my darling. I could do it all day long," cried Clementina. She held the child with one arm, the little face pillowed on her bosom, and with her free hand groped in her pocket for her handkerchief. This found, she blew her nose loudly and glanced at Pointer, who was surveying the pair with his grave, wise smile. "I'm sure you don't mind if I make a fool of myself," she said, "and I'm sure I don't." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Glory of Clementina Wing by William John Locke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. For as much of the day as she could spare from the miserable formalities and arrangements attendant on the death of a human being, Clementina made a fool of herself over the child. It was a feminine scrap hungering for love, kitten-like in its demand for caresses. Contentedly nestling in Clementina's arms, she related, piecemeal, her tiny history. Her name was Sheila, and she loved her father, who was very ill. So ill that she'd only been able to see him once since they had come off the ship. That was yesterday, and she'd been frightened, for he said that he was going to Mummy. Now Mummy had gone to heaven, and when people go to heaven you never see them again. With a pang, Clementina asked her if she remembered when her Mummy went to heaven. Oh yes, it was ever so long ago, when she was quite little. Daddy cried. She too would cry if Daddy were to go to heaven. Clementina thought it best to wait, and accustom the child both to the idea of the eternal parting and to herself, before breaking the disastrous news. But her heart was wrung. Sometimes Sheila revolted and clamoured to see him, but on the whole she showed herself to be reasonable and docile. She hugged to her side a shapeless and very dirty white plush cat, her inseparable companion. They had lived in a big house in Shanghai with lots of servants, but her father had sold it and sold all the furniture, and they were going to live in England for ever and ever. England was a place all full of green trees and grass and cows and flowers. Did Clementina know England? "Suppose Daddy goes to heaven, would you like to come and live with me?" asked Clementina. Sheila replied seriously that she would sooner live with her than with Na. Na was her new Na. Her old Na was in Shanghai. Her husband wouldn't let her come to England. Only Clementina would have to cuddle her to sleep every night, like her daddy. Na didn't cuddle her to sleep. She thought she didn't know how. Daddy, she repeated like a young parrot, had said that that was the worst of getting a nurse who had never had children of her own. They were so darned helpless. Clementina winced, but she put her arm round the child again. "You're not afraid of my not being able to cuddle you, Sheila?" "Oh, you cuddle lovely," murmured Sheila. Who was her mother? Clementina had no notion. Hammersley had never announced the fact of his marriage. The last time she'd seen him was 6 years ago. The child gave herself out to be 5½ Hammersley must have married just before leaving England. He breathed not a word to anybody, but so had Will Hammersley acted all his life. He was one who gave and never sought, a man who received the confidence of all who knew him, and kept the secrets both of joy and sorrow of his own life hidden behind his smiling eyes. One of the secrets, the dainty secret that lay in her arms, was out now, a fact in flesh and blood. And for the guidance of this sensitive wisp of humanity to womanhood, she, Clementina, and Ephraim Quickstus were jointly responsible. It was a puckish destiny that had brought their lives to this point of convergence. With the dead man lying cold and stark upstairs, the humour of it appeared too grim for smiles. She wished that the quiet, capable man of wise understanding and unselfish heart, who missed the express train at Brindisi that would have sped him swiftly to his longed-for Devonshire, and had come on to Marseille with the sick stranger, had been appointed her coadjutor. Pointer could have helped her mightily with his kindly wisdom and his knowledge of the hearts and the ways of men, as he was helping her that day in the performance of the dreary duties to the dead. But Quickstus, he was as much of a child as the one confided to his care. Anxious, however, that Sheila should be prepossessed in his favour, she drew a flattering picture of the new uncle that would shortly come into her life. "Is he your husband?" asked Sheila. "Good Lord, no!" cried Clementina, aghast at the grotesque suggestion. "Whatever put that idea in your head, child?" It appeared that Dora Smith, one of her little friends in Shanghai, had an uncle and aunt who were married. She thought all uncles and aunts were married. "Do you think you'll like my frock?" asked Sheila. The vanity of the feminine thing! Clementina laughed for the first time that dismal day. "Do you think you'll like mine?" Sheila looked critically at the soiled, ill-fitting blouse and the rusty old brown skirt, and reddened. She paused for a moment. "I'm sure he'll say that he does," she replied sedately. Clementina caught a whimsical gleam in Pointer's eye. "Oriental diplomacy," she remarked. He shook his head. "You're wrong. Go deeper." Clementina flushed and stroked the child's fair hair. "I'm afraid I've got to learn a lot of things." "In the most exquisite school in the world," said Pointer. Quicksters came downstairs about 4 o'clock, pale and shaky, and found Clementina in the dark and stuffy writing-room of the hotel. She petted the child to her afternoon sleep about half an hour before, and had left her in the joint care of the Chinese nurse and the dirty white plush cat tightly clasped to her breast. She had just finished a letter to Tommy. Either through the fault of the deeply encrusted hotel pen, or by force of painting habit, a smear of violet ink ran a comet's course across her cheek. She had written to Tommy, "If you don't want to know what has happened, you ought to. I find my poor friend dead on my arrival. Elysian fields for him, which I'm sure are not as beautiful as the English lanes his soul longed for. To my amazement, he's left a fairy child to the joint guardianship of your uncle and myself. Your uncle's a sick man and needs looking after. What I'm going to do with all you helpless chickens, when I ought to be painting trousers, God alone knows. I once was an artist, now I'm a hen. Yours, Clementina." She had also written to Etta in similar strain and at the same inordinate length, and was addressing the envelope when Quicksters entered the room. She wheeled round. "Better?"
"Thank you," said he, "though I'm ashamed of myself for sleeping all this time."
"Jolly good thing you did go to sleep," replied Clementina. "It has probably saved you from a breakdown. You were on the verge of one."
"Can I help you with any of the unhappy arrangements that have to be made in these circumstances?"
"Made 'em," said Clementina. "Sit down." Quicksters obeyed meekly. He wore an air of great lassitude, like a man who has just risen from a bed of sickness. He passed his hands over his eyes.
"There was a sealed packet, if I remember rightly, and a child. I think we might see now what the packet contains."
"Are you fit to read it?" she asked. He smiled vaguely, for her tone softened the abruptness of the question.
"I'm anxious to do so," he replied.
Clementina opened the envelope and drew out the 2 documents, the letter and the will, and read them aloud. Neither added greatly to the information given by Pointer. Hammersley charged them as his 2 oldest, most loved and trusted friends to regard themselves as the parents and guardians of his orphaned child, to whom he bequeathed the small but comfortable fortune, to be administered by them jointly in trust, until she should marry or reach the age of 25 years. No mention being made of the dead wife, her identity still remained a mystery. Like Clementina, Quicksters had not heard of his marriage, could think of no woman whom, 6 years ago, while he was in England, he could have married. But 6 years ago? Quicksters buried his face in his hands and shuddered. Had the man been false to everyone, even to the wife of the friend he had betrayed? Suddenly he rose with a great cry and a passionate gesture of both arms.
"I'm lost! I'm lost! I'm floundering in quicksands! The meaning of the earth has gone from me. I'm in a land of grotesques, shapes that mop and mow at me and have no reality. The things they do, the human brain can't conceive. They've been driving me mad! Mad!" he cried, beating his head with his knuckles. "Yet I am sane now. Did you ever know what it was to be so sane that your soul was tortured with sanity? Oh, my God!" He walked about the room, quivering from the outburst. Clementina regarded him with amazed interest. This was a new, undreamed-of Quicksters, a human creature that had passed through torment. "Tell me what is on your mind," she said quietly. "It might ease it." "No," said he, halting before her. "Not to my dying day. There are things one must keep within oneself till they eat away one's vitals. I wish I had never come here."
"You came here on an errand of mercy, and as far as you were concerned, you performed it."
"I came here with hate in my heart, I tell you. I came here on an errand of evil. and outside the door of his room my purpose failed me, and I sent him my love. And then I went in and I saw him dead."
"And you forgave him?" said Clementina.
"No, I prayed that God would."
He turned away. Clementina rose from her chair by the writing-table and followed him. "What was between you and Will Hammersley?" For an instant he had an impulse to tell her. She looked so strong, so honest. But he checked it. Confidence was impossible. The shame of the dead must be buried with the dead. He pointed to the documents lying on the table.
"He thought I never knew. I never knew," said he.
"I give it up," said Clementina. A memory smote him. He bent his brows upon her. His eyes were sad and clear.
"You have no inkling of the matter?"
"None in the least. Good Lord!" she broke out impatiently. "If I had, do you suppose I'd be cross-questioning you? I'd be trying to help you, as I want to do." He threw himself wearily into a chair and leant his head on his hand.
"I've had queer experiences of late," he said. "I've learnt to trust nobody. How can I tell that you're sincere in saying you want to help me?"
Clementina puckered up her face. "What's that? Here am I, who have been abusing you all your life, now doing violence to my traditions and saying, 'Let us kiss and be friends,' just at the very moment when you want friends more than you ever did in your born days, and you ask me if I'm sincere? Lord in heaven! Did you ever know me to be even decently polite to creatures I didn't care about?" Clementina was indignant. The faint shadow of a smile passed across Quixotis's face.
"You've not always been polite to me, Clementina. This change to solicitude is surprising. Timeo Daneos et dona forentes, which means—"
"Do you suppose you're the only person who knows tags out of the Latin grammar?" she snapped. Then she laughed in her dry way. "Don't let us begin to quarrel. We've got a child, you and I. I hope you realize that. If we were its real father and mother, we might quarrel with impunity. As we're not, we can't. What are we going to do?" Quixotus thought deeply for a long time. His sensitive nature shrank from the duty imposed. If he accepted it, he would be the dead man's dupe to the end of the chapter.
"You have seen the little girl?"
he inquired at last. "Yes, been with her most of the day."
"Do you like her?"
She regarded him with whimsical pity. "Oh yes, I like her," she said.
"Then why not keep her to yourself?"
"I'm not bound by Hammersley's wishes. All I have to do is decline to act either as executor or trustee." Clementina's heart leaped in the most unregenerate manner. To have Sheila all to herself, without let or hindrance from her impossible co-trustee. She was staggered by the sudden, swift temptation which struck at the roots of her unfulfilled womanhood. For a while she dallied with it deliciously.
"If it's agreeable to you, I'll decline to act,"
said Quixotus, after the spell of silence. Clementina strangled the serpent in a flash and cast it from her. To purchase happiness at the price of human infirmity? No, she would play squarely with life. Feminine instinct told her that the care of the child was needful for this weary man's salvation. She attacked him with more roughness than she intended, the eddy of her own struggle. "What right have you to shirk your responsibilities? That's what you've always done, and see where it has landed you. I'm not going to be a party to it. It's pure and simple cowardice, and I have no patience with it."
"Perhaps I deserve your reproaches," said Quixotus mildly, "but the present circumstances are so painful—"
"Painful?" she interrupted. "Lord above, ma'am, what does it matter whether they're painful or not? Do you suppose I've gone through 36 years without pain? I've had awful pain. Hellish pain, as much pain as a woman and an artist and a scarecrow can suffer. That's new to you, isn't it? But you never see me making a hullabaloo about it. We've got to bear pain in the world, and the more we grin, the better we bear it. And, what is a precious sight more useful, the more we help others to bear it. Who are you, Ephraim Quixotus, that you should be exempt from pain?" She turned to the yellow packet of Maryland on the marble mantelpiece and rolled a cigarette. Quixotus said nothing, but sat tugging at his scrubby moustache. "That child," she said, and she paused to lick the cigarette, "that child of 5 is doomed to pain. Some of it all the love in the world can't prevent. It's a law of life. But some it can. That's another law of life, thank God. By taking pain upon us, we can also save others pain. That's another law. I suppose we have to thank Jesus Christ for that. And fate has put this tender thing into our hands to save it, if possible, from the pain that both you and I have endured. To reject the privilege is the act of a cowardly devil, not of a man. As she stood there in her slatternly blouse and tousled hair, brandishing the wetted cigarette between nicotine-stained fingers, yet enunciating, as she had seldom condescended to do, to a fellow creature her ruggedly tender philosophy of life, she looked almost beautiful in the eyes of the man who had awakened from a nightmare into the sober greyness of an actual dawn. She lit the cigarette with fingers unwontedly trembling, and feverishly drew in the first few puffs. "Well, what are you going to do?" Quickstus breathed hard, with parted lips, and stared at the future. It is difficult after a nightmare madness to adjust the mind to the sane outlook, but she had moved him to the depths that through all his madness had remained untroubled.
"You are right, Clementina," he said at last in a low voice. "I will share with you this great responsibility."
She blew out a puff of smoke. "I don't think it ought to turn our hair white, anyhow," she said, sitting on the arm of the sofa. "The child's past teething, so we shan't have to sit up at nights over advice to mothers, and our common sense will tell us not to fill her up every day with pâté de foie gras. When she's ill, we'll send for a doctor, and when we want to do business, we'll send for a lawyer. It strikes me, Ephraim, that having another interest in your life besides dead men's jawbones will do you a thundering lot of good."
"Would you like something to do me good?" he asked with a touch of wistful banter.
Clementina, as she afterwards confessed, felt herself to be on such a sky-high plane of self-abnegation and altruism that she thrust down, figuratively speaking, angelic arms towards him. Really, the mothering instinct again clamoured. She threw her half-smoked cigarette away, and came, and standing over him, clutched his shoulder. "My good Ephraim," she said, "I would give anything to see you a happy human being." Then, in her abrupt fashion, she sent him out to take the air. That also would do him good. She thrust his hat and stick in his hand.
"What are you going to do, Clementina?" he asked.
"1,000 things. First I must go upstairs and see whether the child's awake. I hate trusting her with that heathen imbecile."
"Au revoir, then," said Quickstus, moving away.
"Come back in good time to make the child's acquaintance," she shouted after him. He paused on the threshold and looked at her irresolutely. He had a nervous dread of meeting the child. He walked through the sun-filled streets, down the Canebière, absently watching the baking quays, and then, returning to the main thoroughfare, sat down beneath the awning of a café. An hour passed. It was time to go back and see his ward. He shrank morbidly from the ordeal. With a great effort he rose at last and walked to the hotel. Clementina, Pointer, and the child were in the vestibule, the two elders seated in the wicker-work chairs, the little one squatting on the ground at their feet and playing with the mongrel and somewhat supercilious dog of the hotel. Quickstus halted in front of the group. The child lifted her flower-like face to the newcomer.
"Is this—"
he began. "This is Sheila," said Clementina. "Get up, dear, and say how do you do to your new uncle." She held out her hand with shy politeness. He looked so long and gaunt and towered over her tiny self. "How do you do, Uncle? She turned to Clementina. "Ephraim," she prompted. "Uncle Ephraim?" "No wonder the poor innocent doesn't remember such a name," said Clementina. He bent and solemnly wagged the soft hand for some time. Then, not knowing what to do with it, he let it go. "Do you know Bimbo?"
"No," said Quickstus.
"Bimbo, pâté." The mongrel lifted his paw. "You must shake hands with him, and then you will know him," she said seriously. Quickstus, with a grave face, bent lower and shook hands with the dog. "And Pinky?" She lifted the dirty white plush cat. In an embarrassed way he wagged a stumpy forefoot. Sheila turned to Clementina. "Now he knows everybody." Clementina kissed her and rose from her seat, Pointer rising also. "You'll be a good girl if I leave you with Uncle Ephraim for a while?"
"My dear Clementina," cried Quickstus aghast, "what do you mean?"
A gleam of kind malice flickered in her eyes. "I find I must have some air in my turn, and some absinthe which Mr. Pointer has promised to give me. Au revoir. I shan't be long, Sheila dear. She moved with Pointer towards the door.
But Clementina!
If she bites, you've only to call that lump of celestial idiocy over there, pointing to the fat Chinese nurse who sat smiling in her dark corner. You're protected. And by the way, she added in a whisper, she doesn't know her father's dead yet. Leave it to me to break the news. She was gone. Quickster sank, a perspiring embarrassment, into one of the wicker chairs. A scurvy trick, he thought, of Clementina to leave him in this appalling situation. Yet shame prevented flight. He sat there, bending his mild china-blue eyes on Sheila, who'd returned unconcernedly to Bimbo, putting him through his tricks. He gave his paw and sat up on end, and while doing so yawned in a bored fashion. During this latter posture, Sheila sat up on her little haunches and held her hands in front of her and yawned in imitation. Then she set Pinky on end facing the dog. Lastly, she looked up at her new uncle. You do that too, then we'll all be doing it.
Oh, God bless my soul, said the startled man. I can't.
Why not?
I'm too old.
She seemed for the moment satisfied with the reason, and resumed her game with Bimbo. After the yawn he grinned with doggy fatuity, and his red long tongue lolled from the corner of his mouth. Sheila stuck out her little red tongue in droll mimicry. Don't wag your tail, Bimbo. It isn't fair because I've got no tail. Why haven't I a tail, Uncle Uncle Ephraim?
Because you're a little girl and not a dog.
At that moment the plush cat insecurely balanced and toppled over. God bless my soul, cried the little parrot. You're too old, Pinky.
Sheila, said Quicksters,
realizing in a frightened way his responsibility.
Come here.
With perfect docility she rose and laid a hand on his knee. Bimbo, perceiving himself liberated from the boredom of mountebank duty, twisted himself up and snarled comfortably at fleas in the middle of his back.
You mustn't say, God bless my soul, my dear.
Why not? You said it. There are instinctive answers in grown-ups, just as instinctive questions in children.
Old people can say things that little girls mustn't, just as old people can sit up later than little girls.
She regarded him with frank seriousness. I know. Daddy says damn, but I mustn't. I never say it. Pinky said it once, and I put her in a dark, dark hole for 20 million years. It wasn't really 20 million years, you know. It was only 10 minutes, but Pinky thought it was.
She must have been very frightened,
said Quicksters involuntarily, and the echo of the words after passing his lips sounded strange in his ears. She got quite white, said Sheila. She picked up the shapeless animal. She never recovered. Look.
She also lost one side of her whiskers, said Quicksters,
inspecting the beast held within 2 inches of his nose. Oh, no, she replied, getting in the most entangling way between his legs. Pinky's a fairy princess, and one day she'll have a crown and a pink dress and a gold sword. It's a wicked fairy that keeps her like a cat. And it was the wicked fairy in the shape of a big rat, bigger than 20 million billion hillion houses, that bit off her whiskers. Daddy told me. Quicksters could not follow these transcendental flights of fairy, but he had to make some reply, as she was looking with straight challenge into his eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself expressing the hope that, when Pinky came into her own again, the loss of one set of whiskers would not impair her beauty. Sheila explained that princesses didn't have whiskers, so no harm was done. The bad fairy, in the form of a rat, wanted to bite off Pinky's nose, in which case her beauty would have been ruined. But Pinky was protected by a good fairy, and just when the bad fairy was going to bite off her nose, the good fairy shook a pepper pot, and the bad fairy sneezed, and was only able to bite off the whiskers.
That was very fortunate for Pinky,
said Quicksters. Very, said Sheila. She stood against him on one leg, swinging the other. Conversation came to a standstill. The man found himself tongue-tied. All kinds of idiotic remarks came into his head. He dismissed them as not being suitable to the comprehension of a child of 5. His fingers mechanically twisted themselves in her soft hair. Presently came the eternal command of childhood. Tell me a story.
Good gracious, said he. I'm afraid I don't know any.
You must know Little Red Riding Hood, she said with a touch of scorn.
Perhaps I do. I wonder, said Quicksters. He clutched eagerly at a straw. But what's the use of my telling it to you if you know it already? She ran and picked up the sprawling cat and calmly established herself on his knees. Bimbo, neglected, uttered a whining growl, and curling himself up with his chin by his tail, dropped into a morose slumber. "Tell it to Pinky. She's stupid and always forgets the stories. Now begin." Quicksters hummed and hard, and at last plunged desperately. "There was once a wolf who ate up Red Riding Hood's grandmother." "That's not it," cried Sheila. "There was once a sweet little girl who lived with her grandmother. That's the proper way." Quicksters floundered. Let anyone who has never told a tale to a child, and has never heard of Red Riding Hood for at least 35 years, try to recount her tragical history. Quicksters had to tell it to an expert in the legend, a fearsome undertaking. At last, with her aid, he stumbled through. Pinky, staring at him through her bead eyes, evidently couldn't make head or tail of it. Being punched in the midriff by her young protectress, she emitted a wheezy squeak. "Pinky says thank you," Sheila remarked politely. What do you say?"
asked the blundering elder. Now what had been good enough to merit Pinky's thanks had not been good enough to merit hers. Besides, such as it was, she had told half the story. With delicate diplomacy she had handled a difficult situation. Her eyes filled with tears.
"Good God!"
murmured Quicksters in terror.
"She's going to cry. What on earth can I do?"
His wits worked quickly. He remembered a recent sitting in the folklore section of the Anthropological Congress.
"I suppose, my dear, a story current among the aborigines of Papua wouldn't interest you?"
Her eyes dried magically. She snuggled up against him. "Tell me." So Quicksters began a story about serpents and tigers and shiny copper-coloured children, and knowing the facts of the folk tale, gradually grew interested and unconsciously discovered a new talent for picturesque narration. One story led to another. He forgot himself and his wrongs, and pathetically strove to interest his audience and explain to her childish mind the significance of tribal mysteries which were woven into the texture of the tales. The explanation left her comparatively cold, but so long as there were tigers whose blood-curdling ferocity she adored, she found the story entrancing.
"There," said he, laughing, when he had come to an end. "What do you think of that?"
"It's booful!" she cried, and clambering onto both knees on his lap, she put both hands on his shoulders and held up her mouth for a kiss. In this touching attitude, Clementina and Pointer discovered them. The newcomers exchanged a whimsical glance of intelligence.
"Wise woman," Pointer murmured. "Obvious to any fool," she retorted, and advanced further into the vestibule.
"Feeling decidedly better?"
Quicksters blushed in confusion.
Sheila climbed down from her perch and ran to Clementina. "Oh, Auntie, Uncle Ephraim has been telling me such lovely stories."
"Lord save us!" She turned on him. "What do you know about stories?" "They were tribal legends of Papua," he confessed modestly.
"And what else have you been doing?"
Quicksters made one of his old-world bows. "I've been falling in love."
"You're getting on," said Clementina. End of chapter 17.